Buff Nation, what up with you? BWB, all of my bandwagon buffs, what's up? What's going on with you? Hope everybody is doing well. Hope your week is going well. I hope everybody had a great weekend. Welcome to the show, guys. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. You are now watching TLP Live. I am your host, Harry Billion. This channel, for those of you who are new to the channel, this channel covers the Buffs and the Big 12. I want to have a conversation today about what's next for the Buffs. I want to articulate, hopefully I'll have some guests who can help me articulate what the Buffs' second loss of the season really means to them. I'm going to talk about the bigger picture for the Big 12 conference. The Big 12 conference, in the preseason, our conversations, we said that the Big 12 was wide open. We had a few pushbacks and, people saying what they had to say, which is fair. I mean, it's football, right? You only know what you know until you don't know it, or until it's not proven the way that you think or you thought you knew it. We're all just, giving our opinions, guys. It's fair, though. But the Big 12 is wide open. Wide open. It's anybody's ball game. The reason why we keep talking about this Big 12 being wide open is because, as you saw with the Colorado game, I'm still tired from that game. I haven't slept enough for the time that I put in on that live stream. But yeah, Colorado, even though they lost their second game of the season, that is only the very first game that Colorado has lost in the Big 12 conference. So Colorado is still in the mix when it comes to Big 12 supremacy, owning the Big 12. Who owns the Big 12 right now? If you guys remember in the preseason, we had the preseason CBS predictions, and it was Utah, it was K-State, other teams were up. The top six was probably Iowa State, Kansas. Kansas is nowhere to be found. Who knows what happened to them? They're probably having some type of NIL back talk or NIL conversations in the background, and who knows what's going on with Kansas. They're supposed to be a good team. But yeah, for those of you who didn't really know the Big 12 and what it was all about, we try our best, or at least this channel tried its best to give you teams and tell you, hey, this is who to look for during these games. This is these are the teams, these are the top teams. But now as the games are going on, guys, you are seeing that Colorado is right up there, because preseason, if you listen to the pundits and if you listen to the people that quote unquote know football, you would think that Colorado is not even supposed to be in the Big 12. So how is it that now we have played how many games now? 6 games? Because we're 4-2, right? 4 plus 2 is 6. 4, 5, 6. I'm not good at math, so excuse me if I had to use my fingers to count. But yeah, after 6 games, Colorado is at the top of the Big 12. In the top echelon of the Big 12. We're still in it. We can still win it. We can still go to that Big 12 championship game and possibly win it. And I think there are some good chances, because now that I've gotten a little bit of sleep and my brain has come down from fandom, where I'm so upset and I'm so hurt that we came so close, where we went up with 3 minutes to go, and that's usually when the games are over in college football, especially when you have a team like Colorado, and 3 plays is all it took to erase that for us. 3 plays. If it went down, if there were more plays, if they don't catch that ball and Livingston realizes what they're trying to do, because they did it twice. That big bomb, they tried it twice. They confused us because we didn't know. How did we not know it was coming again? How did we not know? That's so frustrating from a fan's perspective, but from at an analyst perspective, like, K-State did everything they needed to do to win that game. Their game script went the way that they wanted that game script to go. but there is something brewing in Boulder. There is a different type of hurt from this game. There's a different type of pain that you feel when you lose a close game like this. There's a different type of feeling that, man, imagine if we were just to play that pass, if we were just to keep that safety, or the safety, if we playing two safeties, Silman Craig and Shiloh, if we were just to say, okay, you guys sit back just in case anything comes, just in case, you would think like a game that's going like this, you want to dot all the I's, you want to cross all the T's, and you're going to set somebody back and say, just in case this happens. We didn't do that. So there's a different kind of hurt because Colorado almost knocked off the 18th ranked team in college football. So I want to talk about that pain today and what that pain means, because that pain is the type of pain, the type of hurt that you want your team to feel if they are locked in. If your team is locked in, Block Bully, Jordan Seaton, Shador. Well, Shador we don't even got to talk about, because that dude, Shador is always ready to go. But you want your offensive line to have it back. It's like that one play where it's over, but you just wish. Like at the end of the game when K-State was in victory position or victory formation, you saw Block Bully and some of the guys still trying to go in there and try to snap the ball and just get the ball back into Shador's hand. You saw that pain. That pain is good pain. Oh, it's good pain. And the fact that Colorado can still compete. Whew, whew, boy, what I'm telling you right now, Colorado is in a good place. I like where Colorado is. All right, guys. So we're going to talk about that and many more. We're going to talk about the Big 12 as well. Give you some insight on other teams and what they're doing. To join the show today, guys, is jointlplive@gmail.com. It's right there on your screen, as always, on the overlay. The Cash App is there. I know sometimes people don't see that, but it's there. If you want to bless your brother, I will appreciate it. $5, $2, $1. Be like, yo, Harry B, I really appreciate you making my day go a little smoother, or just, adding a little bit of entertainment value on my day. I just wanted to bless you because God is doing good things in your life and you bless me, so I want to bless you. The Cash App is right there. It's $ TLP Sports Club. I will appreciate that. Thank you. But if you want to join the show and you want to come on here and just articulate the things that you're feeling, the way that you feel about what we're talking about, join TLPlive@gmail.com. That is the email. How that works, you email me, I send you a link, you come onto the show, and then, we have it out. It is more like barbershop talk. This show is more like barbershop talk. I'm not the channel that knows everything about football. I don't know the plays. Like, I don't know if they're in an I formation. I don't know if they'll play man or a 12 package or 11 campaign. I don't know. But one thing I do know is, I do know that people want to have a conversation. People want to talk about what they saw. And that's what I provide on this channel. There are other channels, and I can name one of them, Buffing Prime. They know football, so they can talk about the nuances of the play. If this guy was in this A gap, if that B gap would have been this, and da. I say salute to those guys that bring, they add something to the community that a lot of people can, take away from. But if you want to have that barbershop talk, this is where you do it. If you want to get your emotions out, this is where we do it. All right. This is the show where we bring people on, we bring on the fan, and it's a safe environment. I would say it's the safest place to talk college football and to talk Buffs and the Big 12. It is the safest place because I demand respect here. I don't cancel nobody. I don't have no mods that are going to take you out of the conversation. If you just say something hateful that rubs up wrong, nobody, I don't mind, as long as you keep it respectful. You understand that you're talking to human beings and I'm not a bot, right? I'm a real human being with real emotions. And there are people that are going to be in the chat that are human beings with real emotions. So all I ask for, just keep it respectful. Don't get personal. Don't go at nobody personally, talking about their mama and all that stuff. All that weird stuff that you'll do on other channels, don't bring that over here. No cussing, no none of that. And then the rest is just college football. We talk about Colorado. You can tell me how much Coach Prime is the worst coach in college football. You can do. Let's talk about it. One thing that I do know is that when you have differences of opinions, it actually it helps to open people's eyes to see things a little differently than maybe you see it. And that's why I like this community. This community is a great community for people to share their ideas. I'm trying to create that community in the politics, religion, just culture. I'm trying to have that community, this same type of feel that we do in football. I want to have that community over at my other channel, and it's called Billionaires Mindset. I'm just going to say hello in the chat so that you can see the channel's name. And if you can support that channel as well, I am streaming over there simultaneously. So Billionaires Mindset is right there on your screen. It says hello. You go over there. I want to create this conversation but in the social arena. All right, so let's go. I want to talk about the play that ended it all for us. I always try to bring some type of football analysis or somebody who understands the game and can make it sound good for us. So this time we're going to use Joe Klatt. He has a clip on Twitter or X. And are we ever going to stop saying or X? Can we just call it Twitter? Y'all see my cup? Dad totally nailed it. During the pandemic, me and my family, we took on a big 3-year, 4-year project, and we built our basement by ourselves. And so my family bought me a cup because when they were tired and irritated with me, I was downstairs in the basement. We're building the thing from scratch, using a plumb bob, using everything we could use in the pandemic to build our basement. And it looks pretty darn good. You've seen my basement already. I showed you because I had a live. I've done a couple of lives in my basement. So I'm very proud of myself. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to talk Colorado? Drop down the email, guys. Tim Smith, Dallas is in the building. What up, Tim? I hope you can come on today. I hope you got the time. I love it when Tim is on. Tim is just kind of, he chill. If you start talking over him, he just be quiet. He's like, all right, y'all have it. Tim is just like that cucumber. You know, he's just cool. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna be up or down. Whatever you say, all right. If you say otherwise, that's on you. If you push back, he push back. But whatever it is, Tim is cool. DC, on the other hand, he's a military guy, so he's a little different. Phil is like Tim. They're cool. They say what they gotta say, and if you push back, you push back. But it is what it is. They know football. They don't care what you think. I like my guys, man. I respect my community. Those guys give me mad respect. And when people say, man, when grown men who are leading families, when they come into your presence, you better recognize that God is doing something major. And I want to say salute to all the men that come on here. From CU Fan, Panda Bear. I miss tennis. I miss Willie. Willie got his feelings and he's not coming back. I'm sorry, Willie. I'm sorry. Wild Dog. There's a lot of guys that come on here. I get annoyed with Himothy, but dang, I respect him as well. I respect all of y'all. But let's get on with the show. Enough of the warm and fuzzies. Let's go. We're gonna start with Joe Klatt. Let's just get this out of the way. I know y'all already talked about it on other shows, but why not here at TLP Sports Club? Let's go. I'm taking this off the screen. Join TLPlive@gmail.com. That is the email you're going to email me, and then I'm going to bring you on the show to discuss what we're going to discuss. Let me check the email, make sure I'm not leaving anybody unanswered. Oh, I got a few people that's ready to come on. Okay. Oh, T Nolan wants to come back. T Nolan's back. Okay, T. I see you, T. Yo, give me a second. Let me go ahead and send the emails, and then we'll get this show cracking. You feel me? I got like 3 people ready to come on. So let's go ahead and invite the guests on, and then we'll all have a conversation. Because I know you guys are opinionated. I know y'all ready to go in, agree to disagree. I don't think we ever agree to disagree on here. I think we're gonna fight for our point to the death. People be like, Harry B, you don't like to be wrong. I'm like, isn't that the nature of a man? Who likes to be wrong? Raise your hand if you like to be wrong. What is wrong with y'all? Who wants to be wrong? I will fight for my point to the death. Come on now. You got to be crazy. Harry B, you got to let other people be right sometimes. Ain't nobody right but me. I'm the only one that's always right. Stop playing. That's my wife. Okay. Anyways, let's go. All right, guys. So the panel, y'all can come on when y'all are ready. Let me just bring them on now. T Nolan, what up with you, man? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. How you doing, man? Salute.
Man, all is well. Good to be back again, man. I work a different shift. I catch you sporadically, but it's my day off today, so I'm back.
Oh, salute to you, man. Salute to you. Glad to see you back. All right, so we are expecting a couple of other guests, but we're gonna start the show without them. They're just gonna come on when they come on. Let me say hello to Coinlito's Way. I'm sure that has to do with crypto. Prime Effect 101. Make sure we keep Prime Effect. What up, good folks? I'm on my lunch break. Who do I need to argue with today? It's always me. Focus on me, Prime Effect. I'm your guy, okay? I am your guy. Okay. Dext Maddox. This probably like came on when I was in the green room preparing and I had some technical difficulties. All right, T Nolan, let's go. Here we go.
That is 100.
Hold on. Let me put them on the screen. It's a different okay, here we go. Let's do that.
That is 100% pass interference. There's not a doubt in my mind. If I told you earlier that when I talk to officials, what you need for OPI is extension of the arm, what you need for DPI is a restriction of the ability to catch the football, to make a move on the football. So it doesn't matter if the corner had his eyes on the football or not. If he's making contact before the ball arrives that restricts the ability of the wide receiver to make a play on the football, that's defensive pass interference, which that clearly was. And no, the ball wasn't thrown out of bounds. It was 6 inches from the wide receiver's arm, which was being contacted before it arrived. So 100%, that was defensive pass interference. And it has been egregiously inconsistent throughout college football. We had the OPI against Ohio State in that game.
Calm down, TH. Calm down, TH. We got commentary coming. Relax, TH. We're just getting started. T is like, nope. You don't have to favor Colorado to know the rules. The rules is the rules. All right. If it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. But I don't think we're about to become sore losers. Not on this conversation.
We had 2 defensive pass interference calls that probably should have gone against Penn State in overtime, didn't. We had that pass interference call against Colorado, didn't turn out to be the correct call. And then you've got the bad review in the Miami Cal game. And it's like you can have example after example after example after example of poor officiating. And I personally believe that officiating at the conference level needs to be moved to the national level, because the problem is that there is at least an appearance, or could be an appearance, of bias towards the more quality team in your conference, because a conference has incentive to keep their good teams good, because their good teams can go make them a lot of money in the postseason. Okay. So there is a financial incentive to keep your good teams good, get more teams in your conference into the college football playoff. And yet it's conference run officiating, it's conference run replay. Well, That doesn't make much sense, does it? No, it doesn't. So at least let's avoid the illusion or narrative or possibility of bias and move to a national officiating base, and maybe a lot of things will improve.
Thank you, Joe Klatt. All right, so I'm going to lay it out like this. Let's bring on CU fan and Tim Smith, and then I'll lay this out, and then we'll have the conversation, we'll have the discussion based on that specific segment. CU fan, welcome to the show, brother. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. How you doing today?
Good, Harry. How are you doing? Thank you guys for letting me be here.
Salute to you. You got my email?
I did appreciate your look, man. Thank you. Good looking out.
For sure. Thank you for emailing me, though. Let's bring on Tim Smith. Tim Smith, welcome to the show, my guy. You know I always appreciate you.
Yo, what's happening there? Hey, I'm doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm good. I got a little bit of sleep, and I think I'm ready to have the conversation that needs to be had. So let's have that conversation. Let me lay it out like this. All right. One thing you don't want to do is to ever allow anybody to decide your fate. This is based on what Joe Klatt just said. At the end of the day, you on that play, you want to go for the high percentage possibility, right? You don't want to go for the low percentage because you're kind of 50-50 chancing it. You're trying to put your fate in somebody else's hands. And then if you catch it, then you're a hero or whatever, right? I will always lean on the let's not put our fate in the coaches or the referees. The referees' hands. Let's not ever do that when it comes to end-game decisions, because you don't know what they're going to do. You're chancing it. They're going to call it 50-50 chance of them calling it, and if they don't call it, now you're putting yourself in a situation where you don't have that anymore, and you know it's 2 minutes, and within 2 minutes of the college football, if you give the ball back to the winning team, they go into victory formation, the game is over. So you go for the high percentage. I'm living with Shador on this. I am living with him on the decision he made to make that pass. The reason why I am is because of the other decisions that he makes that just he gets right. I have more grace. I'm trying to incorporate more grace for him and more grace for Coach Prime and the other guys. There's a lot of mistakes that were made in that game, and we should never put ourselves in a position where it comes down to somebody deciding for us. Let's go ahead and have your thoughts, T. Nolan.
What's up, panel? Good to be back. I agree, Harry B. The problem is, I see this game. We got to move forward and learn from it. But as they say, we can't cry over spilt milk. But man, there were so many things that happened that just didn't go the way that it should have. Not to pick on the refs or whatever else, man, but it was so many unbelievable calls that kind of made the difference in the outcome of this game. Even though we had several chances to win it, I agree with you. I'd rather keep the ball in Shadur's hands and live with whatever the outcome is of that. But that last play, everybody and their mama, Stevie Wonder, saw that was a pass interference. And I don't know. I hate to be that guy that say I think there was some incentive for the game to end the way that it did. But that call should have been called 100% of the time. That's just how I feel.
Good. CU fan, you can add that portion where Joe Klatt says that when you have a conference officiating crew and the conferences with their best interest being that they're good teams for advertisement, for marketing, for recruiting and everything, recruiting other teams to the conference, when you have that and you take it away from the national officiating, it plays in the hands of the people that are pulling the strings. I don't know if I'm going that far with it, but it's worth discussing. Your thoughts?
Well, in this perspective, I agree with that, with what Joe Platt said, because of the fact that it's also that kind of narrative in the NFL. There's a lot of things that happen in the NFL and in the college era. We want SEC to be the place to be come to SEC. This is the teams. This is where all the money's at. This is where the narrative is at. Come here. All the other teams don't compare to SEC. So then, because of that, the narrative is always going to be SEC teams are better than every other conference team. So I've always been concerned about that because the narrative has always been there. I mean, Tom Brady does it all the time when he was playing. I mean, everybody was afraid of what Tom Brady was able to do, but when Tom Brady wasn't on point, he would do something, you know, let me throw it up there and see if I can get a pass interference. And then, boom, pass interference. They'd give it to him because the narrative is that, Tom Brady's the GOAT. We're going to give it to him. Or, example, like last night against the Jets, they against in the Jets, the Buffalo Bills. I mean, we got calls that are so bad. There was a a sack, and that was a penalty on that sack. And it was kind of like that wasn't a penalty. That wasn't a penalty. Why are we calling that a penalty? So in that perspective, I look at it as like people play to a narrative, and unfortunately, I think because there's so much bias against Colorado, that narrative exists. I mean, we all call it the Dion tax, and in that, I think because of that narrative, we suffer.
All right. So, all right, Tim. So, listen, we lost this game. All right. TLP, TLP, and the panel. I'm not subscribing to the mindset of, oh, the refs. We lost this game because the refs missed the call. The refs could have given us that, and then the next play could have been an interception. So, should have, could have, would have. We're discussing it because it's worth discussing. All right. We're not saying, I'm not taking the position of we lost the games because the game because of the refs. Joe Clapp said it happened in the Penn State game, the Oregon game. It happened around college football, and he's saying that, hey, if the refereeing in college football is based on conference play, not just Colorado's conference, the Big 12, right? If it's only based on conference plays and the conferences are going to make their decisions based on their best interest, then you don't know if you're going to get, you don't know what's happening at the end. Is it somebody making a call and saying, no, let K-State take it, or let Oregon get the pass, or I don't know. I'm just saying the conversation needs to happen because it's college football. So it could be us. You can come here and make fun of us. We're sore losers. And then it happens to your team, and then you say, then we call you a sore loser. We keep going back and forth. But Tim, what is your thought on this?
Um, what Joe Clack said was, I agree with the pass interference not being called. That was clearly pass interference. And especially if the line coach, line ref is right there, watching the play go down, and but they called it on Hood, when Brown kind of stopped his route a little bit just so he can crash into him, and still was able to make the catch for a touchdown. The touchdown, and that was a pass interference. They called that, but this is the problem I have with it. Uh, when Shador, it was fourth down. Yes, they got that one-on-one match up, uh, on the edge, but it was like, why do y'all need to go all the way down the field this quickly with a little bit under 2 minutes? I feel like they could have done a better job at passing the ball down the field, getting guys open in the middle, which obviously that's where K State struggles. Um, but to try to hit the home run, uh, just because you got the one-on-one matchup on the edge, I didn't like that call. And you're not gonna get those calls like Joe Clark. You're not gonna always get those calls If he would have made the catch, it would have been great. But I still, me personally, I would have been happy that he caught it. But I still, a part of me still would have been like, why? Because if you get into that mindset, you will always do that. And he has always done it. So for me, it's a 50-50. I'm torn in between 50-50.
Yeah, yeah, you're chancing it, and like I said, I'm living with him, but you know, I feel like in the next couple of games, I don't think that he. I think everybody learns from it. Everybody learns from it. I think Shador's going to learn from it because he got that before. He done that before, and he did get the call in one of those games. I don't know if it was I think it was the Baylor game. He got that call, so he's thinking, all right, I'm going to toss this up, and I think if we don't get it, there's a chance that we get the pass interference. And he scripted it perfectly. It was a perfect script in Shador's head, and it went exactly the way. So did not go to as scripted. But again, like I said in the beginning, when it's end game situation, there's a difference between you taking the risk, like maybe when we have time on the clock, and when it's the final play of the game and you're taking a risk like that. I'm not gonna ever put that, you know what I'm saying, that high percentage, you know, actually that low percentage play as the last play. I just
On
don't
fourth
know
down.
what's that
On fourth down. If you're
on
gonna
fourth
try
down, right?
that, attempt that, try it maybe on first down or second down. At least you still got 2 or 3 downs left to get a first down.
Right. But on the fourth down for you to go for that, it's just too low percentage. But again, I'm living with it and I've come to accept it and I'm good with that. Um, there's a little bit more to this though. Colorado never ran the ball enough to make an impact for the pass. So we're back here again, but I don't know this time if it's the same feeling that we had because what do we always say? If the pass is working, then that's our identity anyways. We're good with it. Because when the pass is not working and we're not running, then it's like, okay, what are we doing? We're one-sided and they're stopping us. They weren't stopping the pass. So how do you feel? Let's bring on Cape Con. Let me add him to the conversation. But the question is, Cape Con, before you come on, are we satisfied with Colorado playing to its identity when it's working? Or should we incorporate the run regardless? Cape Con, welcome to the show, my guy. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you always. How you doing?
Harry B, how you guys doing? I'm fresh, brother. Yo, I caught the show right time
Yes,
off
sir.
today, so got your show. What's like 18:48 now, like quarter to 7 here p.m. So
Okay.
it's nice and early for me. Tim Smith, CU fan. I think T Nolan. I've seen him
Yeah,
before,
T
but
Nolan
been
is
a while.
back, man. T Nolan
Yeah,
is
he's
back.
back.
He's off today, so
Nice to have you
that's
back,
what's
brother.
up.
To answer your question, me personally, I feel if we good at something, we should be perfect at something. So not 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 to say we shouldn't run the ball, but we if we are perfect at the pass, which is that's our identity.
Hmm.
People know us for passing. We throw the ball better than anyone. That's what we should be like. And especially in this game, I still feel we should have won the game because they couldn't stop the pass. The running game obviously increases our chances to. It opens up more running lanes and it gives us more opportunities to beat their coverages. But like you just said, Harry, the run wasn't working. They stopped the run to make us one dimensional, hoping we'd make mistakes. And they couldn't stop us. Only Shador's overthrow, where he got the interception, was his mistake. So I strongly feel, if we are pass first offense, we should be perfect at that. But incorporate other passing, um, what do you call them? Plays, scripted plays. Like jet sweeps with the running back, you can pass that to him. Chuck a screen pass there. Don't have to always go for the big play. To was it CU fan or was it Team Smith? Tim Smith, sorry, who said, "Why do we have to go for the fourth down?" Look, like you said, depending if we had time on the clock. If it's 3 minutes to go, Harry, and we threw that 4th and 1 and we lost it, we then get a chance to get it back. But there's no 3 minutes left. It's like less than a minute, or a
Right.
minute and 10 seconds.
A minute. I think it was
So
a minute and 42 seconds.
42 seconds. Yeah, sorry. So basically, I think we need to perfect our passing game, incorporate more scheme in that. Like you say, we need a better scheme now because we're playing top level opponents. They also have good schemes. They also have good defenses. So it's strength versus strength.
I got a little
That's
bit
what
of a
my take
pushback
is.
for you though.
Okay.
I don't know that the run game wasn't working. I feel like the run game had a just like any other games that we played, right?
Mhm.
It's going to be difficult for Colorado to run the ball because our offensive line has a hard time blocking. So we've already figured that out. I think we're settled with that this year. But they're
Yep.
doing a good enough job to allow us to do some kind of running if we get more creative. What the running that we saw is running straight down the line. I didn't see
Yeah,
I didn't see any creative running schemes that were
jet
devised to
sweeps.
help
Yep.
us to maybe because their defensive line was too strong, we couldn't move them. Then if you realize that that's happening, then the offensive coordinator should come up with some type of scheme to say, okay, they're taking that away. Let's try this other look. But it was straight down the middle, straight down the middle, straight down the middle. And when it didn't work, we say, okay, you know what? Forget about this. That ain't us anyway. Let's just go ahead and pass it, and we're good. So I don't know that the run thing wasn't working because it can't work if you don't try it. Nothing works if you don't try it.
Harry B. Harry B. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right, just I agree and a pushback at the same time. I
Mhm.
gave the running backs a pass this game because as I was watching the game, I'm like, man, where is Micah? Where is Micah? I'm sorry. Not only does he make a difference in how our running backs run, but he makes a difference in the game. If you give it to him 2 times, if you give it to him 4 times. You may remember, you had to pull the tape. It was back in May, one of the last times I was on here. Before they played a game, I said the difference maker is Micah Welch. You will see as the season begins and progress because I saw his high school tapes. He makes a difference and he makes our running backs better because it's next man up. But when he's not there, they don't feel the pressure to perform because soon as he gets in, it's 4, 5, 6 yards on the first carry. They may shut him down later, but our running backs then they feed off of him. So he's that spark plug. And when I knew he wasn't playing, I'm like, oh no, it's gonna be a tough game.
But
Can I can I push
let me
back
say
on
this
that?
to that. Let me say this to that. When you have a strong back like let's say DJ Giddings for K State and Michael Welch for us, DJ Giddings can probably be a Michael Welch for us because he's such a tough runner and he can make his own room. But his offensive line actually makes room for him. And he's a very patient runner. I think Tim Smith was saying that the whole game. He's patient. He will wait that for that one step to move out of his way, and then he moves, right? So Micah Welch is kind of compensating for our lack of push on the line. So he will, you know, if they give him a little inch, he will bust through, and he's good with that. But I don't know that that's like it's good to have a running back that can make his own way, but your offensive coordinator and your coaches should have the wherewithal to come up with something to help you for where you lack on the offensive line. Maybe if you don't have the back that can just bust through all the time, then make the schemes better fit the running backs that you have and for your line. That's how I see it. So I think Cape Con wanted to speak on that.
No, actually, I wanted to speak on that if you don't
Oh,
mind.
go ahead. Whoever that was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this CU fan. So okay, So I went back to look at a lot of the film, and I saw things that were basically we're going back to what we were going back to, like you know, the beginning games that we had, which is very concerning because it's kind of like what you talked about, Harry, is um, that our scheme has reverted to being vanilla again, going up the middle, not having success there, running the ball, I should say, and that was the biggest concern in the running game. We weren't moving the ball, but to your point, to be able to have a scheme that works for the player. Welch is a very good zone runner outside the tackle. Inside, not as good. Outside the tackle, he can make things happen outside the tackle. He has tried to go inside, but unfortunately, because the O line collapses and doesn't make room for him to go in the middle, he has to bounce it out to the outside. We didn't do that. We had 10 plays total running, seven from, I believe, Hayden, and then three from Augusta. And to that point, we basically gave up on the running because the scheme wasn't working. And because we reverted back to the passing game, we put ourselves to a situation that made it more effective for K State's defense. We made K State's defense look so much better because we reverted to just to pass.
Yeah,
If
we
we
got
would have
smart
kept
early.
on, if we would have kept on running, we could have at least giving given Shador at least a second more because you give that false impression to the run. But because we didn't and we just completely gave up on it, we put ourselves in a situation to make K State just look that much better on the defense. And
Hey,
that's
can I
what
chime
saddens
in?
me. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I agree with what you're saying. And to Harry, to your questioning, the identity of CU is a heavy passing offense. That's clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but do I feel CU could have ran for over 100 yards against K State? Yes, and this is how. Uh, who was that just speaking?
That was CU
Before,
fan.
okay, CU fan was talking about the difference of backs that we have. Um, Hayden is more north than south to me. He's good at running in between the tackles. If the hole is there, he can hit him and be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Michael Welch. Michael Welch is a more of a shifty back. You get him in. He's good at if the pocket collapse, he can bounce out. Try to bounce
Built in.
out to the outside. Uh, Gittin, the one that we just played from K State, he is both Hayden and
And
Michael
Michael
Welch
Welch. Yeah.
all in the one because he's shifty and he's a downhill runner. He can be both.
And he's
So,
strong, bro.
and
He
he's strong.
bouncing
200 and
off of dudes.
200 and what, 15 pounds. So he's a big back. But what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying is there's one key thing that we did not do the entire game. And I just feel like it would have just blown things wide open for us on offense, and that is a delay draw with a 3-3-5, a delay draw. If those linebackers may show blitz and drop back into the zone, he Shador he's he stepped back like he's gonna pass, but when he see them linebackers drop off into coverage, whoever's beside him, uh, Hayden or Michael Welch or whomever, hand the ball off. Bam. That's three. I mean, that's 4 or 5 yards right there. It's called a delay draw play because they only rushing three people, three linemen. So that was we never ran that play not one time.
Let me ask you all a question. Did they use the 11 personnel scheme that we talked about, or were we
They
intent?
they did do the 11-man personnel, but for the most part, they played 10
Hmm.
because they was only rushing three for the most part. So you didn't need 11-man personnel.
But okay, but didn't K State bring in Spice when they were rushing?
They
Yes, they
they
had
brought in
spies
spies
throughout the
with their
night.
linebackers, but if you look at it, Shador, he was only sacked twice, but that was on the offensive line. The
Mhm.
rest of the times it was on Shador,
Yeah.
and you could go back and look at the stats on it.
No, I looked at the form. You're right. What I'm looking at now, I'm going back to that play. Sorry, I'm not trying to go off topic, Harry. That play that he threw to the fourth and one, he threw to Shepard. He threw it early in the game. Um, and if you go back and look at the, I think you guys have seen it already. I think it's he does the same throw, but the reason I'm concerned about this is because we've got a double team on one of the offensive linemen coming from K State, right? The spies are taken care of, but we missed a block because of not being in the correct stance. So basically, what I noticed in this video is when he sets the play, everyone is assigned, right? The is it 58 or 55? I can't actually see because I zoomed out. They double team for no reason. When 55 had his man, 58 had to cover the gap. He left the gap open. That that threw off Shador's timing, and he was almost hit while he was throwing. And then that's why it was overthrown for Shepard. That's why he went back to that play because now he was protected. Or just that Shepard was the pass interference was legit. So most of the offensive line mistakes is these guys are not what do you call alignment and assignment. They're missing the assignment, and the alignment is most of the time wrong. Especially there's a couple of plays I think in the second half where we had was it a tight end set, including the line including our offensive line. If I'm misquoting the terms, please correct me, guys. Um, they were missing blocks and going to double triple team one guy instead of maintaining their position and maintaining that they deal with their guy. So I think some of this, like you're saying, being vanilla is also on the players. The players were lackadaisical. It is like, where were you? Where's UCF? Where's the energy from UCF? Where's like in the UCF game I watched last night, right? Just to see the difference in intensity. It's like night and day. Like, are we the same team? Is this the same people? And it's the same online. So the online isn't bad. Like to your point, Harry. I see what you're saying. Is that the reason why Dion gave up is because he noticed they're not the line is not fulfilling the scheme properly when it comes to blocking. So even if we try and run, we don't have the back to bounce outside, which you just pointed out, um, T Nolan. That I think it's T Nolan, right? That Hayden, what's his name? Welsh bounces out. He's not only shifty, but he makes a quick decision based on what he's looking at. So if Harry's supposed to come at me as a linebacker, I'm him. I'm like, okay, here I'm not going to make the gap. I'm bouncing outside. It's open. So I think we need to go back to UCFs and the basics we use there and instill that again and say, listen, this is how it's supposed to be done. We've done it already. We have tape on it. This is how we don't do it, and this is trash.
But
So
So
okay, can I
how
can I
much?
bounce on that?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I agree with you on that. I mean, the perspective is that the problem that we've had the entire season is having the same form, basic vanilla scheme that we're trying to perfect in a sense. But then when we go to some form of other scheme that potentially works, I mean, we've seen it work, and they lose focus on what needs to be done on the vanilla scheme, but because they become more focused on the extra stuff. And I think I don't understand if it's that specific of a problem, but what I see is different schemes work. I went on. I was listening to a show that said it just comes down to the scheme. Why are we not making number two um, the the like scheme for him to be successful? And I don't think they're scheming to be successful, because if you scheme to be for number two to be successful, you have different looks so he can get the time based on what you see on the integrity of the offensive line. What's happening with the offensive line? They're not holding up their man. They're getting beat. All right. Well, let's run it to give them some confidence to move the ball.
Yeah,
But when
yeah.
you give up on the run, you put yourself in a position of like, okay, well now our offensive line is continuously getting beat all the time because all we do is pass. We're
Because
not giving them confidence.
you're exposing them, because when you run, they become the aggressors. And like I keep saying this on this channel, you keep them honest and you keep your offensive line being the aggressors, because the way you block for the pass is different from the way that you block for the run. And when you give those guys confidence that they need, when they start doing some good things, and they're watching shows like PFF saying, oh, they got the number one, they got one of the best run defense, block defense in the nation. I mean, no, I'm sorry. When you're watching it, and when they're bigging them up and saying, oh, the old line is doing better now, everything is psychological too. I mean, there's a big percentage of psychological thing that plays into this. But if you just make them block for the pass the entire time, it makes it very difficult for them to gain their confidence back, because they're getting beat all the daggone time. So it's a little difficult. But I wanted to pivot a little bit, and I wanted to take a look at the CBS predictions, CBS Sports predictions preseason versus. Okay, so this is going to be a short. This is a short segment right here, but I wanted to take a look at this real quick, because I want to go to the implications of what's going to happen after this game, because I feel like there's something brewing in Boulder, and I want to talk about that extensively. But let's go ahead and talk about the Big 12 standings real quick. What you're looking at is the CBS preseason predictions. We went over this for a lot of y'all who were around here. You remember we were dealing with this for weeks and weeks, and we dealt with this. And we went down and we talked about each team. If you remember that, guys, y'all remember that. I think Surf, you remember this. You were
I
here.
remember I was on the panel that day.
You were on the panel, Tim. Yeah, you were on the panel. Okay. So look, this is what it's looking like in the Big 12. And we kept saying that the Big 12 is wide open. You got Utah, K-State, Oklahoma State, Kansas, Arizona, Iowa State, West Virginia, UCF, right? All above Colorado. Colorado is way, way down here. Like you see Colorado, they even got TCU above Colorado. Texas Tech. So this is what it's looking like, right? Now, we go from that and we go to the reality. The reason why I want to bring up this segment right here is because of our conversations in the preseason. Because everybody knows football, and the rest of us, we just sit down and we eat chips and we drink beer or whatever y'all drink, and we have no idea what's going on with college football. But something tells me we do know what's going on about college football, because this is what it looks like right now. When you look at if you go back and you listen to the conversations that we're having, BYU, who won the what was the team? Was it Baylor? Okay, it was Baylor. So BYU is number one right now. They are 6-0. They're already bowl eligible. Iowa State is also 6-0. They're bowl eligible. They're 3-0 also in the Big 12. Texas Tech is 4-0 in the Big 12. They are 5-1. They have lost one game. Arizona State, nobody would have predicted this.
Never
to be
would have imagined.
Right. To be sitting at number 4 in the Big 12 picture right now, at 4-0 at home, away 1-1. I'm
They
sorry.
had a good game. I watched highlights of that game, Mary. They had a good game against Utah. They ripped Utah. My team.
Bro, I'm
Arizona
telling you.
ripped Utah.
So the conference is different. I'm sorry, I was reading the conference different. BYU is 3-0 in the conference. Iowa State's 3-0 in the conference. Texas Tech is 3-0 in the conference. And then we get the 2-1s. Arizona is 2-1. Kansas State is 2-1. Colorado is 2-1. We may have to see one of these teams again for the top. Well, I don't know if there's no playoffs. It's just straight there's no playoffs, right? It's just straight championship game.
just
That's straight
right.
conference.
It's just the best it's the best two teams, the 1 and 2 teams in the conference to play for the championship.
So as it stands right now, it'll be BYU and Iowa State. That's how it'll go, right?
They got to play each other.
They will play.
Yep.
That's for the championship, right?
No, they got to play each other in a regular season. So
Oh,
somebody's gonna take
oh yeah,
a
yeah,
L.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah,
saying.
someone's gonna take an L. I think it's next
I'm
week.
saying today. I'm
Oh,
saying
today, yes.
Okay, so it'll be like this as it currently stands. But again, as you see, where the heck is the top? You see K-State. K-State is number 4. They were ranked number 2 preseason.
Right.
You feel me? So it's like Colorado was what, way at the bottom?
Correct.
They're number 6 right now in the conference. So all that yabba dabba do stuff they be doing, come on now, we know better. They can Flintstone all they want. They can yabba dabba do all they want, but we know better. We were screaming that Colorado's about to be the new sheriff in town.
Hey,
No,
stroll
that's
down. Where's
because-
Utah?
Utah, who cares? They are all the way,
Okay.
bro. They are below.
They
got
gonna be
two
at the
losses,
very
dude.
bottom.
Utah
Utah's gonna
is-
be at the very bottom.
They are.
No,
Oklahoma
I'm laughing
State?
for this reason. Sorry, man. The reason I'm laughing is remember I was on that show where you profiled Utah and Cam Rising's reviews were, my God, like he was Tom Brady's son. And I was like, this guy is coming off
Yeah.
injury. He hasn't played a down of since when was it? Since 2020.
Right.
You know they just made him eligible again for another year, 8th year.
Yeah, he's not playing no more for the rest
This
of the
guy
season.
is useless. No, sorry, this guy is not good. Let me just put it that way.
Yo, he got bad luck following him. His family need to pray because there's no way, like you are injury prone, bro. That's like you got juju on you. You got.
Did you watch the game? Did anyone watch that Utah game versus?
I watched the game where he was pushed into the coolers,
Yo,
he-
did you see that?
bro. I was like, wait. I said, wait. That dude just hurt himself. And when he held his hand and he started to go to the locker room, I said, oh my gosh. Nah,
That
man.
was the
Somebody
Baylor game,
needs to
wasn't it?
fast and pray for this guy because he is injury prone. Because every year now it's like, oh, with Cam Rising, they can do X, Y, and Z. Without Cam Rising, okay, we got to see him. Let me put up our schedule so everybody can see because we're about to go into this next.
When do we meet him? Is it November or December?
Here it is on your screen.
Oh, November. Sorry, no, not December. Sorry, I think
The
November.
29th.
We gotta beat the brakes off that, people. We gotta revenge our loss. We gotta revenge.
Look at Kansas. Kansas is at the bottom. They were ranked what, number 4
Kansas had
preseason?
Bad start to the season. Very bad.
They're
UCF?
0-3
Yeah,
in the conference. They have not won a conference game.
Yeah, they're done.
Oklahoma State is 0-3 in the conference, has not won a conference game.
They're done.
Utah has only won 1 conference game. I think they're
TCU?
good too.
TCU has got one, right?
TCU won 1 game in the conference. Utah has 1. Houston has 1. Nobody.
Arizona's got one.
Right. So we meet Arizona next. This is the Saturday game. Arizona has a quarterback, wide receiver duo, just like we do, but our duo is better. I think their wide receiver is a little bit better than Travis Hunter because I think he's taller and bigger. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's taller, but I think their wide receiver is better. But Travis Hunter overall, I think he's better. But at the wide receiver position, I will give him the edge. Now y'all can push back if you want, but I think T Mac is a little bit better wide receiver.
You're correct. You're correct. He's bigger. He's taller as
Yeah.
well as size. I mean, he's NFL. His body frame is NFL ready.
It's NFL ready. I mean, that
Yeah.
dude is like he stands up while the defensive guy is trying to jump up and catch the
No,
ball.
he's a
He
dog.
just-
No, he's
He
legit.
just
He's
stands there
legit.
and just grabs and brings it down from heaven. And I'm like, this is not fair. Like he should not be playing among these kids.
Even the way he runs his routes, it's he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
I know what he's doing. He knows.
So we meet Arizona, but then our quarterback, when it comes to that, it's like the flip side of that. When it comes to the quarterback play, the quarterback is nice, right? Fafita is nice, but the dude has been running for his. If you thought Shador was running for his life in 2023, this guy is Shador 2.0. Like he is.
I'm
Running.
laughing so hard. Don't do that to me, Harry.
I'm telling you, this guy is running for his life. Like if we had their offensive line, we would be like, there's no way. So I don't know what they're doing over there in the desert, but their own line, I think, is worse than ours.
They are.
Since
Can
the
I drop
coach
some
left,
data?
sorry.
Let me drop. I'm sorry. It's only gonna take me 1 second. Let me drop some data on that Arizona. Fafita has, I think 8 touchdowns and he has 9 interceptions on the season so far.
Let's go to it. Why not? Since we're here.
Now they say Shador isn't number one in the draft. Now imagine he's only got 3 interceptions, right? 3.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm just talking about Fafita last season and
Oh,
Fafita
okay.
this season, and I'm talking about, he has 9 interceptions and 8 touchdowns. That's not the Fafita that we come to know. Is what I'm saying.
Right. And
Right.
when I was screaming, telling people, hey, guys, this is not going to be the Arizona team that you guys saw. I know y'all want to rank them. Y'all want to do everything y'all doing, but this is not the same team. And I kept saying this. I said the same thing about TCU in 2023. Everybody like, oh, Arizona's going to be like that. I said they're not. And here they are. They're not like that.
Didn't their coach go to
Washington?
Took some
You
players with
called it,
him,
Harry.
some O-line with him.
I did call this, and I don't know. I don't know anything about no football. I only
just
read
picked up a
everything. I literally read everything.
You're the water boy. What do you know?
I'm a water boy. I mean, I'm unintelligent, okay? Okay, anyway. So they are what? Where are they ranked at? Let me do my math. I'm not good at math here. Oh, I gotta go all the way up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think they're 10th. Yeah.
9th.
9th. Okay.
They are ranked 9th right now. But you could not tell anybody that in the preseason. Jeff Fish and his staff and the people that he took with him made a big difference. Yes, Fafita is good. Yes, T-Mac stayed, and they took the money and they stayed. So I don't know who convinced them, but they stayed, yeah. But now the Fafita is running for his life. And let's transition this into Colorado now. The pain that the Colorado guys are feeling right now on the offensive line and on that defensive line. I feel like Fafita is going to be running for his life a little bit more in this game. I want thoughts on that. We can start with CU fan. He's been a little quiet.
Yeah.
CU fan, go ahead. Let's get your thoughts. We'll go a little deeper as we go.
Yeah. Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Yeah. So we're talking about the takeaway from the game, the energy, the feeling that Colorado's, the sting of defeat, and bringing this to Arizona. I think they're going. It's an away game, so they're bringing this to Arizona, and how I feel like their quarterback, since he's been running for his life the entire time, I don't think their offensive line is that good at protecting him. So I feel like Colorado's going to get at him. Your thoughts?
So yeah, I believe we are going to bounce back. I believe some of our defensive line got bruised, and they want some form of get back. And I think this is the opportunity for them to show them that they got they know what they're doing. They just had a bad game. This last game that we had. I believe that they will control the defense, the front line, the trenches. I believe that they can, based off of the information that we have. I believe the only concern that I may have is that since some of our guys are kind of dinged up, how much will it affect them?
Do we
I
have injury report on the team? Has anybody come out with like an injury report yet? Has Coach Brown spoken on it?
No, but Amarion Miller went on. I know he had surgery that on his
Yeah,
ankle. He got a broken ankle, so he's pretty much out for the season. That's
He
the
had a
only
his
update.
ankle was broken.
Yeah, his ankle was broken on that
yeah.
play.
He's done
That
for
was
the
bad.
season.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, so continuing on, I think that we're going to win this game. We have to win this game, just because of the fact that I understand what how the schedule looks like and how the other teams are playing. But we lost this game. We're still in it. But if we lose another game, we're going to start. It's going to get that much harder. Climb up. Are we going to be bowl eligible? Absolutely. I think we're going to be at bowl eligible without a definitive doubt. Um, but to get to that, conference championship, we have to make sure we win this game and probably every other game that we have coming up. And we're going to have to play better than what we did in against K State because there were mistakes. Um, you know, we need better play calls too as well. I think scheming defensively, I have no qualms or anything about Livingston because he's consistent with everything. Consistently, he's one of the best we've had compared to what last year we had. Um, he just got partially outcoached this last one, but that's okay. We're gonna come back and make things happen this one next game, based off of the information that we have, and I see no problem taking out our next game, Arizona.
All right, guys. We got update. There's a press conference going on. Let's go ahead and tone into that so we can get some of that information. So just a moment, guys. Let's go ahead and tone into this.
Not being on my game. So just preparing, getting ready for this week is a huge week.
Hey, Charlo, Mike Lamonte. How you doing? So, on game days, I know you're extremely focused. When we see you with your teammates, you like you're a lighthearted guy. How do you stay so focused before the game, during the game? Because I watch every game, and you're like locked in.
Yeah, I need to be even more locked in because I just have to pay attention to little details and technique, especially coming downhill. When you're playing against a patient running back, you gotta be patient too. And I've been out. I'm just excited to get back. I'm trying to just knock somebody's head off going full speed, but I still have to be patient when you're playing against a back like that. That's not just gonna hit the hole. He's gonna be patient and try to hit you with something. So just being locked in the details is we're gonna fix it. We're gonna get back.
Shiloh, we haven't had a chance to talk to you since the injury. Could you talk a little bit about what that rehab process looked like for you? What was kind of the toughest part of getting back on the field?
The toughest part was not being on the field and just having to go through, a broken forearm and still, like, this is my last season, so still, like, dang, this has to be my biggest season. This has to be my biggest season, and something like that happens. It's kind of discouraging, but you just got to keep going with it because it's a long season, and then, you work to get back, then you get back, you have the worst game of your life. It's really disappointing for me, especially the fans, So, and I've been seeing everybody turn on me and stuff like that,
We're
but
not
I'm
turning
not
on you,
worried
man.
about
We're
none of
proud
that
of you, kid.
because as soon as you do good, they're gonna be right back on your side.
Yeah.
Just
We
how
proud of you, man.
they was when they won the UCF game out there in Florida. So I'm not really worried about none of that. I'm worried about me getting better. Worried about
I'm glad you
contributing to
said
the
that too,
team
man.
and helping us win. And my role, I can't be going out there not on my game. I'm the free safety. If I mess up, everybody gonna see it. So I gotta pay attention to detail and be on my game at all times.
See, these kids know what's going on, man.
Hey,
They're
Shiloh,
paying
Pat Graham,
attention, so
Associated
we got to
Press.
be
Kind of
careful
a
how we
two-parter
say
here. Number
stuff
one
that
is
we say.
you said it was one of your worst games, and your dad kind of pointed it out too. Does that hurt more that's coming from your dad or from your coach?
No, we got on the phone before, like right after the game, actually, Like I know I played horrible. You know I played horrible. It wasn't like anything bad. It's just he played horrible. That's what happened.
And the second part is you've seen Travis every day in practice. Just for people who don't see him, is he a more elite receiver or a more elite cornerback?
Yeah. When you lose Travis, you lose 2 players. So him going down, that hurts also, because he's not going to be at corner or receiver when he goes down.
Hi, Shiloh. How do you feel Carter Stoutmeyer played in step with you not being on the field?
He played good. He's a guy, started off playing corner, then he came, filled in that role for safety, he held it down.
Good. Hey, Shiloh. Going up against Arizona Saturday, just how much film of last year's game do you watch, and just what's the challenge of going up against a pretty good passing attack?
Oh, last year's game they got different coordinators, so it's gonna be a little different. So, but you can still watch the players. So we watch film from every game.
Charlotte, what's up with these extras you're giving, bro?
When you look at the overall,
what are you doing, bro?
Where
You
guys
know
have come
you're
as a
media
program
savvy.
in
Are
the
you in
last
your
year and a
feelings?
half since being here? Obviously came so close, didn't win, but does it speak to how much progress you guys have made to be able to hang in there in a game like that, coming off the performance in Central Florida?
Yeah, we're not trying to hang in there though. That's a game we should have won. So it just seems like it wasn't going our way that day, and that's how it be sometimes. You might.
Is that a sign of progress though that you guys have made in the last year?
I mean, last year we had a whole bunch of close games too, so we're not really trying to have close games. And I think this is the same record it was last year right now, was it? So it's not. We got to keep going with it. We can't just quit now. I can't just quit now just because I had the worst game of my life. Like I know I'm good at football. I know I've been doing this for a long time. I know how to tackle. I made a lot of tackles in my career.
I'll push back on that.
I'm not gonna let everybody. Oh, you trash. You can't do
Man,
this. You can't
speak,
do that.
y'all.
You can't do
Harry,
what I can't
God
do. I've
damn.
done it already, and you probably haven't done it. So I've done
I
it.
got
I know I'm
pushback.
capable of. And this team, we
Nigga
won.
did his,
One
they
big
didn't,
game.
they didn't get, they didn't say
So
sorry in
we
his
just
own
gotta
way,
go do
Harry.
it.
God damn, Harry.
Charlie, you mentioned being 4-2 at the halfway point, just
I
like
got
last season.
pushback.
Your dad has talked about how he feels this
goes
team
on
is
a tackle.
different. From your
Hit.
perspective, what do you feel like is the biggest difference from last year's team to this year's team, where you guys
Oh,
can prevent
man.
kind of what happened in the second half of last year?
Just the guys we have, as I was saying before the season. We got some good guys. We made some good upgrades, even some great coaches. And we truly actually want to go out there and win every
Coach
game.
Prime go
We
already?
don't feel like no team's better than us.
Cam did a really good job holding down the fort while you were gone, and he's starting to get some national recognition. What's it kind of like sharing the field with him? And is it an honor?
Yo, I second that motion. We're gonna keep the interview going, but I second that
Cam's a
motion.
great player.
Do
He's
y'all
been good
feel like
since Jackson State.
there's
He played
any
high
team
school,
better than
he's been
Colorado
doing
this
for a
year?
long time. Y'all
I don't
already
see
know
any team being better than Colorado after that game. I felt like Colorado was the better team, but it just came up short. I want to know how y'all feel while we wait for the other guys to come on.
Look,
Yeah.
I did say it. I did say, sorry, I'm not be quick. I did say it. I said, listen, I'm upset because I don't feel K-State was better than us. I feel we choked it up. And I said, look, I'm emotional right now, Harry, but we were at home. We had this game. We took the lead.
We did have this game, man.
We had this game in the hand. I was like, I'm watching it. I'm like, I can't wait to go on Harry's show and say, I told you. I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? Oh my God. I'm like, what? So that was my emotional. But looking at it from a now normal standpoint, we literally had the game in hand. We took the lead. We just
Hey,
needed to
Harry,
stop.
let me say
Yeah.
something
That's it.
before you.
Oh, these interviews. Okay, so these interviews are going. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tim. Go ahead, Tim. I'm gonna cue him up. Go ahead.
We just gotta be ourselves
Oh.
earlier on.
Hold on, I'm gonna listen.
No, make your statement. I'm
I'll
trying to
hold my-
cue it up.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I'm gonna be critical of players.
Mhm.
These are young men that wants to go to the NFL. It's gonna
Mhm.
get worse there. So I'm protecting the 10-2 that I stated in the preseason.
I know. I put
And
that
I'ma
on the
be
thumbnail for
critical.
you.
You know what I mean?
I put
He
that on the
just
thumbnail for you.
yeah, he just even stated that he was a patient running back. We've been saying man, Shiloh takes some bad angles,
Yeah,
which displayed this week as well.
yeah,
So I'm gonna be critical, man. I'm protecting 10-2, but go ahead.
yeah. Okay, let's fire this one up.
All right, guys, BJ Green here. Let's start. Let's raise hands, and we can get a mic to you. Who wants to go first? Buddy, Tyler.
No, the pain these guys
Hey,
feel.
BJ,
Look
Tyler
at
King
his
with
eyes,
BJ.
boy.
You got 2 sacks the other day. It seems like the defensive line as a whole, Tajay McCoy's got
Man.
a couple the last couple weeks. Seems like the defensive line as a whole is starting to get pressure in the backfield. How much do you guys feel like the
I feel like it's
work you
game
put in the
day,
last
man. I feel like it's
couple
game
weeks is
day.
really starting to pay off, and you're starting to show that?
I think we trust our training, we trust our teachings. You know, obviously, we having a Hall of Fame influence in our room, having NFL experience in our room, and just having all those, like, we got a 3-headed monster at coach. So we got Sab, we got D-Lou, we got Coach Dancy. So just trusting that training, and like I said before, you know, they come in splashes, and you know the dam broke, so now it's really open season. So just a race to the quarterback at this point.
Adam, go ahead.
BJ, what's
You
kind of
say
your
it's
early
open season,
impressions
y'all.
of Arizona and kind of the challenge
Yo,
that
do y'all
awaits you
feel
guys
this?
down in the desert?
The
I'm real
energy
familiar
just
with
changed
them.
in the
You
room
know,
when
it
he
kind of
comes
remind
on.
me of us on offense. You know, they're gonna drop back and they're gonna throw that ball. You know, for his really good football player, they're a really good football team. So we just got to be us, like the same thing. We've got the same approach. So just got to be us and attack the week.
Hey, BJ, Pat Graham, Associated Press. When you go up against Shador and that offense every day in practice, how does that prepare you for like Arizona and other teams? Just how much does it prepare you for what you have to do?
It prepares us for a similar drop back, you know, being able to see the quarterback depth, you know, what they like to do, those tendencies, you know, being able to see a quarterback's tendencies like that and be able to match like certain tendencies with an opposing team and what they like to do, you know, his scramble tendencies, you know, it really prepares us for certain things like that.
Hey, BJ, just what have you seen from Tajay McCoy and him kind of breaking out as a young player?
He reminds me of myself my freshman year, you know, having those third down opportunities, like seeing him flash like that gives me reminiscent of like how I got started in this Power 5 football. So seeing him do that, I can't be happier, you know, like just being able to give him those bits and pieces so that way when I'm gone, you know,
Tajay's been a dog for
he
us,
has
though.
those things that he can push forward and he can be that guy that steps in the shoes and people can look up to. Because at the end of the day, you want to be the person that gives them and they can pass that on.
When you went back and watched on film, where did you feel like the breakdowns came in the run game, especially like the first 3.5 quarters?
I feel like everything that we struggle with, we just got to be ourselves earlier on. You know, like that's really all it is. It wasn't anything special that they did. You know, I think we just beat ourselves, like Coach Prime said before. Like we really let that one go, and that's something that we have to do self-reflection on. Like going like from the bye week to this week, you know, all I did in the bye week was watch the first 5 games and self-reflect on how I can correct certain things as far as the run and the pass. So when I got prepared for that, and then that's what showed up on Saturday, and that's why I feel like I had a good game. But that was my standard, and I feel like that's what we need to do. We need to self-reflect, go into that, correct those things, and have an even better game and play to our standard of football, play Colorado brand of defense like we know how to do.
Brian,
BJ, when you look at your first half, like how would you assess how you've played the first 6 games here?
I didn't play like myself the
Ooh,
first 5
shout out
games,
to
which is
kicker.
why, like I said before,
What are
I
y'all
had to
doing
go
over there?
on the bye week and look at what I needed to do and get back to who BJ Green is. And the Kansas State game is just a standard of what I do. Like it's not special to me. That's what I am expected to do, and that's what I'll be doing going forward, causing havoc like I set out to do.
Hey, BJ, you guys have faced a lot of teams that are kind of run-first teams. This week, maybe you get a team that wants to sling it around a little bit more. How exciting is that opportunity as a pass rusher?
Oh, it's amazing, you know, being to sit back there, you know. But like I said before, it doesn't change anything. Like Kansas State is a run-heavy team, but we produced it as far as the pass. Like it's something that Coach D-Lou says every day. We got to earn the right to pass rush. It's the same thing this week. We got to earn the right to pass rush. And when it comes time for us to show up and it's pass and 3rd and long or 2nd and long, we'll be there.
Hey, BJ, how you doing? Coach Prime
This is
said,
gonna be in the NFL,
Saturday
bro.
game back, he can see you getting 2 sacks every
His
game.
energy is
You
different,
see yourself
bro.
doing that?
It's my standard
This
of football.
dude's NFL right
that's
here.
what I said before. I have to get back to who BJ Green is, and that's who I am. That's what I do, and that's what I'll be doing going forward.
All right. Anything else for Mr. BJ Green? All right.
I don't want to see
Good.
him in the
Good,
alley,
sir.
bro. Like,
Yeah.
Son's energy is different. Like, I don't want to see Son in the alley in Brooklyn anywhere, not even in Queens. I don't want to see him in that alley. Like I feel like he has that energy that they let one go. Because I saw the defense in that victory formation. I saw them, the ones that really were not just the ones, but I saw some of those guys still scratching and hoping like K-State would make a mistake so they can get the ball back to Shador. Bruh, I feel like the energy that Colorado came away from with this game, I think the Utah, not the Utah, but the Nebraska loss gave us that couple of game energies that we went with. This loss, and I want you guys to speak on this. If you feel the same way or you want to push back, that's fine. But I feel like this loss is not going to go to waste. I feel like the energy that they got from this one, where we went down to, we just got one play and we just want more plays, that energy is going to translate to the very first quarter in with Arizona. What do y'all think about that? And we can start backwards. Let's start backwards with this one. Let me go Tim Smith first.
Okay. The last three, I feel like the energy is going to translate to this Arizona game. But I do want to say this. I feel like the last 3 minutes, because I went back and looked at the last few minutes of the game when CU scored, then K-State got the ball back and went down
3 plays, bro.
3 plays in the end zone. Prior to that,
that hurts, man.
I feel like and somebody can push back if they want to, but I feel like Livingston, that's the only point of the game I feel like he dropped the ball, because you were blitzing prior to that interception. You were blitzing heavily. Now it's when we scored, it's like y'all got real comfortable. I would have kept that same pressure, because I felt like you were rattling K-State quarterback at the moment when he threw that interception. So I feel like the last 3 minutes of the game, I feel like Livingston, and I hate to.
So
Your
he did.
audio went, Tim.
So just a little pushback. If you look at the film on the excuse me, not the intercept, but the touchdown that they got us on the 3 plays, Livingston did bring pressure. I mean, there was someone in his face, except because it was a design play and we were in man, we just got beat on it.
Well, I think instead, okay, within the last 3 minutes, right? Y'all tell me if I'm wrong or not. With the last 3 minutes, and they had already psychologically, ruined us with the run. So and our coach is starting to play heavy run and cheat in. I think this should have went zone, unless it was already zone and I didn't know it. I feel like you go zone so that way you can watch everything coming at you, because at this point they've already sold the run so heavily and something's coming at you that you may not be prepared for. So the zone is the best way to cover that and not man. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that thought?
I agree. I agree that you bring the safeties back because you want at least some protection just in case, because we haven't seen it the entire time. And I spoke on this last week after the game. I said that on the first play, I'll give you that one, but I see what you're doing. I'm going to bring the safeties back to protect against it. If they would have done that, we wouldn't be in that position. We win the game.
Hey Tim, you want to finish your thought, because you were saying something, then your audio went.
Oh, I was just gonna say the last part. I was just gonna say that's my personal opinion. I just felt like they should have kept bringing heavy pressure with the blitz in the last 3 minutes of the game versus playing conservative.
Okay, let's go ahead and add Coach McKinney to the show. Coach McKinney, how you doing today, man? Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. You might have to unmute. All right, so Coach McKinney is going to unmute whenever he's ready. He's prepared. Let's go ahead and listen a little bit to. I think this is who is this? Who's this on here?
And Travis, Jimmy, everyone went down late in the game.
Wester.
Next man up mentality. I feel like our receiver room, we got depth in there of guys who can come in and play and perform just as Travis, as Jimmy, and all those other guys too. So I just mainly just told them, like, next man up, let's go, like, step up. It's y'all time now. So all that y'all feel like y'all can play on Saturdays, like, now it's time to show it. That's all I just told them.
Jonte, just throughout this season, how do you feel like you and Shador's relationship has grown and developed?
I think it's just getting started for we just giving you previews, little sneak peeks. I don't feel like we fully had a complete game where me and him was just on the same page completely. I think we're growing day by day, and it's only going to get better, and it's only going to go up from here.
Jonte, Tyler King with the Denver Gazette. Obviously, if you guys aren't able to get Travis and Jimmy back for this week, how much does it help that yourself and Will are you kind of used to having that number one wide receiver workload? Does that give you confidence that you guys won't have much of a drop off just because you're used to that kind of high workload?
Like I said, I feel like our receiver room is really deep and has a lot of experience. Even the young guys who don't have actual game time experience, just the way they practice and attack the day. I feel I'm real confident in our group, and I don't think it's going to be any fall off if they don't play.
Oh, excuse me.
Ball team, so we just got to. I can't be as far as.
How you doing?
Developed.
So let me get your thoughts on that. Let me bring on Coach McKinney. Coach McKinney, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. If you're not ready, you're not ready. I get it. All right, T. Nolan, are you still here?
Yes, sir. Still here. Still here.
Cool. Hey, Coach McKinney, whenever you're ready, let me know. Drop me a comment in the private chat. Let me know if you're having issues with your microphone or whatever. But we'll come to you in a second. So, T. Nolan, your thoughts on the receivers room. How deep is this receivers room? And do you think we survive with T. Mac and Lamonius Craig, and especially with Noah Fafita being able to sling it like that?
I think we survive. I think we took more of a hit than we realized with the ace in the hole. We've had an ace in the hole that's a number one on anybody's team. And man, I did not know that Omarion Miller broke his ankle. Man, that hurt more than we realized. That dude there, he ready in his sleep. That right there was the ace in the hole. He is the unsung hero, man, that he don't have to start. You wake him up, get him up anytime, and he's a number one, and he always performs like it. That hurt us more than anybody else going down, including Jimmy. Travis is Travis, but Omarion Miller, that dude there, he was the secret ace number one that played a role as a number two. But man, that really hurt right there.
Yeah. For you to have a guy like Omarion Miller at a number two, you're like, wait, he's a starter. His abilities to catch the ball and make a play on the ball. He was the one that caught the ball, had the wherewithal. He was very astute to understand. He understood, like, oh, I'm not down yet. This guy is down, and I'm laying on top of him. So let me go ahead and get up and run for the touchdown. And he was able to do that. So it's just like, all right, okay. So Dion is up. We're gonna continue this, but give me a second, guys. Let me put on Coach Prime. Let's see. Y'all see Coach Prime on here? Hold up. Let me refresh this.
Lather, rinse, repeat. It never feels like enough. It's not your products. It's your water.
CU, the 7 CU player to catch a TD pass in 5 straight games, 7 touchdowns, 26 receptions, highest percentage of touchdowns, receptions in 69 years at CU. Wow. CU is one of the two schools nationally with multiple receivers with 6 or more TDs. Awesome. Sacks, the Buffs had 9 sacks in the last 2 games after having 5 in the first 4.
Sacks. Okay.
BJ Green got his first 2 sacks Saturday against K-State. Awesome. Tajay McCoy had 3 sacks in the last 2 games. Defense giving up 7 points of turnovers this season on 6 turnovers. CU ranked 7th nationally, and the 1st in Big 12 in red zone defense. Injury, Travis should play for certain on Saturday. Jimmy as well. Timmons, Marion, those two guys are probably out, and Will Shepherd should play as well.
That's just one
Great
out.
game. Came out on the short end. We did not play indicative of who we are. We didn't stop the run. It is what it was. Move on. Let's flip the page. Let's get ready. Let's focus. Had a good week, a good day of preparation today. Had a great practice. The guys flew around, got to it. Defense was truly physical today. It was a great day of practice. I love to start off the week in that manner. Let's go.
Hi, Coach.
Okay,
How you
so one
doing?
Good.
injury.
How are you?
Maybe two
Nikki
injuries.
Edwards, Hughes Sports Report. After coming off such a close game against Kansas State, what is the message this week? What's the focus this week to get ready for Arizona?
Accountability. Everyone must take accountability in their efforts, their preparation, the habits that we incurred in the game, the things that we didn't do well at, to really hold yourself accountable to those things. Let's see you put it in to work today, the weight room, film room, training room, to get healthy and ultimately out on the field so we can improve the areas of concern. So the guys took it upon themselves, and they came out there with certainly a different attitude. Sometimes you get intoxicated a little bit with winning and start thinking that you're really like that. And this Saturday was a wake-up call for a multitude of us.
Hey, Coach, I noticed on the well-off video yesterday, you talked about how maybe there's some new standards for guys who will and won't practice day after games. Did I read that into that correctly? And could you maybe explain your thinking behind that?
When you're coaching, you're always trying to up the level. You're always trying to take your team to the next level, take your business to the next level, take your life, your relationships, anything to the next level. And when you step out of it for a moment and you think about it, you say, okay, I know I'm trying to take care of the guys that play 60% of the snaps and give them a day rest. And you try to really develop some of the other guys that didn't get the opportunity to play. That's the whole thought process. But if you give up several sacks and you see the guys over there, what does that say to the team? What does that say for the teammates? You got to really think about all those things. If we giving up deep balls and you over there chilling, and you just, your teammates looking at you like, hey, shoot, why are you not there? You need to be working on your game. Same thing with the giving up 200 yards rushing, over 200 yards rushing. Every linebacker should want to practice that day. So that's the thought process, just challenging these guys to work on their craft, work on their game, to take it to the next level if they want to be pros. If you don't, I understand. But when you came in, you said you do that, we're going to hold you accountable to that. That's the thought process behind it.
Hi, Coach. Adam Munster, Tiger 24/7
Pleasure.
Sports. Hope you're doing well.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned Omari Miller's not going to play on Saturday.
Right.
What's your message for him? Is there a chance he might be able to come back at
I
some
don't
point this
know.
season?
I really don't know. I think he had surgery yesterday. So I don't think he'll be back this season. I mean, our message is for him is to get yourself together when it's time to rehabilitate yourself and get in the right frame of mind so you could come out bigger, stronger, and faster and better. Because the kid is, I would say, fifth man. That's one of the best fifth men in the country. If he's our fifth receiver, which we don't say that, but he's one of the best in the nation to me. And I'm proud of him.
He
I'm
really
proud
is.
of him for just staying focused, knowing he wasn't a starter, but he had the ability to start. But when he came in, he gave you everything he had. Proud of him.
Hey, good morning, Coach. How you
Yes,
doing?
sir. Good.
Good. Mike Lamonte, FI360 News. So, question: being that you're probably one of the most popular people on the planet,
I don't know about that. It's arguable.
You and the former president, how does your faith help you navigate life being a leader?
Well, faith is everything to me because I don't flinch.
Yeah.
I trust God, not man. When we win, you guys write good things. When we lose, you tell the truth and you write bad things. So it's the same thing with our young men, same thing with our kids. You
Tell the
blow 'em
truth
up,
and write
you blow 'em
bad
down.
things.
You build them up to tear them down. So I don't flinch. I try to rock steady because I trust God and not man or woman.
How about write
So
the
I'm
truth?
thankful and appreciative to have the relationship I have
I love
with
her.
my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because I've been down before. But, and oftentimes when we testify, we don't testify about everything. We testify about the things we just want you to know about, not the depth of where God brought me from, not the thought process that what I really wanted to do, I didn't actually do it. And he brought me from that. We don't testify about that because we don't want you to know who we really are. So we keep on this mascara. so to bit. Good question, though.
Brian, go ahead. Hey, Coach. Brian,
How you doing?
the camera. I have 2 questions for you. First off, just Arizona. It's a familiar foe you guys saw last year. What do you see out of them this year?
Arizona's I say this every week, but I'm not lying. It's a well-coached team. These got a great quarterback, I feel. One of the best receivers in the nation, if not the best, arguably. This kid is certainly a pro. Let's start right there. You got to deal with those two. Quarterback can make all the throws. He doesn't look to run, but he can run. But he has tremendous escapability. They got running game, and they can move the ball. They can move the ball up and down the field. Defensively, they got some big guys in the middle. They're stout versus the run somewhat. I'm not going to say they're vulnerable on the pass. Everybody seems like they're vulnerable to what we have out there at receiver. But these guys play complementary defense, and they get after it, man. They get to the ball. They're relentless. They attack the predators on the field. They get to the ball, and they make plays. So it's going to be a tremendous task.
He's obviously one of the best in the country.
Receiver core?
As a corner, how much did you get kind of amped up when you were going against like the elite receivers? And
that was my life.
Yeah.
I didn't have to get amped up. That was my life.
So did you get like going against Jerry Rice, things like that?
That was my life.
Okay.
You don't get amped up when that's your life. It's like saying you get amped up to get in the car. I'm going to do that anyway to come to work. That's my life.
Coach Rylan Scholes from Ralphie Report.
Yes, sir.
So you were 4-2 at the same point last season, 4-2 again. How much of a difference do you see in the group last year and the group this year?
Well, let's start with the coaches. The coaching staff is tremendously different. Very talented, truly smart, intelligent, and understands what we have inside this locker room. The young men we have on this team is truly different. I think you could tell that by at least 5 scouts coming to practice every day. So I don't compare yesterday to today, and I would hope that you wouldn't either in your personal life, because it's a whole new day, whole new year, whole new time, whole new thought process, whole new outlook on life. And I don't look at yesterday and compare those two, not whatsoever. But that's a great question. But this is a whole different team, and I'm proud to coach it.
It is.
I really am.
I agree.
Hey, Coach, John Treach, 9 News. How resilient is your team?
Our team is truly resilient, but we shouldn't be in that position. I don't like to be in that position that we have to show you that real resilient. We are at home. We should be in that position. We should make the plays that come to us. We should get off the field and make the stops that we know we're capable of making. If all 11 of us do the thing that we're supposed to do and execute the play that's called. But I am so proud of these young men in so many aspects. But then again, I want to hold them accountable in those same aspects, because I want this relatable to life, not just the game. I want them to be able to succeed up under pressure as well as scrutiny in life, not just football. But I love what I saw. I really wanted to get down there and get in model range. I really did, because I know he was going to nail it. And I felt like if we just got it to overtime, if Shador wouldn't have got us down there to win it, we were going to win it because of just who we are and your resilience that you spoke about. We never gave up. That's what I love about him.
Hey, Coach, Pat Graham, Associated Press.
Yes, sir.
With every pass that Shador throws, his draft stock rises. I guess, how do you separate the coach and what he's doing from the father and what he's doing?
That's a good question.
I think you guys are concerned about that. We've always been what we are. We don't know it no other way. So it's quite easy for me because I've always been in this position with him. We walk down that sideline as the father. When we come back, I'm the coach. I think everybody knows that. You guys should know that by now. When we make our walk before the game, I'm dad. I'm saying things that a dad would say. When we come back, I'm the coach. I'm saying things that a coach would say. And from then on, I'm his coach.
Morning, Coach.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Scott Proctor at the Colorado end. You mentioned a little bit about T-Mac, Arizona's star receiver. He went for, I think, 109 yards, touchdown last year. From your perspective, what's the best way to try to slow him down? And obviously, you and Coach Livingston have a penchant for playing man defense. Is that something you?
Well, we don't
feel
want to give
comfortable?
away the game plan, but we're going to try our best. I mean, a lot of people have tried their best, but the kid is phenomenal. He's exceptional. That's why he's one of the best in the country. And as a quarterback, that one of his best friends that's going to find a way to get him that ball. It's kind of like what Shador and Travis does. So it's going to be a task, man. But I'm pretty sure our guys will be up for it. Kid is exceptional.
Hey, Coach, how are you?
How you doing?
Doing good. I saw a clip recently. I think you were with Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
And you shared a really personal story about when you were struggling with your mental health.
Right.
I'm just curious why you felt important to share that story.
Well, that was last year, I believe, when we recorded that. But it's still true to today. It's a lot of people, even in this room, that's struggling with success, struggling with failure, struggling with mediocrity, struggling with just being accountable. And no one talks about it, especially men. Women could talk all day about their trials and tribulations, but we want to have this bravado, and we don't know how to disclose things because we're scared that someone's going to say something about it. I'm not. I mean, if God allowed me to go through this stuff and he allowed me to reach a pinnacle of something, he wants me to be honest and transparent with you in every realm. And that's who I am. That's what I am. That's how I am. That's how I get down. So everything you hear me say is 100. I don't falsify nothing. I don't placate nobody. When you asked me about my kid, I told you the truth. Okay. When you asked me about the line last year, I told you the truth. Well, you attacked me for that, but you didn't attack me for the other one. I just wanted that to.
I took the drugs and the drugs are working. And the drugs are working. I took the drugs and the drugs are working.
I'll rebuke that
spiritual
in the
health
name of
is
Jesus.
serious.
I took
And
the drugs and the
we
drugs
had
is
an
working.
antidote to both.
What are we doing?
I rely on Jesus. And I can't tell you what to rely on, but that's my source. That's my strength. That's my doctor.
Hi, Coach Taylor.
How you
Sports
doing?
Illustrated. Fantastic. How about you?
Good.
Good. Just thinking about like the brotherhood through injury, through like trials and tribulations. How has that been looking like this so far in this year, like with your
That's
team
great.
and whatnot?
I mean, it's good that you recruit like you recruit. It's good that you sign players out of the portal that's already ready. It's good that we have a balance of youngsters that can step up and do the job. That's why we do what we do. It's hard to have a quarterback like you have, and then 3 or 4 guys go down, and you got a field full of freshmen. You got to understand what it looks like to a quarterback. Like, oh Lord, where am I going to throw? Who's going to get over? Who's going to run the right route? Thank God that we have a recruiting department that does a phenomenal job, that goes into the portal and get those guys that are already ready, as well as developing those young guys that may take that role on head on, like a bunch of them practiced today, because we gave a break to a lot of our guys that were limping and a little injured. We want them to be 100% come Saturday, not 100% on Tuesday.
Hey, Coach, Jack Harlow
Last
with
one.
the
Jack
Close Fire. Another close game for you guys on Saturday.
Yeah.
Had a ton of close games last year. Just overall, how have you seen your players kind of grow and embrace some of those close minutes? It's a low-score game late.
Like last year, I stated this early on in the season. Once upon a time, it was just hope. Like, man, we hope we can stay in this game. We hope we can do this. Now it's expectation. Like, we really expect to win those games.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff hurts, man. It hurts because we expect to win. We don't expect to compete. We expect to win. So in all aspects of life, on as well as off the field, I want our young man to expect to be successful. And that's where we are right now. Thank God. We have a bunch of like-minded men, as well as coaches, as well as support staff, that expect to be successful. That's why it hurts so bad. You quit reminding me of that, all right? Let me move on to Arizona, please. We good? Anybody else? So we got one more?
Want to do one more? One more.
Hey, Coach. Harrison Simeon, Skillbo Sports. Michael Welch saw the field a bit on Saturday.
Yeah.
Didn't log a touch. Do you expect him to be added back to the fold going forward?
I think he played. You got to understand he had a hamstring injury now that he was nursing, that he was trying to come back on. He didn't practice every day last week. So you kind of bring him back slowly. 2-3 may get the nod this week. Everyone else has started but him. So he may be that back this week that gets the opportunity to do his thing. So we kind of, it's not nothing that they didn't do well. It's just rotation, seeing who clicked with what. And the kid can play ball. All our backs are good, man. Charlie's good. Charlie ain't done nothing wrong. We just trying new things to see what fit. But thing about it, we gotta create holes so they can hit. We got to do that. And I'm pretty sure our linemen is going to take on that challenge tremendously. They had a great practice today, and I expected them to reap the benefits of those practices and with consistency. We good, everybody? Okay. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, so let's have some thoughts on this, guys.
Your comment about Shiloh, too much. I mean, Shiloh revealed it in his interview. He got to put film out. And to me, I personally think Prime has his father out there as well. He's a father as well, and not just a
You think
coach.
it's easy
To
to
me,
separate that?
yeah, it's hard to separate that. That's his son. I mean, you know that you have to bring your son up because it's the name says it all. Sanders. He's got to live up to some form of hype. He's going to the NFL. I'm going to put my son out there, regardless if he fails or not. I need to make sure that he's out there. That's my personal opinion on it. I
I have
think I
pushback
think
on that. It's
Yeah,
not
so
that
do
hard.
I. So do
Me
I.
too. Me too.
I
So who's
think
first?
based on
Let him finish his thought, and then Tim, you go first.
because of that, and I understand Shiloh is a safety that can go out there. He has years of experience and he's able to do all that. But when you claim, you make a comment like we'll bring him out, bring Welch in slowly, and then do the same thing and not do the same thing with Shiloh, that just tells me a little bit more than what he's saying.
Well, okay. Let me before we get the pushback from Tim. The hamstring injury they're trying to nurse was the cause of why he was eased in and not fully going like Shiloh. I don't know that Shiloh's injury. I think we're talking about two different things because you're saying is Shiloh was rusty. I think Micah is not necessarily that he's rusty, but the injury we got to go easy on it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I understand what you're saying when it comes down to that because you don't if it's nagging still, you don't go in there full blast. Okay, you ease him in there. But the same thing can be said with someone that's rusty. You don't put him in there when he's rusty. He
Oh
hasn't
no,
seen
no, yeah, we
the
agree with
te-
that.
the team is the defensive scheme has like progressed a lot since you've been gone. But because you haven't been on the team, you don't know the reactions of people, what's going to go on. So you ease him in there, but that's not
You
the
know what?
case.
I agree with that, and I think when you work with camaraderie and you work with people gelling and understanding, like at a certain point you start looking at dudes, you're not necessarily having to say words anymore. You just kind of give an eye, and they understand what you're thinking. I think that's important. That makes sense. But Tim, go ahead with your pushback, and then I got to get Coach McKinney in here.
Okay, I just want to make three little simple points. Two different injuries. You answered one of my pushbacks. Shiloh's seen a lot more college football than Michael Welch has. Number three, the hamstring. If he got a torn hamstring, you want to work him in slowly. That's the injury that ended my career running track because I tried to come back too early and actually tore it. So that type of injury, you want to work in slowly because you can mess your leg up even more, and he need his legs to run, not his arms.
Okay, yeah, that's true. So, all right, I think Coach McKinney, if you're here, you're looking like Dietrich Haddon on your picture. I didn't know you was light. What's up with all these light skinned dudes on my daggone panel, man? We got Cape Con who's light skinned. I didn't know Coach McKinney was light skinned. Y'all sounded like dark skinned brothers, but you end up being light skinned. Anyway, I don't have anything against y'all light skinned brothers, but I roll with the dark pack. Okay. Anyways, Coach McKinney.
Yeah, I'm not light skinned. I'm brown.
Well, you look a
Picture
lot
light.
light skinned. Okay, looking like Hezekiah Walker over there on your pictures.
All right, then.
Go ahead, please.
All right, so let's go from the beginning. I'm gonna piggyback off what man said about Coach Prime being there, and I always get on that part because I've been a father that's a coach that's coached his son. It is when you are a true coach and you're not playing daddy ball, it is easy to separate yourself from being a dad and a coach. Some people can't do it, but there are a lot of coaches that can do it. And then it comes down to how you train your child. Because if y'all got an understanding, like Coach said about him and Shador, and same way with Shiloh, they know the difference between that's dad and that's coach. And so you know how to maneuver and make your way. When it comes to Michael Welch being hurt, like my man said, A hamstring injury is something that you don't play with. You have to slow bring somebody back. My so I can understand that. My problem with Shiloh was he was rusty. I think they might have should have played Starmeyer a little more than what they did until Shiloh got up under him. But like my man said, Shiloh been playing college ball since his days at South Carolina. So it ain't like he's some scrub. The boy was always a 3-star or a 4-star, I believe, but he was getting recruited by a lot of SEC school, and that wasn't because of his dad. He was actually a really good athlete. When he was in high school, he was a both offense and defensive guy because he did play a little quarterback, but then his dad told him, if you want to go to college, you need to put your focus on the defensive side because of his height and everything. So, but when you look at Colorado as a team, and Harry, I'm going back to something I said a couple of weeks ago. It's been a while since I've been on here. I
Okay.
told y'all to be patient because I saw all the moves he made in the portal this summer and the things that he was doing. He was setting up. I was heartbroken that they lost to K-State. The only thing I was upset about was I wish Shador, instead of taking that deep pass, he should have took the shorter pass with Webster cutting across the field and just kept moving, just get the first down and then go down the field because he had a minute and 20 seconds left on the clock and it was 4th down. He only needed 5 yards. Get the first down and then make the throw. But I get it. He's a gunslinger. He wanted to take the shot, but that's the one time I was disappointed in his decision. He should have got the first down first because he had plenty of time. Even though they didn't have any timeouts, they still had time to get the ball down the field and get in field goal range. As the team as a whole, they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Case, the only thing makes me mad is we gotta stay on Pat Sherman because he gives up on the run too fast. He should have had the same exact game plan he had against UFC. He should have came out in a 12
Whoa.
personnel, double
Coach,
tight
coach,
ends.
coach,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. We
Go ahead.
remember this is the same narrative for Sean Livingston. And are you sure it's Pat Shermer making that call?
Sean
I don't
Lewis.
know if I will push back on this one. I don't know that we've had two coaches with the same mentality. Pat Shermer is a NFL coach, so he's always run first. I don't know if I can sit here in my seat and allow somebody to say that's Pat Shermer.
Well, Harry, on his interview,
Let him finish. CU fan. Let him finish.
I'm gonna finish up real quick then. If that's more Deion then Deion's gonna have to put his ego in check when it comes to throwing the ball so much. Because when you got a 3-man front, and we know this in high school, if we're faced with 3-man front, we'll line up with double tight ends and double team those 3 guys and lead up to the backers, and we're going to get 4 or 5 yards. That's elementary football right there. If you got 3 down linemen and I put in 2 tight end, double tight end, or even 1 tight end, I've got 6 linemen versus your 3. We can double team everything and get 3 or 4 yards. So for them to throw as much as they did when they kept giving them a 3-man front and they were only blitzing 4 to 5 guys, because even the head coach from K-State said it in the halftime, and he said it before the game. He said, I am not bringing more than 5. That he said, without a doubt, we're not bringing more than 5. I've got to keep guys back to play the pass. So if you know they're not bringing more than 5, then as a coach, I would tore into them old lineman butt, because we got to be able to move the ball on 5 guys. If I give you a tight end, even if we go double tight ends, 7 on 5, we got to win that battle. We just got to.
I'm just gonna put the pause button. I'm just gonna set this pause button right here, and yeah. So all right, let me get CU fan. Go ahead. You were speaking.
Yeah. So this is the same narrative that we've seen throughout the whole season and the season from the past. The fact that we still continue with the same narrative of it's the offensive coordinator's problems, which is either Sean Lewis or Pat Shermer. You know, we've been busting Pat Shermer for his scheme, which I think that's the whole perspective that Dion and Pat Shermer has come up with. But the perspective is, in overall, the decision making has always been prime, and it will always be prime. So if you see the same consistency of narrative from last year to this year, we have to point the finger to Prime. In this perspective of what we're looking at, if we're not running the ball, like last week, 10 runs. We gave up on the run, 10 runs. And for the most part, all the runs that I saw were up the middle in the same 10 scheme, 10 personnel. Why are we not? What happened to the double running back? I don't know what it's called, 21 personnel, I believe. What
That's
happened
a
to
pro
that?
set.
Yeah, what happened to that? Like we went from throw out the creative stuff to go back to the same narrative. That to me is a problem with Prime making the decisions to that. And I understand that he's done great things, and I'm not dousing him for what he's done. But I am bringing up the subject that it's the same narrative as I'm sorry, was it Coach? I don't know your name exactly.
It was Sean Lewis and Pat Shermer.
Hey,
Right.
can I say
So
something to CU fan real quick?
Go ahead.
Because I know it's a lot of other guys who want to talk on the panel. CU fan, Harry brought up in the beginning of the show about identity. In the interview that Prime just stated, he feel like there's no secondary in college football that can keep up with their wide receiver core,
Yeah.
which I agree. So that should further let anybody know that they are airing the ball out regardless. So I guess for me, that was just like an assurance that, you know what, if they do, cool. If they don't, cool. Because they're gonna air the ball out.
Yeah. So
And that's their
I don't.
identity.
So I don't disagree with you on that.
if
I
it's working,
understand that we
do
were a
it. If it's
passing
not,
team.
then maybe you need to mix it up. But if it's working, we can't argue if it's working, right?
So I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm absolutely not. We are a passing team 100%. That's why we got. That's why our wide receiver room is so packed. But what I am disagreeing with the fact is that it's the same narrative, or the narrative of how it's always going to be. Why are we always putting ourselves in a situation that we're looking at like, look at that, minus what was it, minus 29 yards this past week?
Yeah, minus 29 yards.
It's the same narrative. When we were running, we ran. I don't care if we run 100 yards, 75 yards. I'm always looking for at least 100 because I understand that we're not a running team. But if we can get around 100 yards, we keep the defense on a good, honest level as to say they may run. And if they break a run, it's going to cost us. But because it's always like, oh, we're protecting against the pass, it makes us that harder on the offensive line. It makes us that harder to be. We're predictable. The defense looks better on the other side. Whatever defense out there is out there. It just makes them that much better. I
So
mean,
let's share some data with that with what you're saying. The data is this: the time of possession is affected by the run game. So the more when Colorado runs the ball, the more we control the game. When we're passing, we're not we're just doing quick ins and outs, and we're not affecting the time of possession. When the third quarter came up, when the third quarter came up, it was we went straight to I think it was K-State controlled the ball for 8 minutes. There was only 6 minutes left on the on the daggone clock. So yeah, so the run is not just okay. I think the conversation. Let me just switch this up a little bit so you understand. If the pass is working, let's continue to pass. I get it, but I think we need to incorporate the run to control the clock a little bit more, because if you throw a pass and you get a 50-yarder and then the next thing is a 20-yarder, you score fast. There's a lot of time on that clock, and the other team is ahead. They're running. That's the first thing they think about is run. They're going to control the clock while you're always playing chasing football. So I think that's where we have to say, okay, Colorado, you need to figure out either. I don't know how you control the clock with the pass. Somebody can tell me. You football guys can tell me, but somehow, some way, we need to control the clock. The only way that I know is to run the ball. So y'all tell me, how are you supposed to control the clock with the pass?
In the K-State game, they could have controlled the time of possession with the pass. They could have ran out routes, and they could have ran quick slants. They could have dumped it off to Dylan Hayton that was open on the outside numerous of times. Well, I know at least one time when he went to Wester for that on fourth down. So little plays like that, you just eating up the clock and you moving the
Yeah,
ball down the field.
100%. I agree with you 100% because that's how you control the clock. Short routes, you chipping away with short yardage. That's I believe that's the West Coast offense where you do short routes and you control it.
All right, T. Nolan, what is your thoughts on this?
All right, just a couple quick points. Coach Prime said at the last 3 interviews, he keep telling us, but we're not listening. He said, I needed it to get close enough so that it can be modern time. Now, without saying it, he was saying we didn't need to go to Will Shepherd. We should have dumped that cross that Wester was doing. He said it, but he can't throw his son now because the game is over. Can't throw his son now under the bus. Now, when it comes to our running backs,
he's willing to throw the line under the bus.
well,
He's always
again,
willing, and he's an equal opportunity offender. He will
I
throw the line
agree.
under the bus all the time.
I agree, Harry B. But in this interview, even on today, what they played, when the reporter asked him a question about son and dad, he said, when I go down as dad. When I come back, I'm coach. Okay, now the game over. He dad again. He gonna protect son. Now, second thing, I love my quarterback, but to help the running game, the short game, Tom Brady, arguably the best quarterback ever played. If Tom Brady added 3.5% of running, can you imagine how much greater he would be? Shador, greatest passer, one of the greatest in the game right now. Do you see the turnaround that he did because he ran maybe 4% just against CU, the Florida game when they went down there, CFU? With him running makes that much more. It makes them respect. He said he scrambles just to pass. Well, sometimes you need to scramble to run or do a run play, get 2 yards, get 3 yards, get the first down, then make them respect you, throw the ball again. But that helps our running game. Now, when you got pounders that you give the ball, oh, we got to watch out for him. Or, well, Shador actually may run and not just run the pass, but it falls on the quarterback. He has to help our running backs. He has to help the front line. Even if you gain 3 yards, a lot of times we're going deep and we only need 3 yards for a first down. And he ended up dropping back and we get a 20-yard sack and all we needed was 3 yards. Sometimes it needs to be a design run. Get the first down, live to fight another one. But everything is all or nothing. We're going for the home run. But it will help the running backs if we establish some type of rate. Negative 30, 40, 50 yards for running for the entire game, that falls on the quarterback.
So let me ask you a question. The formation, right? Like coming down center and snapping the ball from down center as opposed to being in the shotgun. Who's responsible for that?
The quarterback, if he audibles and changes the play, that's another thing. I think Pat Shermer is calling a great game. But again, Coach Prime, he said it again. He said the play call is wonderful. We have to execute. He said, I get on Shador and say this, that, and other till he comes back to the side and tell me what he saw. So to the naked eye, he like, don't go down. You had a guy cutting across. He said, then he comes and explains what he saw. He said, then he, kind of let it go. So that's on the quarterback. He changes plays.
Yeah. Okay. So hold up. You're telling me that the shotgun formation and the down on center formation, that's on the quarterback?
Well, they don't never run Shador under center. Number one, he's always in shotgun. But it's say for instance, he sees something in the defense or in the defense. He could get up. He could change the play and get up under center and hand the ball off, or he could run play action. But that's all based on what he sees and how the defense is set up. But he don't never get up under center.
So let me ask you, what happened to our pistol formation? I haven't seen it in a while. We were doing good out of the pistol formation, but yet it's completely gone. Where's it at?
I don't even know. At the end of the day, man, I want to see. Listen, I think Shador, because he doesn't trust his O line, I think he's going to stay in shotgun because he feels like at least it gives me a running chance. Because if the line is breaking up, like the line cannot move anything to run the ball. So if the line is breaking up and you're that close to it, I think if you were Shador, that's what spooks you. And that's why you would stay back there, because you're like, well, if I'm way back here, 7 yards away, then it gives me a running chance, so I can at least know what's coming at me. But if I'm close, then maybe they'll catch me too soon.
But he running in the wrong direction.
Right. So I mean, like, think about it. Look at it like this: if we were in pro formation, um, what is it? 1-and-1 personnel, one running back, or even I don't think we have a fullback. We have running backs. I don't think we have fullbacks.
No, there's no more fullback in college football.
But if
In
we had a
football,
form,
period, I don't want to see no fullbacks in the NFL either.
well, it's rare. It's a dying breed.
Yeah,
But
it's a dead breed.
well, what I'm saying is like, imagine if you were in 11 formation, right? Tight end and a running back, right? Two wide receivers. Imagine if that. Okay, he's under center, and his, you know, your design runs are is a zone play, off tackle, give it to Welch, hit him hard, and then you have so many looks that you can go out of that formation to design the run. And then when they're not looking, because they're looking at it as a run, throw in a pro waggle in there and just throw it right there to the wide receiver. It's you if you can get something like that, you know how much you can get going on with the pass. But unfortunately, we don't do that because Shador is concerned about the offensive line. But if you give the offensive line the opportunity to pound the rock when that pass comes, because if you look at Tyler Brown. Tyler Brown is a monster. He can push people around. There's a huge difference between pushing and then holding. You have to be able to give Tyler Brown the ability to push people around. When you're holding people, Tyler Brown, what made the Cowboys? I forgot his Larry Brown, I believe. I think his name is Larry Brown. That guy was a monster. He would push people around. I mean, that's who Tyler Brown is. Give him the
What's the
opportunity.
difference? If you're blocking for the pass, you still have an opportunity to push your guy around if you can. Push him out of the
Well,
way.
you're holding people more than you are pushing, because when you can squat, and I'm just throwing out a number out there, when you can squat, let's say 800 pounds, and you're pushing with your legs with a forward motion, you move people. But when you're holding, you're doing more of a deadlift than you are a squat. You see what I'm saying? Where you're holding people around now, the amount what you could do is different. So when you hold them up, you may not be good at deadlifts. Your strength is in your thighs, and you're absolutely you can crush people on the run. There's so many there are so many people in the NFL right now, and in the college as well, that are better run scheme blockers than they are pass blockers. And in this case, we're not giving our offensive line that opportunity. We're forcing them to be pass blockers. That's it.
Can I ask a question? All right.
Yeah, go ahead, K.
Okay. Um, I agree with most of what's been said. I don't want to repeat anything. What I'm listening to is what CU fan is saying. Um, the different line. Your question was, so what's the difference though? The difference is timing. And I'm going to go back to UCF again because that is where we proved it that we do this. It's just a matter of a mindset. So there were 20 yards or more There was 20. There was about what 21 completions from Shador. In the UCF game, I'm talking about overall completions with deep balls included. But sorry, not 21. Out of the total 21, I think only 2 or 3 were deep. He had 10 or less yard throws of the 19. If my numbers are off, double check. But do you know what that did? It allowed the offensive line to build rhythm, which you got to do, because you got to understand who's rushing and so you can pick up. Because sometimes rushers have tendencies to repeat the same rush. It's a rush technique. Because if you weak at blocking or you miss your block, you give him confidence to try new things and will move away from the technique. At UCF, we kept our stance. Then they lose. The Russians had no. They weren't winning as much. The only sacks I give was Shador running into the sack. So if we go back to that basic of scheme and different formation and different looks, where we tell Shador, listen, mate, Shador played into the scheme against UCF, which proved you have to check out of everything. We go back to that and say, listen, Shador, your O line needs time to build a rhythm. So let's do in the first 10, 15 plays, intermediate short routes. Whoever's available that you trust, or we go to one guy for the first 3 down, for get first down, a second and short, we give it back to that guy. Then we run the ball. What are we saying to the defense across the other side? You guys are stop. You can't stop the pass, stop the run. You can't stop the run, We keep them on their toes. 21 balls were thrown. 3 deep balls were completed in the UCF game, attacking UCF. Why can't we go back to that? That gives timing, rhythm, and confidence. Then you see Tyler Brown pushing guys like they're not even there. Hayden's touchdown. Wasn't he patient in the hole? Just before he broke the hole, you guys talked about disguising. Who talked about disguising the run with a where he sits on the center and then he makes like he's gonna pass as he drop backs and then he just gives it the running back. He did that against UCF. Hayden's touchdown. Not so much exactly that, but similar. Where was the guy in the backfield looking? He thought Shador was passing to the receiver, but they were blocking. They got pushed. I think was it Tyler Brown or Zelinkas? There were 3 linemen pushing three defensive linemen out the way. The hole was wide as a Grand Canyon. So if we do those things, which I know we can, we're gonna win the game versus Arizona. There's no doubt. But if we do this vanilla, we think like Prime said in the interview, when you get used to winning, you start thinking you're good at what you do, and then that's not the case. So what is he saying there? We lost focus.
So okay, so that's why I said earlier on in the show, at the top of the show, that the Colorado that came away from this game is a dangerous Colorado. And the reason why I said that is because the hurt and the pain that I see in DJ McKinney, not DJ McKinney, but DJ, whatever the other DJ. There's too many DJs. But anyways, the guy from Arizona.
BJ Green.
BJ Green. Yeah. Thank you. The energy I feel from him. I don't know if Black Bully's going to play this time, but I saw Black Bully trying to crawl his way and try to get us the ball back. I feel like Colorado's a dangerous Colorado right now for the Big 12. I don't know that there is any team that is really hands down better than Colorado. I don't see that. I'm looking around the league. I'm looking back on my research. I'm looking at individual players. We got the best quarterback. We got Travis Hunter. Ain't no receivers room in the Big 12. I don't even know in college football. I know Alabama has 2 good wide receivers, but we got like 6. We had 6. Colorado, like we just kept going down, and the more we went down, the more I didn't lose any faith in receivers when we lost like 3 top guys. So that's why I'm like, I don't know that any one team is really better than Colorado. Colorado lost by 3 points, but I felt like Colorado lost the game because number one, the run defense did not show up like they did the last 5 games, the previous 5 games. Mm-hmm. So where is Colorado going from here? Let's talk about that before we get up out of here. Where do y'all see Colorado as far
got a
as the big
problem.
picture, right now, I'm showing you guys the statistics for the Big 12 leaders, right? Shador in passing, he stands at the top of the Big 12. I already shown you the Big 12 as far as like the Colorado is number 6 in the Big 12 standings. But the numbers are not really telling you the whole story.
They're gonna run into one problem, Harry.
What's that?
Colorado, let's say Colorado wins out. If they don't lose another game, they're gonna run into a problem. This thing could come to a 3-way tie. If Iowa State is to beat BYU, then that will give BYU one loss. Colorado will have one loss to Kansas State. Kansas State has one loss to BYU. You're going to have a 3-way tie. You could easily have a 3 to 4-way tie. And the bad thing about that is Colorado could get left out of the championship game due to losing to Kansas State, even though they got one loss.
I got a little pushback, coach,
Go ahead.
on that. Only reason I have this pushback is because of Coach Prime. Based off of your scenario, if it's a 3-way tie, and now we're not gonna look at who lost to whom. It's gonna all be about dollars and cents. And if you put Colorado,
but I think they have a tiebreaker rules though. I think tiebreaker rules go based off of where you were projected at the beginning of the year, or either I know points plays a part in, but I think also what you got projected at the beginning of the season.
well, I'm talking about dollars and cents.
I get that part. That they'll go to a
Okay.
good bowl game, but when it comes to that conference championship, it's not about the money. They have to go by a tie-breaking system. There is a tie-breaking system in there. When it comes to
Right.
bowl games, now that's a different story. The committee would find a way to get Colorado into the playoffs if it did come down to that, and they're not playing in the conference championship. That committee's going to find a way to vote and put them in a position where they can get in because what you just said, because of the money.
That goes by record. So let's say BYU and Iowa State have the best record, but let's say that let's say Colorado wins the conference. Colorado automatically goes in, but because of the record, one of them also. So you still can have 2 in the playoffs from the Big 12.
Right. But if you got a 3-way tie and Colorado is tied, you got to remember that Colorado got 2 losses.
DC
Kansas
said that
State got
Iowa
2.
and BYU don't play each other.
So it still wouldn't matter.
Iowa
Whoever
State
wins
does
the
play
conference.
BYU.
No. BYU plays Iowa State.
Yes. And
Yeah, they play-
Arizona State.
And Arizona State.
So DC, what you talking about, DC? Why you messing with me? Hold on.
And
Let me
still, one of them were going to get in automatically, even if they don't win the conference championship. So you still could have 2 going into the playoffs from the Big 12.
BYU got an uphill battle. I'm not gonna even lie. I looked at the rest of their schedule.
So y'all said BYU plays Iowa. I don't see on their schedule. There's no Iowa State on their schedule.
How they not play Iowa State though? They all in the Big 12.
Look at the schedule. The remaining schedule, right? BYU played Baylor. They play Arizona. They beat Arizona, right?
Right.
The remaining schedule, there is no Iowa State.
But don't we play BYU? So we saying that Colorado, that's a lot.
We don't play BYU.
And see, that's what I don't understand. The Big 12 is split up. I don't understand how they don't have BYU and Iowa on that side of the schedule. Because Iowa State plays West Virginia. They play Houston. But I don't understand how they're not playing BYU, and we're not playing BYU either.
Right, we don't play BYU. Let me post Colorado's schedule. This is the remaining schedule right here.
Yeah.
Colorado's going to play Arizona, Cincinnati, Texas Tech, Utah, Kansas, and then OSU in the end. All of these have become winnable games for Colorado. After the K-State game, every single game left on the schedule is a winnable game for Colorado. The only one that
I
I
don't
see
think
give us a
I don't
trouble is
think K-State
Texas
gonna win
Tech.
out.
Texas
I
Tech
don't
is the only game that I think is going to give us a hard time.
I
I
don't
invite
expect
pushback.
Kansas State to win out though. I don't
Hey,
expect Kansas State to win out.
even I don't either. Even though Kansas is playing as bad as they are, that's gonna be I feel like that's gonna be a challenge for us a little bit because they got a quarterback that can run the ball. Um and he's fast. And if he see any crease, he's taking off. But and he can spin it, but and they got a running back.
But you know what? He's down right now.
Oh,
Mentally,
okay.
psychologically, bruh, he down. So I don't know
Yeah.
if he's gonna be a wounded dog that we're gonna have to worry about, but he down right now. This dude, maybe his NIL did not come through and he don't care. But right now, bruh, overall, look at their freaking record, bruh. Kansas, this like overall, they're 1-5. So something's happening in that locker room. I don't know that it's the players. I think the players can play.
They probably didn't tap out.
Yeah, they're tapped out. Like
I'm still here.
mentally they're tapped out. I think something's happening in that locker room. There's no way these guys
Hello,
haven't. Hello?
Harry.
Yeah. What happened?
Is anybody there?
We're hearing you. Can you
We
hear
can
us?
hear you.
Get off that payphone, coach.
I'm not on the payphone.
Coach, he said you want to pay
I
for
can't hear
day.
you guys,
You
but
found.
I can hear you talking, but I don't hear nobody else.
Oh no, we're here. I was the only one talking. Nah, so you good. You good. So, but yeah. So I think, look, I think Kansas is wounded. I think they're wounded, and we're gonna play our best game against Kansas. But I don't know that we're worried about anybody except Texas Tech for the rest of the schedule. Texas Tech is
I
the only
agree.
team. Texas Tech is the only team that I'm looking at now, and I'm like, all right. So I know that they fly around on the defense. They're gonna get at Shador, but again, I think the game plan is gonna be good enough to beat them. So the rest of the schedule is beatable. Now,
Okay, let me ask you this, Harry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, we just went up against a coach, which we should have beat Kansas State.
Right.
But he's the same coach that's from NDSU that won all them national championships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he has a great, well, he has a good coaching mentality as far as balance of the game, run, pass, etc. But we're going to go up against that same, if not better, mindset of a head coach in Oklahoma State. Kind of like what DC stated last week. You don't know what type of Oklahoma State you're going to get each and every Saturday
Mm-hmm.
because they can play and they
Okay.
got a good head coach. So I would not just write Oklahoma State off.
No. It's not a write-off, but guess where we're playing them and when we're playing them.
Yeah, we're playing them at the end of the season at home. I understand
And
that.
that's a
But,
whole nother Colorado.
well, true.
That Colorado is going to be Colorado right now, after losing that close game, 3 points, and the way that they lost and the energy that I feel right now in that locker room that's in there. If I was the fan base of another team and knowing that we got the best quarterback, I would be afraid. I'm not talking from a standpoint of, oh, I'm just a fan. I'm literally saying that if you look at the way Colorado lost to the number 18 team, and this should have put us away. I would be afraid as a fan knowing that Colorado is coming to Arizona, Cincinnati, Texas, Utah, Kansas, OSU. By the time we catch them, I think we might embarrass them. That's the fan in me. But I think we're going to embarrass OSU. That's just my thoughts. Because they're our last game. And please do not let it be a game where we need to make a bowl.
Well, you know what? Only reason I have that concern is because we showed a game where we could stop the run. We showed a game where we couldn't stop the run.
Mhm.
Okay, going forward, some of these teams, like OSU, they
Mhm.
got a good running back, doc, a big physical running back that can run. So who are we going to get? Is my question. I guess that's where I'm at with it. Like, okay, who are we going to get?
You mean which team?
Yeah, which team? The team that stops the run or the team that don't stop the run?
Oh, okay. I see what
So
you're
that's
doing.
my
I see what you're
questioning.
doing. Listen, I feel something, and let me just express it. Colorado was embarrassed because those guys, they know how to stop the run. And I don't know that we're going to get another DJ Giddens for the rest of the season. Ain't nobody as big and strong and can run like DJ Giddens. Because remember now, UCF was also a run team that we stopped, but unfortunately we faced a running DJ Giddens that we just didn't have no answers for. But now that they know what's coming, now that they know, okay, so we get somebody like this again, I don't know that there's another DJ Giddens. Look on our schedule.
There's nobody left on this schedule in the
That's
Big
a DJ
12.
Giddens.
That's a DJ Giddens. But
The running back from Oklahoma State, he is. He like that, and Kansas State shut him down.
He's not a shifty back like DJ Giddens. He's a north and south, but he's big. He's bigger than DJ Giddens, I believe, and he's physical. So, like Shallow coming up to make that hit on DJ Giddens, he hit that dude from Oklahoma State. Somebody's gonna get hurt. That's how big he is.
This is important that we're Surf saying we're going to bring the best out of every team, which is fine. But the thing that we saw out of K-State, remember I told you guys the pre-game commentary that we did, I said that how we lose is important. And I felt like we lost the way that gave us strength. We didn't lose the loss was not demoralizing like Nebraska, right? This loss was
agree.
What you say?
I would agree 100%.
Right. This loss was not like, oh, we had no answers or we couldn't hold them or anything like that. I think this loss was more so on us because we make a few more stops. If that defense, keep in mind that, okay, so the Cincinnati game is going to be 10-15 again. Same time, Lord have mercy on us, right?
Ain't that on the East Coast, though?
Is Cincinnati on the East Coast?
Yes, they are.
No,
Oh
but it's 10. It's 10-15 on us.
No,
yes, East Coast.
No, the Cincinnati game is at home. It's at Fort Smith.
Wow.
It's not at Cincinnati. It's at home.
But
they're on the road this. They're on the road this week.
East Coast time is 10-15. It's the same time.
Yeah,
it's
but
the
they're
same
home
time.
though.
But I want to make this point about that game. The more I feel like our guys had to maybe sit around a lot, and everybody had to sit around, and you kind of you get a slow start whenever you have to wait for so long to play. You get a slow start, and I felt like the guys got a slow start and they couldn't bounce back. But I'm not at this point. I'm not afraid of anybody's best anymore. Are you guys? I am not afraid of any team's best in the Big 12 because when we were saying it the prior 5 games, when we were saying it, it meant something and it felt like something. Like everybody's our Super Bowl or we're the Super Bowl for everybody. But right now, where I say that and having seen Colorado go through all of these games, I don't care about that no more.
I don't either.
care.
I feel like they put them on. They put the rest of the Big 12 on
notice. Yes. Now you better come with your best or you can't compete with us. It's point blank, period. You got to literally come with your best game to play Colorado. This is how I feel. This is what I saw from my football analysis and all of the research that I've done preseason to have all of these videos, to make all of those videos. I feel like Colorado is one of the best teams in the Big 12, and it's got to be your Super Bowl or you're not going to be able to compete.
Absolutely. Hey, Harry B.
Yeah.
All right, this is T. Nolan. I'm going to check out after this. I got 2 points to make. All right. I agree with you. We're everybody's Super Bowl. Last year and this year, I think hands down in college football, we have the best 2-minute game running. I wish we can start out the game like we do our 2-minute drill, but hands down, we got the best 2-minute game going. Now, secondly, who was leading tackling for the game?
The best was it BJ Green?
Nope. The leading tackler for the game was number 7, Silman Craig, with 7.
Oh, okay.
You know who he was tied with?
Who?
Shiloh Sanders, 7. Can you imagine had he made those 6 tackles that he missed, that we were saying that he done moved to the top 10 in the first round? Everybody throwing shade. Shiloh. Yeah, he missed a bunch of tackles, but he was the second leading tackler, or tied for first with 7 tackles, and he was rusty. That's all I have to say. Hey, guys, check you out on the next round. I got to go. Time to pick up the kids.
All right, man. Appreciate you. So, any thoughts on that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Any thoughts on Shiloh? Even though we were just bagging on Shiloh, he was the second leading tackler on the team.
He always have been. Shiloh has always been either first or second in tackles. He's got great instincts. He comes down here like a true safety, like a force safety. He's not no Ed Reed safety. He's more of a Ronnie Lott type safety. And so, I mean, he's going to make tackles. He's going to miss some. All great safeties, when they're coming out here in full speed, they tend to miss every now and then. But you want to admit more than you miss, and that right there proves it. He missed 3, but he hit 7. Okay.
So let me
one thing that I'd like to say about
hold on.
that.
Let me make this interesting for y'all. The NFL is only going to have more DJ Giddings and less anybody else. So if Shiloh is bouncing off of DJ Giddings, was it because he was rusty, or was it because DJ Giddings is just elusive and he bounces? He bounces off of people. He makes people bounce off of him.
I think it's both.
So then, if that's the case, then
I think it's both.
Where does Shiloh fits into the NFL picture if he's, you know what I'm saying, if he's bouncing off of DJ Giddings?
Okay, well, look at this. I'll give you an example in the NFL. Okay, Denver Broncos against Okoye. Okoye got his bell rang, and he's a massive. And Steve Atwater just came up and laid him down. So that right there is the mentality of a free safety going out there to the size of Giddens. If you're scared to hit, he's scared to hit him, but he's prone to when he hits. Because of that, are low. He's to me more of a strong safety than a free safety. And strong safeties are enforcers. They're out there and they are hitting hard and wrapping. So figure out what he needs to do. Is he a strong safety or is he a free safety?
Let me add this to it, if y'all don't mind. The one thing you got to remember, because you brought the NFL, let's pretend Shiloh is in the NFL right now. There's hardly any safeties that lead their team in tackles in the NFL because of the linebacker play is so good, or the linebackers fill holes so much, and the D linemen are so good as well. So
good point.
To say he's going to be leading the team in tackles, no. He just got to make tackles. He's got to be the type of guy that's got to make tackles, and he's got to be the
right.
cover. He can show both. He's shown both. He can do both. Now, do I think he's a first rounder? I don't know because he doesn't have a lot of interceptions, but I believe he can go top 3, first 3 rounds.
That's a good point. Go ahead, Tim.
No, I was just gonna say I agree with what Coach just stated. In the NFL, he's not gonna really have to come down here that much like that to make the type of tackles that he makes in college because of the athletes that that's on these NFL teams. You got these linebackers that are fast, that can run hash to hash quickly. So he's not going to have to fill a lot of gaps like he's having to do now.
So Surf says that we got some more, I guess, running backs that we got to face. But if you look around, I don't think those running backs are DJ Giddings. I don't think we have any more DJ Giddings to face. 3 more elite running backs to face on CU schedule. OSU, Texas Tech, and Utah with Bernard. Is his name Bernard or Bernard? It's probably Bernard.
Utah don't have a quarterback, so they one dimensional.
Yeah, I don't know that we're gonna be. I ain't saying we're not gonna face elite running backs. I think what I'm saying mostly is because what we got from DJ Giddings is a back that we just couldn't bring down. The dude was I don't know that anybody is going to be able to put 3 guys on his back and then walk for 3 more yards. I don't think we got that anymore. Good backs, I get. I understand. We're going to get those good backs, but I don't think we got any more DJ Giddings backs.
I'll put it to you like this, Harry. UCF and K-State has the best 2 running backs in the Big 12. That's shifty and elusive. Everybody else, north and south.
They're just good backs.
They just good backs. That's
right,
it,
and we're not afraid of good backs. I think good backs are fine. I don't think Colorado is afraid of good backs because we have the ability to stop good backs. But DJ Giddings was not a good back. He was a nightmare for us. That dude was he was a nightmare.
I mean, can I say this?
Yeah.
I think we might be overlooking this K-State game. Like, let's be honest for a second. I'm gonna ask y'all just one question. What if they play K-State immediately the week after they play UCF? Do we think we see the same results? Because I think that week off does play a part in it too. They had momentum on their side after coming off that great win against UCF. Just imagine if they had played K-State the next following week. Just to show everybody, okay, we did this against UCF. Now we're really going to show y'all how good we are. They had to sit and dwell in that for a whole week. And then on top of that, people were patting them on the back. Oh, you guys are the best thing since sliced bread, and you were right. You guys are great, and you're going to go to the playoffs. And I think some of that played a little part. Some of them probably got beside themselves and lost a little technique, wanted to do things, play hero ball a little bit from time to time. And then when they finally buckled down and started playing good football, that's when they got back into the game against K-State. Just, things happen. They just couldn't finish it there at the end, but they were in the game. I just think if they would have played K-State after UCF, I think we're talking a whole nother story. I think they
But did you hear what Coach Prime said? Coach Prime kind of summed it up saying guys were starting to feel themselves. And maybe some guys just didn't show up until the end of the game. Which I think when you have a loss like this, it recalibrates you. It resets your brain, right? You need something like, okay, I'll tell y'all a story. Like, I'm taking my test. I'm in class and I've been getting training for something. And I made a mistake that I usually don't make twice. And my trainer is like, Harry, I can't believe you just made a mistake and you didn't even realize you were making that mistake. And I said, oh my gosh, it kind of like embarrassed me. And it made me feel some kind of way because I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't even notice I was making that mistake. So it woke me up and it recalibrated me. Now it's like, I'm aware now. So I think that happened to the Colorado linebackers and it happened to Colorado's defensive line. Because I truly believe that I don't think that PFF was shooting hot air about Colorado's run defense. I think Colorado, maybe some of them fell asleep and then realized, or maybe some of them were tired at the end of the day. I feel like, I don't know if you guys remember Versace, where when he was talking about guys playing late games and then being tired and not focused, that has an effect. I'm not trying to make an excuse for Colorado because both teams had to play late as well. But I'm just saying, like, I felt like some of those guys didn't catch up until it was too late. But now we're playing at the same time again, right? With Cincinnati, it's going to be the same exact time. So this time, these guys are going to have some type of awareness to say, okay, we cannot go to sleep. We got to be ready to. Go ahead.
Here's the other flip side to that. You're right about that. them playing a late game against Cincinnati, and they got another bye after the Cincinnati game before they play Utah and finish season up with Utah, Kansas, and Oklahoma State. That's the other problem. Now you go into a second bye again.
Who's what by?
So let's say
think this.
let's say
I don't
they
think
win
it
these
affects
next
it
two
the same
games.
way though. I think we're woken up. That loss woke us up because we could have
Oh
actually
yeah, I believe
been in,
that.
we could have been in a better place right now. We could have been having a different conversation. But guess what conversation we're not having, guys? Ain't nobody saying Colorado sucks anymore. You notice that?
I was about to ask that question, Harry.
Have you noticed that ain't nobody? They're not telling y'all that this was going to happen. That ain't nobody. If Colorado lose in a specific way, if Colorado lose a close game, like we battle, we fight, and we just come up short at the end, and it breaks our hearts, that the conversation is going to change the same way as it would change if we would have won. Right now, ain't nobody in their mama coming up in here saying Colorado sucks.
I told you that.
Did you? Okay. I was watching reviews after the game. Like I think was it yesterday? What's it? Is it Andre recruiting? No, the PFF guys.
Okay.
They were saying the only thing, the difference in the game was the running, the rushing attack. But Colorado's team is strong. They should be affected down the stretch. Now, my question to you guys is this: we face? Do we face? I haven't looked at the stats. I've got technical issues. Do we face run heavy teams, except maybe Utah? Is K-State a run heavy team? Is
there's no more run heavy teams.
OSU?
There's no. There's no more. There are run heavy
Run
teams
first.
just like UCF, but no more backs like DJ Giddings.
But
So
what is
yes,
their rushing? What's their rushing yards?
everybody runs. Cape Con. Everybody's run more than Colorado, but not everybody's effective as K-State.
Arizona's the only team that is not a run heavy, a pass team. Other than that, Texas Tech is a run heavy team. Utah's a run heavy team. Kansas is a run heavy team. Oklahoma State is a run heavy team. Cincinnati is a run heavy team. So when you look at the numbers, like you guys been saying, Harry, they have everything they need to win the game, win every game from here on out, because there's no dual threat team in their way. K-State try to stay dual threat as much as they could, but for the most part, there's no one else like a K-State left. So they just got to play great run defense and throw the ball. I mean, honestly, they just keep throwing the ball because they're not the only best secondary they're gonna face is Kansas, and that's it.
Okay.
Hey, Coach.
Now the flip.
Hold on one second, Coach. With Kansas, they are a dual threat, just because the quarterback is elusive and he can run.
But he's hurt.
No,
mentally.
But that's
Can he throw though? Can he throw the ball?
You treat Kansas like UCF again, a running quarterback and a running game, but he can't throw. He can run, you're right, but he cannot throw the ball. That's what messes Colorado up. If they had to play someone like Oregon right now, or Ohio State, or even Alabama who can throw and run, that's when Colorado gets in trouble. But if you're just one-dimensional, heavy one-dimensional run team, Colorado's good. Even if it was one-dimensional pass team like Arizona is, Colorado should be fine, because if they ain't got to worry about the run, they can just get after somebody. They got the secondary to stop people.
Bro, there's going to be a few picks, because if you look at that game, the K-State game, they didn't throw that much. Even though the throwing numbers were it seemed like it was a lot, but it was because of those two big bombs that got us. But they weren't trying to throw the ball like that. They were just running the ball. So now if we get in Arizona, do y'all think that Arizona is going to flip it up and say, oh, they're expecting us to pass, but we about to run on these fools?
They're going to try it. Why not? Why wouldn't you try it? If it worked for K-State, I'm going to try to run. And if I can't establish the run, then I'm going to lean on what I've been leaning on, which is the pass.
You get picked a few times, because I know Colorado is capable of picking. So you get picked a few times, it's going to change your mind, because that secondary is not too bad. It's not too shabby. It's not the best in the conference, but Colorado's secondary is not something you're just going to be throwing on all day. You may get away with one. And guess what? K-State came at the end of the game. But if they would have shown, did they show that early in the game? Or did they just
Pull
show
up
it
the
at,
stats. Pull
huh?
up the stats. Are you able to pull up the stats? Because
Yeah, I got
Brown
this. I
was
got the
the only
stats right
one
here.
cooking us.
You said
Brown was the
what?
only person. Brown for K-State. He was the
Yeah,
only
he
one
was.
cooking us.
Only
You
Brown
talking
was
about
the
the
only key
pass?
threat. Yeah.
Yeah, the pass.
Is that number
Brown.
one? Because number one was the one that
Yes,
was
that's
number
number
one.
one. Brown.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to it. Hold up. Yeah, K-State did not want to pass that ball. They only passed when it was necessary, and that was it. They weren't trying to pass the ball. So let's see. What am I going here?
Hey Harry, I want to throw this out real quick too.
Yeah. Go
This
ahead.
is one thing that is major to me. One thing that they have to stop is the doggone wheel route. It been killing us for big yardage.
But okay, what is the solution for the wheel route?
Drop your safeties.
You said drop your safeties?
Because
Well,
the
go
last
ahead.
no, I'm gonna be very short, Tim. I'm actually learning from you guys. Sorry. The last remember the first time T Brown was tried on the right side, and then he missed the pass. There was no safety help over the top. Same with when they got it. So I'm thinking, even this is what I think. If there's a different scheme, let me know. But if you've got no help over the top, what stops that quarterback throwing it, just putting more air under so that his receiver can get it? What stops that? But if he
Well,
knows there's air, too much air, and there's a safety over the top, it could get there's a pick. That's a pick.
the I don't know if it was the safety on the left side when DJ caught the ball, but his first initial step was almost parallel 45-degree angle to the slot DB. And I was like, what are you doing? He took a bad angle and then he didn't immediately come downhill. It was almost like he was lost. If you go back and look at that play, and it was so much space in between him and DJ Giddens. At that point, it was a wrap. You know, do the best you can. But he just took a bad. His first initial step was just terrible, and he should have been
It
coming.
was.
He should have been flying downhill, especially when he's seeing the quarterback eyeing DJ Giddens. He should have been flying downhill.
Wasn't that? Are you talking about the first break?
No, I'm talking
Wheel
about
with,
the second one when he caught it and ran for about 50 yards.
oh, yeah, that's the one. The second one. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Yo, that was wide open. You could have gone and got a touchdown. Had not stepped out of bounds, you'd have been like at the 10-yard line. But my question is, what coverage best suits us with against that throw with our personnel? Because
Are you talking about the throw that they scored on, that big one?
Yeah, the wheel route. Yeah,
bro, just just recognizing that it's coming. That's it. You don't need no special coverage for that. That's just a regular. We gotta be aware that they're about to throw that, because they teased it one time, it didn't work, and it almost could have worked, but it messed up, and then they brought it back. So I don't think
cover two would
yeah,
work
cover
best
two. I
for
think
that.
I don't know that that's anything special. You just gotta know that it's coming.
But if you in man, it can hurt you if you ain't paying attention.
Wasn't that the coverage we in? Because Avery Johnson said it. We recognize man, and I told him I'm coming back to you.
No, the safeties cheated up for the run.
I'm talking about the winning touchdown. When he came back to that same route that you're talking about, the first time they tried it, he failed, he missed.
Right,
Second
but did
time,
you notice that there was no safety? There was no safety anywhere to be found in that.
Yeah, there was none.
There was none. All the safety, everybody cheated up for the run, and they got caught. That's why I said if you are prepared and you know that that's coming, because they just showed it to you. They said, "Oh, we're gonna do this. It's coming." So be prepared for that. So if they leave the safety where he's at, drop back, make sure that nothing gets past 20 yards, then I think the safety cheats over when he sees that ball in the air. But it was one guy. And let's say he catches the ball. At least you'll have two people to make that tackle. If you make that tackle, guess what? They now have to contend with your red zone defense. Our red zone defense was doing really well the entire game.
Yep.
So all we needed to do was let that guy, okay, let's just say he catches it. We break him down. They're on somewhere near the 20-yard line. And now they're going to, because they're not the greatest team, that at least from our vantage point when we was playing them, they were not that great in the red zone. We stopped them a few times in the red zone. So there was no way. I was like, okay, so they caught it. And after he caught it, I was like, are you going to tackle him or no? He was like, oh, you caught it. You good. Go ahead. Go to touchdown. I don't know. It's like nothing special. Just know that it's coming. That's it.
My question was now, I don't want to hear Coach McKinley's thoughts. Sorry. You stated that T. Smith is saying Kansas State has a dual quarterback because he can run, but he can't throw. So now we have at least 3 teams who are run heavy. If we focus on stopping the run, do we go back to short intermediate routes and tell Shador, listen, play in the scheme and have effective deep ball throws as UCF? Because UCF deep balls was strategic because we had now psychologically burnt them out. They just thought we're gonna run, stop the run, then throw intermediate. They didn't realize that no, we setting you up for deep ball killing. Can't we? Isn't that a formula that works for us where we know if this team bites our scheme a lot, we change it up. Maybe we've got 2 minutes on the clock. We're leading by 10 points. We try deep ball. We get it or not, doesn't matter. We get it. We go ahead by another 7. So my pushback on this is why can't we do consistently what works for us all the time? Coach, have you noticed anything in the film that maybe I'm missing? Because I don't understand. This game was 19. Like I said to you, what did I say about energy? You see BJ Green's interview? His energy is different because he's feeling hurt. But when you see the the UCF game, we were killing them, dude. We didn't give a shit about what they were doing. We
No
just
cussing.
were perfect. Sorry, apologies. We didn't give a damn what they were doing. We were perfect.
And then you
on
cuss right
our
away.
game. Sorry. Look, I'm in South Africa, so you got to teach me these rules, Harry. You got to teach me. But anyway, I'll keep quiet and give it over to the coach.
He said sorry, then he cussed right away, right after. All right, so Coach McKinney, that was for you. Hold on. Was there a question in there, or you just wanted him to respond to what you're asking?
Sorry, my question is, looking at the 2 games and looking at our opponents, what scheme best suits us? What do you think we should stick to? Because we've shown one thing that we can dominate and kill, and we shown another way where we just back to the base, back to the old mistakes. So isn't it what on you as a coach coming from you looking at film? What do you think is better suits us going forward, and we should do consistently?
Coach McKinney, you here? Oh no, I think Coach McKinney, was it Coach McKinney that had to go? No, that was T. Nolan. Coach McKinney, you got to pick up the kids. All right, so who wants to tackle that? Tim, you know football. You want to take on that? Take some of that.
I mean, repeat the questioning it again, please.
Basically, we've had 2 games where we've seen Colorado play a almost perfect game where we beat a team by 28 points, and we play all 3 phases complementary. Then we play a second team where we show we have no potential to stop a run. Defense is lacking. We can't block our quarterback. It's like the old team of old. So I'm saying to you, based on the 2 games, what do you feel consistently we should stick to?
Well, I mean, I think they tried to do the same thing that they did against UCF, which is stop the run and force you to beat them in the air. Unfortunately, K-State just had a better O line than UCF, which we're going to face some better O lines than UCF moving forward. So they just got to have that want and that hunger. But I don't think you should change anything. They just have to have that eye of the tiger, man, and want it more.
Can
But
I
I
add to
wouldn't
that?
change anything.
Go ahead.
Okay, so um, in my opinion, if there's any changes that need to be done, I believe we can go out of a pistol formation. We had very much success, but we changed it for whatever reason because the pistol formation worked very well in the run. We got some yards on the run, and it's also hiding the pass. We can pass from that formation. Now, in the pistol, they didn't have a tight end. They had more wide receivers, but you can also bring a tight end in the pistol. If we can start forming a pistol formation and be more successful in it and actually run and pass from there, I think we'll be a lot more successful than just playing in the 10 personnel. Because the 10 personnel might do us good for the passing, but it's not doing anything good for the running. Because when every time they run out of 10, they're not doing anything good. They're 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 getting stopped. We had Welch that was doing going outside the tackles on the pistol formation, and that was great. I understand Welch is hurt, but Augusta is also good at that as well. So I think we should go. If there's anything to change, give us more pistol formation. That's what I want to see, because we were doing good, and for the past few games, we kind of threw that out the door, which I think is bad because we actually had a good scheme going on.
So I just wanted to show your pistol formation on the screen. So just in case for people that don't understand that pistol formation, this is what you're talking about, right?
Yes, pistol formation, running back in the behind us, and then he has a spread formation. I mean, there's a tight end on this one, but potentially he could have a. You can bring out the tight end and bring another wide receiver, depending on what you're looking for on the yards that you're looking for. But that brings the extra protection with the tight end or spread formation if you bring another wide receiver in. And when you have a spread formation and you go off the pistol, more than likely they're looking at, they're going to pass the ball. But you can hand it off to someone like Welch and you can go outside the tackles because it's in a spread formation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of challenges, but I just want to make this point, not to step on anybody's toes, but they're professionals and they understand what they're doing based on game plan, based on tape. We obviously Monday morning quarterbacks or whatever, and we don't know what they're seeing, and we're just trying to get some type of understanding of what we're seeing in real time, what's not happening. Is it possible that the game script is well planned out based on the research and based on the tape that they watch? But is it possible that those young men just could not execute what was planned?
Yeah, absolutely, it is possible.
Because it looks bad
And
when
they,
you're seeing it in real time, but when you see Shiloh Sanders going down on all fours trying to pray, I mean, that's not planned. That's like, okay, look, you got to make a play. Like, bro, when Shador, deciding to throw the ball where he threw it, I mean, we're trying to provide understanding, but the game plan, I feel like the game plan was not bad. It feels like more personnel situation, you know. So when we're making all these suggestions, it's cool, but I feel like these guys know what they're doing, man. We gotta at a certain point we gotta trust that the game plan was good, but maybe these guys were just tired for some reason. They didn't click until it was too late, and we just lost by 3 points. We didn't lose that poorly, so
no, I'm gonna do a little bit of pushback on that. Game plan, it's a scripted game plan. So an example is last week when we had 10 runs. Okay. So in those 10 runs, we basically gave up. So in those 10 runs, are we moving the ball in the 10%? able to move the ball. We're not able to move the ball. Okay, we're changing the script to just go pass. And should not be excuse. There should be not an excuse. We were playing behind because one touchdown when we gave up on the run. It was basically all right. Just go pass heavy. Now, to tells me that the script was we can't show that we can run. We're just gonna go pass. And I get it that we're a pass. You don't do that. That's a bad script. That you got
I don't
professionals
think
and
that was the
whatnot.
script. I think that was the in-game decision. The script is one thing, but then once you get on set, you know, and you see an actor, I'm just using film now. If I see an actor doing certain things and I like what they're doing, they're improvising, me as a director, I'm gonna be like, all right, go with that.
But
Let's
you didn't give Hayden a chance though.
go off script.
But you didn't. Hayden didn't even get a chance. He literally got 7, and all of them, for the most part, were up the middle. You stopped up the middle. Why are we not going off tackle? Why are we not doing? Are we not doing something other than going up the middle? The script was go up, out, but we weren't doing anything with it.
So okay. So what I'm hearing is Colorado's run game is what I've been, I guess, saying. I'm trying to be I'm trying to be on their side and not be on their side at the same time. I don't know if y'all picked that up, but I'm trying to understand it from a perspective of the coaching and the game plan. But at the end of the day, Colorado's run game is always, we're only going to give you a longest leash as you're willing to take. And if you are able to go down the middle, wherever we put the ball, if you're able to make it work, then we will continue to do it. But wherever we put the ball, if you are not able to do that, then just know that we're not going to give you the ball again. I feel like that's what it's been for Colorado. And thankfully, for at least 2 games, we saw them put the ball right down the middle, and Welch was able to run, Gustav was able to run, and they kept doing it. So I think that's the game plan in their mind. If we give you an opportunity and if you make it work, then we'll continue to help you out. But if you're not, just know that we got the pass the lane on, and we don't care about your running backs.
Yeah,
Colorado is weak in the middle, so running the ball up the middle.
You're gonna pause that?
Is
It's all good. Go ahead.
oh, pause. It's not gonna do well for you. So therefore, like CU fans said, outside tackles, and they do better as far as positive yardage.
So okay, so a
They're
little
not helping.
pushback
They're
on
not
that.
helping their case to recruit running backs. Maybe
No,
it is.
they're not.
Maybe okay. Hold up.
I
Maybe it is because maybe there are some running backs out there that feel like, you know what, I'm going to see you because I see an opportunity where my style of running can fit what they're trying to do, because they will give you the ball if you run it well. They will give you an opportunity, but I just feel like if you're a running back, you really got to be like that, or you got to think like your running style is going to be conducive for Colorado's frame of mind, because they are not run first. They are, if you can do it, we'll give you an opportunity, but just know that we're going to go away from you if you don't do it. So I don't know.
well,
You're a
that's
dad.
just saying that they're.
After see if
But
another
see
question after
that your running backs are questionable to Colorado because of the fact that there is, and if that
Hey, see you,
mentality
fan. Your
does
audio is
exist.
going off, so we're hearing every other word.
Okay, let me. See. I'm outside. Sorry, I don't know. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it's like every other word you're cutting off and you're kind of coming back on.
All right, let me get back in here. I'm in. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, is if there's a mentality that exists like that um, prove to us that you can, and you'll get the rock. If that's the case, then you're going to get a lot of people not wanting to come to see you for the running back position because of the fact that you've already proven that you're so pass heavy that you don't give the running game a chance. And because you don't give the running game a chance, recruitment is going to be very, very low. If I was a running back and I saw the position of that, I'd look at it as like, not sure about that. I probably have a better opportunity somewhere else that's not a named school that I could develop myself there because I'm not sure if I can develop myself in game because there's in game development and there's practice development. If you don't get in game development, you don't develop that good as much as you want. So what I'm saying is our running back room right now, I think is good. We have good running backs. I mean, we recruited them because a lot of the other running backs saw something that I don't know it could be true or not. I mean, they have the reasonings behind it, but in this case, it's we're not doing good in the running back position we're recruiting because of the fact that there's not enough to show them that we want you to run. You say prove it. Well, how can I prove it? Prime says what you put in practice is what you're going to put on the field. I would beg to differ. Sometimes practice may be better, but sometimes when you're actually in the game, it's a whole different thing because when you play against your own squad versus a different squad, that's two different things. You got someone that's good on the inside versus another team that's not so good on the inside. If I know they're not good on the inside, I know I can change some things up. It's just different when it comes to that perspective of the running game.
But the opposite of
And
what you said could be true. Like I said, running backs may want to come to Colorado because they feel like there's opportunity there. And keep in mind, Shador's not there next year, so you don't have your number one ace in Shador. So now I don't think you have an opportunity. You don't have a choice. You got to run because your pass ain't going to be as accurate as Shador after he leaves. So what you going to do? You're going to keep passing and keep throwing ducks, or keep getting interceptions and whatnot? No, you're going to be forced to run the ball next year because you don't have a Shador no more. So I think that running backs are probably going to be coming to Colorado because they'll be like, oh, Shador's not there no more. It's not a pass heavy team no more. So now we got to run the ball. You have no choice.
that depends on what we see next year after Shador and Travis.
What do
That
you mean it
just
depends?
depends on what we
It depends. They're gone. So that's it.
well, what I'm saying is, okay, example. Let's say we don't get our far side quarterback that we're going after, right? Let's say we have to what's the backup quarterback? Saab. Maybe we have to go with
Ryan
Saab.
Staub. We don't get Juju.
Saab,
We got to stuck with
right?
Ryan Staub or bring in another 4-star or somebody.
Yeah, we work with them, right? Okay. What's to say that because Saab has been waiting patiently, and for the film that we've seen from him, he's not he's not Shador Sanders, but he's reliable. And I believe that if we don't get Juju, we can have Staub up there, and we can officially get a balanced team. But what's to say that the scheme stays the same because we have the wide receivers, because we have a lot of good wide receivers coming back. We still have a lot of receivers. And what's to say that we don't get more wide receivers to go after some more in the portal? You know how Prime is. Prime likes he has been in a system for the longest time with his son as a pass heavy team. They had Hankerson in J State that ran 1,000 yards. That's only 1,000 yards. That's not what is his name from Boise, Idaho, Boise,
Genty.
Gently. Yeah, he's going off already. He's going to be. I mean, if the way he's going, he's going to be. He's got like 2,500 yards coming up. So if we don't, if we're looking at a pass heavy always, then we may not see the balance that we want to see for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, you got any thoughts on that, Cape Con?
Look, the reason, okay, in this game we lost, we were behind. We had too many 3 and outs in the first half. That's why we had to go throwing. I still maintain that we are capable of running. Um, I lean towards what Harry's saying. If you have running backs who feel they're better than the crop we got, they're gonna want to come and prove it because it's an opportunity. You with Deion Sanders, the guy who brings the light to you. You don't have to go looking for nobody. Your film is national. Like every game is a national game. That's why he's saying to him, the whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. In other words, if you perform bad, everybody's going to see it. Look at Shiloh. Lord help me, Jesus. On his knees. Bam. That is a meme until he dies. Because of his father. So it's that's why Shiloh said, I'm just using an example. Look, I gotta get better. I gotta be more patient. I gotta look at my cues. So I think you also to your point, CU fan, we gotta have better scheme. And we do have better scheme. It's just that this game we went away from that scheme. We didn't trust it enough to say it'll get us there. But I believe when we took the lead, just Harry, not to compound, not to get back to it. When we took the lead, why don't we say if we don't stop this team from scoring and we need 3 points, why don't we go back to that pistol formation? That's the formation that got us the touchdown with Hayden. Am I wrong or right? That's UCF, where the tight end was helping to open up the gap and he broke through, and it caught UCF off guard when we went 21-7. Why don't we do things like that and say, let's just run the ball, get the first downs, get in field goal range, as Prime said today, and kick the field goal? Because I do know in overtime, this is our game. This is what we do. Rather we lose in overtime where it's 50-50. But anyway, long story short, I think we can run the ball. We've got okay. What's his name is hurt. He's got a hamstring. Fine. But Hayden has shown flashes of whereby in space he's hard to tackle. You can't just bring him down. So even Augustov and Hayden's got experience. So if we can get the line operating in a better scheme, give him some rhythm, tell Shador, listen, script plays where he stays in the scheme, like Harry says. Don't check out of it. Don't try and make a play. Don't be the hero all the time. Follow the script. Only where we see it's not working do we change the plays. That's my take.
All right, let me bring on Phil So Real. He wants to come and add his voice to the conversation. Brother, thank you for calling. I appreciate you. How you doing, man?
Hey man, I'm doing well. Just got off work, trying to jump on and holler at y'all for a little bit.
All right. So how was work?
It was work. When you making somebody else rich, it's never fun.
I hear that. I hear that. So Colorado has a spook-ish issue. First of all, before I get you a question, you've heard the show, you was listening, you was in the chat. Is there something you wanna add to the conversation? And then before I ask you a question,
I just think Shiloh needs to be benched. He should have been. Let me rephrase that. He should have been benched during the game. I understand you got confidence in him that he can turn it around, but in that game, I think it would have been okay to sit him down. Yes, it might have been embarrassing, but I think it would have been the best thing for the team. Secondly, as far as this game was concerned, this is the first time that Colorado lost that it wasn't like, I feel sorry for y'all, poor little team. It was more like damn, I really thought y'all were going to win this game, but didn't close it out. And I think that's the first. I think it is a wonderful feeling to have that when you got a quarterback that has the ball, you got all the confidence in the world that they can win it. So this loss feels a little bit more disappointing than the other losses because they really had this game. They should have lost to begin with, going down by double digits, but to come back and have a lead and then give it up in the fourth quarter like that, that's kind of tough.
That is kind of tough, and it's. I think that's the thing that got Colorado. The fans are still a little bit disappointed, but we're also encouraged. We're encouraged to the point where now we understand that this team has either identified themselves to a certain extent, because we're always going to be in the back of our minds like, are they going to fall back into their old self, just like we went away from the run again? So I don't know, but I think now when we're on these shows, I'm going to think a little different, and I'm going to think that Colorado can compete with any team that's left on this schedule. And I know that Colorado is possible. The rest of the games are winnable games.
But Harry, I want to point this out to you. Yes, I think Colorado can compete, but they're the same team that they've been all season so far. You know, if they give up sacks, they're going to lose. If they get pressure, Shador is going to extend the play longer than he needs to. It's kind of like Alabama. You look at Alabama, yeah, they could go out there and blow out Georgia in the first half, but then they can lay an egg against Vanderbilt. You're seeing a wide array of who this team is, and the inconsistency ultimately is the thing that's going to do in Colorado and other teams like Alabama who just haven't shown that they can be a good quality team throughout the entire game. Too many ebbs and flows for me to truly feel confident about Colorado.
But okay, so I accept that, but I'm going to offer this. Colorado, this is Colorado's second loss. But when they're losing, they're looking good. The Baylor game came down to a Hail Mary. From there, we went on and we showed up in Florida. This game, we kind of played from behind. It was a late game. We played from behind, but we knew and we felt like we can play them. We can come back and we can score. And we just ran out of time because the time of possession was 10 minutes difference. Like, you don't have that much time in college football to have to give somebody 10 more minutes than you have. 10 minutes is a lot. It's a long time.
I hear everything you're saying, and I don't even want to say this because I don't want it to sound like pushback. But I do want to point out, though, that usually when teams, quote unquote, look good losing, that is to help catapult them to the next season, not in-season adjustments. But yes, I will say they've not just completely laid an egg against teams. So that is impressive. But the one they needed to win, I hear you. They still have a chance in the Big 12. But let's be honest, this Kansas State game was a big game to really give people, the naysayers, a little bit more confidence in Colorado. Heck, even some of the players in the locker room probably needed this win to have a little bit more confidence. So I think this game really was the game that they should have won.
Well, there's levels to this, though. There's levels to the naysayers. There's a group of naysayers that you're not going to change their minds. But then there's another group of people that are just curious, that just don't know who Colorado is. You got the fan base. Some of us don't even know who Colorado is. We still questioning who's going to show up week after week. So I think the groups that don't care and they're going to hate you regardless, we don't care about those people. We don't care about changing their mind.
That's why I wouldn't bring them up. You're right, but that's why I would never bring them up. I think
we have changed the minds of the ones that were curious about who we are, about our identity, and can we play week after week? Are we going to be the 2023 team that I don't think anybody in that locker room is going to let this team go 6 games without winning another one. I don't know that that's going to happen this year. So I don't know that I'm not scared anymore. That's just the simplest way to put it. I ain't afraid no more. Now it's okay.
We don't gotta be. We don't gotta be, Harry.
Not this
The reason
year.
I'm saying it, not this year, because did you know Nikhil Green was crying? He was emotional.
Was he crying?
A reporter, he was, yeah, because the what you call that Bus podcast, those guys that are in state that cover Prime in the Affleck show.
Oh, okay.
One of them went to interview him and ask him, and he had tears in his eyes, and he's like, "I'm gutted, man. I can't." Like, in other words, he was angry. Like, how the hell did we let this go? So that's why you find BJ Green coming on and being like, "I'm about business. I'm talking about business and done. I'm not gonna go dwell on whatever. I want to go kill Arizona.
Right, and that's
I want to kill Arizona."
That's why I'm like the game, the team, the defense that was on the field in that victory formation. I feel like that defense is going to show up and in the Arizona game in the first half. I think they're going to be lights out. That's just how I feel, because I feel like they want the ball back. And that's a good play.
He was clawing. He was clawing for the ball when they're trying to drop it.
Bentley didn't play, did he?
Bailey, no.
Bentley, I didn't see Bentley. Phil, did you see Bentley in that game?
Didn't see him.
Harry, it was a long weekend. I don't remember what I did yesterday. I'm gonna be honest.
Yo, I don't think Bentley played. I don't think they had a core team. So
Bentley played.
Bentley did play.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so I didn't see Bentley, but I feel like they want their ball. They want that ball back. One
Have
more.
you looked at the stats from the game, Harry, at all?
Yeah,
I haven't been able to stay on the entire live, but I was just wondering.
I just put up the stats. Yes, but I don't know that this week. This week, I think we're in the warm and fuzzies. I think most of the show's going to be warm and fuzzies. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't know that the stats are going to help us that much this week. I think we're going to, we need the stats to be able to tell the story, but I feel like the story is really going to be told by the players and how they feel. And that stench of losing, that filth of, I can't believe we let that get away from us. I feel like they want the ball back and they want to have 5 more minutes on that clock. But guess what? They're going to have a whole lot more points. They're going to have a whole lot more time for the Arizona game. And they're going to come out there and it's going to be a different Colorado team. I don't know why I feel that way, but I just feel that way.
Can I just make final remarks? I gotta go. Sorry, I got my
let's
kids here.
get that in.
So no, with me, you can.
Go ahead.
Look,
Get that in.
okay, so this is why I feel. Look, full surreal. Appreciate you for coming on, guy. I always learn a lot from you too. I looked at Arizona's game. One thing they did well versus Utah was they didn't give up on their pass, even though in the beginning Fafita was, that interception. But they can be had. Their offensive line is weak. I agree to your point, Harry. I feel we have different type of mentality in the players. The players themselves, the personnel we got in the D line, believe that they are better than the next man in front of them. They don't believe they can just lose their matchup. That's why I'm like, okay, if our D line goes first half starts fast, Shador it's easy for him and the offense without Travis Hunter even. The reason I'm saying that is because now we don't have to throw 1,000%. Little run here, little 3-4 yard runs, boom, short intermediate routes. I feel let's stick to the scheme that won us the big game against UCF, where we killed them away. Let's go back to controlling time of possession with the run. Let's go back to throwing 30 times to 40 times in the game instead of 60 to 70. Let's balance it out. And if it doesn't work, let's make in-game adjustments that suit our personnel. But I believe we're going to kill Arizona. I don't think Fafita will beat us with his arm that much. He will get us 1 or 2 deep balls, but this game and this hurt feeling, last year I was scared. Oh my God, we're going to get killed every other game going forward. But this year I'm like, nah, we're going to prove that we're not here to play games.
Right. I don't see it.
But anyway, I appreciate you, Harry. I appreciate you for having me on all the
Appreciate you,
time.
man. Thank you. Thank you, man.
I'll keep calling in and have a great one, guys.
You
Ciao.
too. So okay, so let's all right, so let's do this. I don't hate Colorado's game plan against K-State. I'm just gonna put this out there. I don't hate their game plan. I think I'm gonna settle on execution. I think execution was the problem because there's no reason why Colorado could not stop DJ Giddens. There's no reason why Shador should throw that interception right before, like, okay, so you get a new guy comes in, right? And you haven't really built with him. Instead of leading him with the ball because you don't know what he's gonna do, I say, just like we said, bring Shiloh in and like warm him up in there. I said do a couple of drops before you go for the big one. Y'all let me know if I'm speaking crazy, but I think like, okay, a new guy comes in and you know how Shador thinks. He leaves him with the ball. He's supposed to be somewhere, and Shador thinks that he's supposed to, Shador thinks that he's supposed to be there and he's going to throw the ball there. Finished Dembo, you said that. Did he say that? I didn't hear him say that. Maybe he said that. I don't know. That's what you're saying. So if a new guy comes in, instead of like trying to go deep with him or trying to, get a touchdown, go, just go 100 miles per hour with him, warm him up with a few 5-yard, 10-yard drops, and then once y'all are locked in, CU fan, then give him the go ahead to know that he's going to be where you expect him to be and put the ball where you expect him to be. But you can have a pushback on this, CU fan, but I like the game plan. I like where the game plan was, and I don't know that I hated the game plan. I just believe that it was I just think it was more execution than the game plan. Your thoughts?
Okay, yeah. So defensively, I do think that it was like a player problem. I mean, we were just missing tackles. We were getting to the player, or we were bouncing off of a running back. It was a player situation. We were just not executing.
Mhm.
Offensively, we unfortunately were just losing people left and right. We lost 3 wide receivers, I believe, 4, I think, because of Timmons as well. So we lost 4 wide receivers, and that just depleted us to the threes, I believe. And it put us in a situation where the people that were not getting the ones, the practice or the time, it put them in a situation as like, all right, it's my time to shine. But the only person that really shined, in my opinion, was Draylon Miller. He's the true freshman, and he was balling out. All the other wide receivers are kind of like,
I think it was
okay,
Omarion, not Drillon.
no. It was Jaylon Miller because after Omarion got hurt,
You mean after he
um,
went down?
yeah, after he got hurt, Jaylon Miller was basically getting most of the catches.
Right.
He was, and
But Draylon is technically a running back. I know he kind of does it all, but if I'm not mistaken, they technically have him listed as a running back. So, I
yeah,
mean,
so
while I
he's
appreciate their creativity with getting guys out the backfield and getting the ball, I think Colorado will be better served to have a quote unquote traditional wide receiver playing that position and going down the field and getting the ball.
right. So, but we got Cordell Russell back, baby T.O. I mean, hopefully he'll be ready to go this upcoming week. But I'll say this to everybody right now because I'm super advocate of this. We lost the best wide receiver for the season. Out of the entire wide receiver core, Omarion Miller should have been number one. And that's my opinion because every time that he was on the field, he showed out. Every time. And to me, that's number one. Everybody else, and I'll say this, Travis Hunter, as good as he is, Omarion Miller is a better wide receiver than Travis Hunter.
You blasphemy right now.
I'm not being blasphemy. I'm just telling you the truth. Because look, Omarion Miller, his production was far superior than Travis Hunter. Because Travis Hunter, of course, he was always being looked at because two always looks for him. So he's always getting production. But on the wide receiver perspective, who can produce better at a faster rate? That's Omarion Miller. And unfortunately, we lost him for the season.
The only pushback I'll give to that because I think he is one of the better receiver options. Sometimes when you are the fourth or fifth option, people aren't paying attention to you, so you can kind of take advantage of it. It's kind of like that spot up 3 shooter in basketball. You're always worried about Jordan and Pippen, but then you got Steve Kerr on the side there that can just wet you up. So I think some of that could be the fact that that Miller doesn't have the best going against him, but you cannot deny that when he's on the field, he produces. And it's just concerning that we don't see much from him. Like I can always dibble and dabble in the rumors that they got a beef against him or whatever the case is, or he already was going to transfer or whatever the case is. But when the guy's on the field, he produces. So it's strange that we don't see more of him. And it's concerning, actually.
What's the rumors? I like rumors. What's happening?
So I mean, some people are saying like there for whatever reason, like there's like some beef between him and the coaching staff for whatever reason. Some people think he's too quiet, like he don't fit the team. He kind of keeps to himself, uh, And then like when the season first started and he wasn't playing, there was already the rumor saying like, okay, well he's about to go on in red shirt and be through with it. But I commend him for still staying with the team and not quote unquote giving up in red shirt and trying to transfer. But if I were him, I would strongly consider transferring. But right now with the injury, that kind of changes things.
Well, I would medically.
You're going deep into the trenches to get that kind of stuff. you got to be dealing with like the outliers, the people that are on the outside, the people that are like that don't care about the CU fan base. You got to be dealing with them to get that kind of information, because I don't know that CU fan base will put that out unless you saw that on Well Off.
I've only heard that from CU fans.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
But you said you were encouraging him to leave. Why would you encourage him to leave?
I just think for whatever reason, they don't believe in him because they haven't put him out on the field. Like if you're putting up those kind of numbers, and I tell you what, there's a kid named Ja'Cory Brooks that played for Alabama. He since transferred to Louisville. He was like their third or fourth option at Alabama. However, when he got in, he actually got yards. And if you remember the comeback that Bryce Young had against Auburn when they beat them, going into 4 overtime, the pass that Bryce Young threw was to Ja'Cory Brooks. Ja'Cory Brooks has had other big-time plays in big-time games, but for whatever reason, Bama just didn't put him on the field. He stayed for another year, didn't get any run. This past offseason, he transferred. Now he's at Louisville. He's their leading receiver. And I think Miller could be one of those guys that maybe Colorado just isn't the right place for him and he needs to go elsewhere. So I'm saying at the very least, I would consider it. I'm not saying that my mind is made up, but I think right now I would at the very least be 50-50 on leaving Colorado.
So, okay. So like just like a lot of guys, let me just answer John Shaft real quick. Coach Prime didn't call him the 5th wide receiver. He was like, I think he was saying something about the 6th man or the 5th man. How you have a guy that comes off the bench. Hey, Micah. How you have a guy that comes off the bench and he produces to the
That
level
wasn't the context. I read it in here. I thought it was him saying like he's the 5th receiver because if you notice, technically he is the 5th receiver off the bench. So I think that's exactly how Deion meant it, because you're dealing with the position that can play so many
right.
so many
So he
different
was
people.
like the 5th man or the 6th man off the bench, and he comes in and he produces at the level that he does. So you're so blessed to have a wide receivers room that's so deep that you get your 6th man who comes in and he's able to produce like that. Like he's basically a starter, but the only thing is you got other guys that's in front of him. But I will push back on the encouraging him to leave. What I would say is there's been a lot of guys that leave that don't get the same kind. Like, okay, if you leave, you're leaving something on the table. It's like you're leaving money on the table. The reason why is this: you hear about Lamonius Craig and the good job that he's doing only if you check for it. Lamonius Craig is balling. He's doing his thing at Arizona, but that second push he doesn't have because he's not at CU. So if you are an Amarion Miller, you stay here to get that second push. You're going to go somewhere else and get your numbers, but that second push, you don't have it now. You don't have that second push no more. Which that second push can make the difference between you having maybe not an invitation, but maybe a draft, a serious draft consideration, because you're constantly being in the limelight, making those type of plays that you're making. It would behoove any player at any level to not be on a team that doesn't put you in the limelight to make, and you're doing those type of numbers. You have those type of numbers, maybe you will get considered to be like an invitational, but at CU, you have that marketing machine that got you on the national stage, and then you're doing those type of numbers. The considerations are different, right or wrong.
The considerations are different, but I just want to add the piece that everybody is not looking at it through the lens of I need to get the most eyes on me. Some guys just really want to play. And again, I'm not saying that he should leave, but what I am saying as a parent, I would have that conversation with him, because if you're going to stick it out, you're going to stick it out and you're going to commit to the process regardless if you play or not. If you're going to transfer, it ain't no, oh man, I feel bad, I shouldn't have left. No, you committed to leaving. So now you're going to commit to where you're going to be at now. But I think to have the conversation, I think it's very fair.
But why would you have the conversation when you got Travis Hunter leaving? You got I think LeJounte. Like a big portion
They
of
brought
your
in.
wide-
They brought in two. They brought in Will Shepherd. They brought in Wester, wide receivers coming in this offseason. Who's to say they wouldn't do the same thing and then they would get more love over Miller?
You
Well,
have
yeah, but
four wide
but
receivers
those
that are
guys are
leaving.
leaving. Once they leave, you're the next man up because you've been producing.
But if that was the case, then we would see him play more this year because, I mean, let's be honest, he's
But who
a heck of a
left?
lot
Nobody
better than
left
Pat
yet.
Mathis.
The only person
Say that
that left
again?
was Xavier Weaver.
My point is they brought in two more wide receivers. Who's to say they're not going to bring in somebody else this offseason that can end up taking time from him? All I'm saying is consider it. I'm not saying he need to sign his letter, pack his bags, and be gone. I'm simply saying consider it. That's all.
Here's a suggestion to him. Personally, I wouldn't want him to leave, but I know there's going to be some people that are trying to get into his ear and
Right.
try to tell him to leave. I wouldn't want him to leave because right now he needs. There should be talk about him medically redshirting. After he medically redshirts, he comes back again as a redshirt sophomore, and then he can put out the numbers. He comes in. Hopefully, he gets a good quarterback that knows what he's doing, and then give him because he will be number one. You have four wide receivers that are leaving. You got Travis leaving, Wester. Um, uh, who's there's two others that are leaving, but then you become the number one target. Number one. So as long as you have you're the number one target, you're good.
Why are we getting a double?
To say.
Is it me? Is it me? Are you guys there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we're getting them.
Okay, something just happened where there was feedback. Cape Con, are you still here? Because I see you in the green room. Yeah, we were just getting double.
I think it was who was it again?
Was it Phil?
He's gone. I think it was Phil because he's gone.
So okay, so I would say Omarion Miller becomes number one, but now the question, like what Phil was saying, because now you don't have a Shador anymore, so now your chances of shining the way that you were shining. Phil, welcome back. Was that you feeding back, or I don't know?
I'm not sure, so I just hopped off. So I think I should be good now. Do you hear anything crazy going on now?
No, you're good. You're good now. We're good now. But okay. So Phil, for what you were saying, I feel like okay. So does the fact that Shador leaves, does that make us question now players' ability to stay? Do we question that because now you don't have a Shador, so you can't entice everybody with Shador anymore? So now people have to kind of like figure out, okay, am I staying because we got a good quarterback coming in and my production is going to go up, or am I staying because I feel like, okay, I have something more and the team values my where I'm at. But I think in Omarion Miller's position, I say he stays because then he becomes number one. He becomes a starter. That's what I'm thinking.
So are you asking that for him specifically still, or are you saying as a whole, do players, how do they consider transferring or not after this season?
Well, I mean, there are going to be a few players that have that question. That question is going to come up for a few players.
I put it to you like this. There are a lot of unknowns with Colorado, but there are a lot of knowns. Like the known is that you're going to get a lot of attention at Colorado. The more you win, the more attention you're going to get. So there's definitely going to be a light shined on you at Colorado. However, just because of the fact Dion hasn't been coaching at this level long enough, he doesn't have the same track record as other coaches have to say, hey, he can build a program and show it to be successful and win conference championships, or at the very least be in the mix to win a conference championship and then obviously try to go into the playoffs. He hasn't been coaching long enough to have that track record. So if that is something that a kid is looking at, then that's something they're going to have to weigh their options on. Personally, depending on the position.
What if that happens this year?
Well, So he can take them to the conference championship, but that doesn't mean that then equals sustained success. And that's the only portion I'm talking about, sustained success, because he hasn't been coaching that long. Now, depending on the position that I'm playing, if I'm playing that wide receiver, you better believe I want to know who's going to be my quarterback going into next year before I commit to this team. Just like any other team, if I have a trash quarterback throwing me the ball, 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to get the ball. Now, with the offensive line, yeah, it looks good to have a quarterback that can move the ball, because then it looks like you're part of why they have more stats. But with the offensive lineman, you can give up 0 sacks all season and be the guy that gets drafted number 1 because people see the value that you have. So it really just depends on the position. If it's a quarterback dependent position like a receiver, I don't know if I'm gonna stay. Everybody else, I would be like, all right, I can stay and tough this out if I'm gonna actually get some playing time. But
So
receivers,
what you're
definitely, I'm gonna have
so
to
what you're
consider leaving.
saying? So what you're saying? If we get Juju, he's staying. If we don't get Juju, he leaves.
I mean, if you want to simplify it that way, then I'll say that yes. But I guess my point is like, let's just be honest. People are going to be more confident playing with a better quarterback, just like fans are going to be more confident that the team is going to win if they have a better quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Colorado recruiting is crucial. Like the 2025 recruiting is crucial because we're losing our superstars. We are
But
losing a
we
lot
also
of we're losing a lot of players that are making that are helping us identify out of football this year, and that is the problem with the portal thing, because
but
you bring in these guys and then they're going to leave. So then the next year you're like, we can't lean on that to say, okay, now we're going to have a new identity next year. We're going to have to reestablish this identity that we are establishing right now, because the guys that are making that identity possible are no longer going to be on this team.
But not necessarily though. Our wide receiver core group is still going to be good. Look at the people that are returning. Okay, well, I'm just going to say this because if they are returning, all right, let's just say they are returning.
Mm-hmm.
We got Cordell Russell. We got Timmons. He's returning. Omarion's returning, and then we got Draylon Miller returning, because they could put him into a wide receiver and make him to a wide receiver easy. So
What good is
we've got.
a wide receiver room without a good quarterback to give them the ball?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, excuse me. If we're trying to get Juju, right? Or I think we were trying to get another quarterback. I forget what was his name. He's another 5-star. If we get him or Juju, whichever, you look at the position of like, hey, we lost some good wide receivers to the NFL, but look at our wide receiver core. It's still here from last year, and they're good. Like honestly, I mean, I don't know the approach that they're trying to get Juju, but like Juju, I keep telling Juju, we still have a wide receiver core, and we're going after some wide receivers in the high school that will produce for you. Because from the understanding point of what Colorado does, Colorado is a very picky high school recruiter. Like they will only pick certain people out of the high school. They just don't throw their scholarships at anybody.
So now you got me concerned for recruiting. I was not trying to go into the whole recruiting conversation, not just yet. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to this, when it boils down to what's going to be left after we clean house with this new group, is Colorado going to be competitive next year? Competitive in the Big 12, or do we start a rebuild? Does Colorado start a rebuild next year? And
Okay.
what does the rebuild, what should it look like?
You said they're losing superstars, so I think you have to kind of label it as a rebuild. As far as what it looks like, I would hope that the guys that came in from the transfer portal that are still underclassmen are guys that can be like foundational pieces. So maybe some of the guys that didn't start from the transfer portal this year, but have been able to get in the program and get in the system and learn the identity of Colorado, they can be the foundation. And then hopefully you can get some really good high school recruits that you can get to believe into the program and the system that you have. And then you're obviously going to need to get a couple of 4-star, 5-star guys, not these 3-star guys coming in transferring. You need some quality guys that can come in and start now because you do have some momentum because all intents and purposes, you look like you're going to be a better team than you were last year. So you don't want that momentum to stop next year just because you're doing Travis or something.
So I agree with what you're saying. The key piece is because I believe our defensive line, not our defensive ends, because our defensive ends, we're still going to have some good defensive ends. But as Prime likes to say, he likes to have many defensive ends. But it's the defensive tackles that are leaving. There's I think 4 defensive tackles that are leaving. We are going to be depleted, and we're going to have to go into the portal or get some really good true freshmen um, to replace that. Because honestly, that is what's leaving. If you look at the graduation or the people that are leaving, or they have the amount of time left, our defensive tackles will be depleted. We have to go in the portal for them.
Yeah, I mean, a few rooms are going to be depleted, but let me bring on Warren G onto the channel. Warren G, welcome. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you, brother. How you doing? You might have to unmute. All right, while Warren G figures it out, let's bring Panda on. Panda,
I'm sorry, bro. I was talking, but I had myself on mute. I wanted to say thank you for allowing me on your panel, Harry B. Everybody in the panel, salute, one love. Everybody in the chat, salute, one love. Please like, subscribe, and share this content. Let's get the algorithms up. You know what it is, man. Y'all are so off base about what y'all talking about.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna
Before
leave it at
you
that.
go too far, let me bring on Panda. He's already here. Panda, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Cool beans, Warren. Drew, you could finish what you were saying.
Go ahead, Warren.
Yeah. So let me say this: our defensive line, it's only one player on the defensive line that's graduating, that's graduating.
Who's that?
Everybody else is still going to be there for next year. Now, whether they decide to go to another school, that's a different conversation.
Wait,
I'm not
who's
trying
that?
to have that. I'm not trying to have that conversation. Far as a quarterback,
No,
I don't
wait,
know.
don't. You can't drop gems and then leave it alone. Who's leaving and who's not?
Only Shadoz is the only one leaving. All the other guys are still young.
That's
You
not
got
true.
McClain.
That's not true.
That is true. You got a couple guys that are on there, and none of them are okay. You got Shadozi's leaving, but what's the name?
Nikhil Green, BJ Green.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about the line now. I'm not talking about the. I'm not talking about the ends.
Okay.
I'm talking about just the tackles because he said the tackles, right?
Okay.
Right. So only Shadozi is leaving. You still have the rest of them are still gonna be there. And then you have Wiggins, you have McCoy that's still on the line that's been recording 3 sacks on the end. You have a bunch of young guys that they are grooming up that you guys are not really accounting for. Let's talk about the quarterback. And I'm gonna go back to the defense. The quarterback, you have Ponder there that's proven well, at least in practice.
Hold on 1
He
second
showed
before you get too
signs.
far. Chadosi, Bureau, Shane Cokes. Shane
Right,
Cokes is done, right?
but you got guys that coming in there that's underneath them that are just as good, if not, they just young. And the reason why Coach is in there is because he's a senior, he's a leader. But you got guys that's coming. I mean, that's already there, that has what I can say, been in the system that can definitely come in and fill that role. So you're not having to go to the portal and just go all out or just start all over fresh. At least that's what I got from you guys. Like they had to start all over again. No, that's not the case. They brought some guys in there that have eligibility left from the transfer portal. Yes, they did that, but those guys are gonna be able to come in and transition while they go out. Because if you haven't noticed, they've been recruiting a lot heavy in high school this year, more so than they did in the past for
So hold
next
up.
year.
Let me tell you what I mean by restarting over, right? Because yeah, I mean, if you look at it, you're losing your quarterback, you're losing your wide receiver core, right?
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
You're
You
not.
can't. You're not losing your wide receiver core. You have Timmons. You have y'all. Okay, y'all forget that you have Timmons. You have O'Miller that's coming back. You have
But these are secondary guys you're saying though.
huh?
These are all secondaries that you're naming.
These guys are still young. These guys can legitimately be on a be on a team and starting. So you're not really
Well, that's
losing
fine, but
any.
I'm talking about Colorado's core. I'm talking
That's
about
what I'm
people
talking
that
about.
start for
These
you.
guys, Timmons is a
Can I
starter
jump in a
from
little bit?
another school.
Can I jump in a little bit, Harry?
Yeah.
I think you're not looking at football in the sense of first stream, second stream, and third stream. What happens is if a player was to come to the portal from anywhere, right? There are people who are already there and they work through the stream system based on who's ready, who got the talent and stuff like that. I don't think you are looking at Colorado as people who are progressively there, but they have people in front of them based on their readiness, how they know film. So I think what Warren Dree is saying, like the room has depth this year. How we would have known that Colorado was failing is if nobody returned. So from year one to year two, Prime was able to retain people. So that is the measure of people buying into the program. So we see in year two, we have more heart. We have people not giving up on the play. We have
What do you mean
people.
retain people? We lost 40 some odd people. We had to regroup the whole team.
We understand from the people we lost, only 3 of them are producing on other teams. Dylan Edwards, homeboy who went to Michigan, and another person. All the us rest of people, they playing for Georgia State and all kind of weird teams, bro. So if we're talking about Colorado and the people that left, even Smoke and all these different people that people was highly saying that we dropped the bag on, they left and were not able to contribute on other programs. And I was telling people that they left a losing program. So if they left a losing program where they were not playing, how would they go to a quote unquote better program and play? And
What
they
question are you
wasn't.
answering right now? Like
I'm
what do you
explaining to you that Colorado had depth, and you are not looking at the depth that is coming up. So you add to the depth. It would have been terrible if we lost the call coming this year, and then you will see a train wreck of people not wanting to come because Prime can't retain people. I'm saying you have to first look at the people he was able to retain and the people to add. If you do like what you and Phil saying and just go to high school, what CU fan was saying, if I go to high school and somebody has talent at the high school level with this new system that they have in college football, there is no keeping them. Somebody could come and offer them. Not everybody gonna have the integrity as Travis not to take that 1.5 mil. You understand what I'm saying? So you risking any way you take it. I go to high school and I get the best of the best. Ain't no guarantee they're gonna stay if somebody come up with a better bag. So what I'm saying is give Prime some
But
credit.
yet you said Prime retain people. That's yours. That's your words.
That is the point I'm using in how we judge him going forward. Year one, they only won 4 games. and they won them in horrible fashion, and people stayed, right? Then they add from the high school and they add from the portal. Going forward, any sensible coach has to balance that. You cannot, as CU fan said, I must give him credit, you can't go heavy into the high school and they're not ready to play. College football has changed. The era of building up a system to play will be difficult for
Okay, all
younger
right.
programs.
All right, so let me add this. Thanks for your pom pom talk. That's cute.
Wow.
But you missing
Really,
something.
Harry?
That's
Do
real
you
cute.
understand what me and Warren G saying?
Now that's cute. I like that. I'll give you all a hand for
I think
for
Phil
staying
alluded to
true
it
to your
too, though.
pom pom talk, but this is real talk right now. This ain't no cute talk. This is not recruiting. Replenishing for next year is not going to be a cute. It's going to get ugly. And if you're not willing to have that conversation, I am.
What team doesn't have the same problem?
Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado's losing its core next year. Its core.
What's
This
the
is
core again?
I'm about to
I
break it
want to
down.
know what you consider a core.
Okay, if you give me a chance to break it down, I'm gonna tell you. The reason
Yes,
why
sir.
Colorado is competitive right now is because of two people, Shador and Travis Hunter. If you lose Shador and Travis Hunter, something's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Your competitive edge is leaving. When your competitive edge leaves, you no longer have the confidence in the people that are around. And what's going to happen is, let me bring
Who
Tim back
doesn't have
on.
confidence in the people that's around? The people that don't know the team?
But I thought you just
Because
wanted to.
apparently
I thought you was going to let me
you
talk.
only
I
focusing
thought you was
on
going to let me. I thought you was going to let me finish.
my bad.
It's all good because this is important. Like when you are a fan base, it's understandable to say, "Oh, we got depth and we got depth." Okay, but what was apparent on K-State last night or K-State on Saturday night?
Omar Miller was a parent.
Okay, but I'm telling you.
When your number
Hold
one
on.
guy went down, who stepped up though?
Hold
You see,
on.
that's what I'm saying. You just avoiding that whole little situation. That man had 164 yards. Did he not? Wester
Listen,
still
let me
played his game,
lay
right?
it out, and then you can have it. But if you're gonna cut me
Okay.
off every time I say something, I don't know how we're gonna get it done. Because I can lay it out, and then you can destroy it. You can push back as much as you want. But what we're not gonna do is have this cute talk as a fan base and think that everything's gonna be okay. It's not. Like you got to
The
be
only
real with it.
question I'm asking, when you explaining your point, explain this point so I could understand better. Explain it in the context of modern football. Who would not have the same problem you having? That CU will have.
We're not. So let me talk. But I'm not gonna worry about anybody else. I don't care about that. I can care less because if I worry about everybody else, they have their own problems and their own things to worry about. That has no bearings on Colorado football. So who cares? Whatever. I'm not trying to explain somebody else who's going to have an issue. All right. So who cares if I tell you that? What
I'm asking you to explain
what is
modern
that
football.
going to do for Colorado football by telling you who's having the same issue that Colorado has? What does that do for Colorado? Nothing.
I
So
think
let's
you're
move
missing
off
the
of that.
point.
Let's move off of that. Here it goes. You recruit based on who you got at the quarterback. That's where you start at. It used to be the coach, but now it's the quarterback. This is how recruiting goes. You start with the quarterback, and you say, okay, who is our leader? Most of the recruiting is going to be sold based on who your quarterback is, right? And then you probably go to the coach. We know Coach Prime is like that. We know Coach Prime can do his thug thizzle. He's going to put guys in position to win. We know that. All right. Now, when we're talking about coaching, on the field coaching, I think the jury is still out on Coach Prime as far as dudes making decisions for the on-field coaching part of Coach Prime. So I'm going to leave that part alone and just say Coach Prime is good. He's okay, right? But I don't know that people are making decisions to come to Coach Prime based on his coaching on the field. That part I can't speak on because I don't know that it's there yet. Now, how this season ends is important. But when this season ends, you're losing the instrumental pieces that's probably going to make this season either 8-4 or 10-2, depending on how they play out. Now, if you lose Shador, that's major. If you don't replace him, a lot of guys are going to be making decisions based on that alone. You lose Travis Hunter, so they know that we ain't got no Travis Hunter no more. So that's going to be important, right? Now, I think Jimmy Horn is still going to be there. I don't know if Jimmy Horn is leaving.
No, Jimmy Horn leaving. Wester's leaving.
Okay, so that's the
Will
receiving core that
Shepherd
I'm
be
talking about.
leaving.
You're losing your starting receiving core. So if you lose your starting receiving core and you're saying, oh, but we still have the secondary or the non-starters, right? If that's the case, we have depth, right? But if you're losing your starters, guys are making decisions based on the starters, not just second string. Let's not be delusional about this.
No.
Players make decisions based on your first string, not your second string. I'll leave it to y'all to discuss.
Okay, so Harry, let me say this.
Do you agree with that last statement I just
I'm
said?
gonna get to wide receivers right quick. Okay, go ahead.
Do you agree or disagree with that last statement I made? That guys are making decisions. That
No, they're
starters
not.
are
No,
making
no,
decisions
no, they're
based on your
not. They're
starters?
not making
Okay.
receivers that are coming in. We got receivers coming in like Farrakhan. That's a top receiver in the nation. He's not basing that off of Will Shepherd and them being there
He's not
or
basing it
Shador
off
being there.
quarterback?
He's not good. Wait a minute. He's not basing that on Shador. Everybody knows that Shador is leaving this year. Everybody knows that Travis is leaving this year. They're getting some quality recruits out of high school that are coming there based off the program and the direction that CU is going, and they feel that they can best display their talents and best get coached up because of the program that CU is building. Now, is it perfect yet? Is it at the heights yet? No, I would say that. But at the same time, we do have people there. First of all, the receiving core, eight out of those 12 receivers, any one of them can start. The only exception is Travis. But you can put an Omar Miller in there and get 160 yards out of him and change the dynamic of the game. You could put a Timmons in there. You could put a C5 in there or Cordell. If you don't know who I'm talking about, we call him C5. He can come in and give you some quality time. He could be a starter.
And Coach
So
Max's
those
son
guys,
runs
I
some
mean,
good routes.
but we do have a quarterback that I feel good about. If just to say all hell breaks loose and we don't get the quarterback that we want from out of high school that we all talking about. Ponder is a very good quarterback that people are sleeping on.
That tall light-skinned kid, right?
Yeah, Ponder.
Yo, that dude could play, yo.
Yeah, he can play.
Are y'all concerned that none of the transfer quarterbacks have taken over that second string position? Because it seems like Staub is still the number 2 guy. I thought that Walter Kid or one of the
Right
twins
now
were
he is.
taking
I
over that
mean,
job.
because he got tenure. He's a number, but ain't nobody. We ain't putting him in over Shador, so we're not. Ain't
Well, of course
nobody
not.
getting
Of
any
course not.
playing
That's not
time.
what I'm
Right?
saying.
Ain't nobody gonna get playing time this year as long as Shador's there. So I
Well,
mean,
the sad part
we
about it
can
is
have that contest at the
they
beginning
should
of
get
the
playing time
spring.
because Colorado's blowing people out, but that's another conversation.
No,
Repeat what you
Shador.
said, Phil. We ain't hear what you said, Phil. Repeat. Say it a little louder.
I said the backup quarterback should be getting some playing time if Shador is the quarterback because Colorado's blowing people out.
But we haven't blown nobody out to take that risk, though, Phil.
Well, then get to kicking some butt so y'all can.
Yeah, but we're not.
But why? What other school or other program is doing that?
Yo, man, don't study Phil, man. Phil
Every
is an
school that gets up on
HBCU
the
guy.
team by let's say 17 or 20 in the fourth, you know what I'm saying? They may leave their starters out, but they will put backups in. That's very common in college football. Now, if you're talking to NFL, no, we ain't putting backup quarterbacks in like that. But college football, we see backup quarterbacks all the time.
Yeah, but Phil, do you expect that out of a rebuilding team to take those type of shots? Come on,
Based
Phil.
off of what I've heard about Colorado from some of the fan base, yeah, I would expect that.
Yeah,
because I'm
but
not
you
judging
are
them
you
based
have a
off of them
better
rebuilding.
football IQ than that, Phil. I'm not accepting that from you.
I mean, I'm judging them based off of what y'all say they're gonna be. Because if they're a
Nah, we're not
championship
talking about. I
contending
want your
team,
football IQ. Put on your football IQ,
well,
Phil.
no, I'm not expecting that. But then if I say that, I'm a
Okay,
hater.
then. Phil, show up as Phil. Don't show up as the nut jobs. All I'm saying to Harry is what CU is facing now, and I think what Warren G alluding to, every football program
We're not worried
faces that.
about that. I
Yeah,
don't
but
care
if
about
you're
that. I'm not
critiquing it
worried. I'm
like
not about
that,
to have a conversation about who is facing what. This is
you,
real for
you
Colorado
asked to
because
let
we're
you cook,
losing
right?
Shador
You
Sanders,
asked to let you cook, so you can't hear my point if you're not letting me finish.
but you're
What
gonna
I'm
go back to an
saying,
old topic that we don't want to
yeah,
discuss.
but you are
Who cares
not
who-
allowing me to finish. So
All
if
right,
you
go
want to
ahead.
do that, go ahead. I'll
Go
wait.
ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, with the new structure of football, going into the portal is mandatory. With the new structure in football, there's no guarantee in building from high school going hardcore because you cannot keep them. So you have to balance. I think Coach Prime and how they approach it
Wait. Slow
is
down.
the
What do you mean
best
you
way.
cannot keep them? You're talking from a CU perspective.
No, I'm talking
You're saying
about
you
football.
cannot keep them.
You want me to
Nebraska
explain
kept
what I
some of
mean
their
by that?
guys. Nebraska kept a big percentage
You
of
want
their
me to
guys.
explain that?
There's a lot of teams in college football that are able to keep their guys.
You want
So
me to explain that, Harry?
what do you mean? Explain that. No, you.
So
There's
you
no, I
dress
don't want you
now.
to there are
Wait,
not teams that are not
so
every
you
team is
dress.
replacing 40 guys every single
That is not what's going on. You being unrealistic, and then you are comparing it to a legacy program as Nebraska. It is insane to do that when CU hasn't had a winning record to bring people to the program
Neither
in
has
7
Nebraska.
years.
What are you talking about? Neither has Nebraska. They haven't had a winning record.
Sir, Nebraska have those corn. You know anything about Nebraska? There's kids that don't even have to leave Nebraska. So Harry, I'm questioning
What
your
conversation do
football
you want to
knowledge.
have? Do you want to have the realistic conversation or a CU
It is a
conversation?
realistic conversation. You are then saying that they are not retaining people. That is why I made my argument that way. For a program coming from 1 and 11, Coach Prime, when he cleared house, the people from the first year clearing, the players remain. All the whiners and the smokes and all those people, when they went to other programs, they did not work out. So what we are saying now, going forward into year 3, we are building up and the program is looking productive going forward. You can't turn around and say, well, Nebraska don't have that program. If you look at any program that has been winning, say, 6 games, we are for us to have that recruiting element, we need Prime, and with the vibrato that he came with to even get to this point. So some people was criticizing the music in the locker room. They was criticizing Coach Prime and all that he was doing. We were coming from a 1 in 11 team. We needed the hype. We needed the visibility. If you understand CU football, they have not been playing on national TV. They were paying on the Pac-12 network, so they had no visibility. There was no reason to go there. So now Coach Prime just doesn't insert energy into the program. He inserts visibility, so players want to be seen. Insert Shepard. Insert these other guys who was big at the previous program. So we have to take into account all the elements that make a successful program. So Coach Prime and all the excitement off the field, added visibility. Now the recruiting side is coming into play. And this is actually the first real cycle. Because the first year he went there, he didn't get a recruiting class because he stayed out at state. So you had to look at it from that point. But Wandry, I know you wanted to say something.
So
Go ahead, G.
yeah, here I come. Hold on. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So listen, I don't know if you're gonna ever get somebody. The relationship with Shador and Prime, that ain't gonna ever happen again. Let's just Put it out there. No, we're not gonna get. But we are recruiting a quarterback that is very interested in us from the high school. But just in case that falls apart, we do have a quarterback there that can function within the Big 12. Because as I look at the quarterbacks in the Big 12, ain't two of them. I don't see I don't see anybody too close to doing what Shador is doing, as far as when it comes to passing. Now Ponder can manage that team because we can implement a running game as well as a passing game. Are we gonna get a quarterback that throws accurate like Shador? I don't know. We hope that we can find something similar to that. We hope that we can find something similar to Travis, but we ain't gonna get another Travis. Travis is one of the lifetime type of things. You're not gonna just run into a whole bunch of Travises. We got lucky with that. We got blessed with that. I get that. But we do have some people underneath them that are quality players that once they get on the field and we're training them up. I can list off the roster to you and tell you that we're not losing too much. So we may not have to dig in the portal like we did this year and last year as much. Now, yeah, would we like to get a gem in the rough? If we see something out there in the transfer portal, like a quarterback, you don't think we're going to go try to look at them and ask them to come and see us?
So
of course we are.
What is the team that's gonna look? What is the team gonna look like next year to you?
It's going to be a lot different than what it is this year, as far as passing wise. We may have a quarterback that runs and throws. We may be similar to what the other teams are in the Big 12.
Where do you think Colorado would be ranked by this time next year?
If
Right
we
now,
come out 8-4, we'd be about the 6th, 5th seed within the Big 12.
And
Right
that's
now,
with
we
the
ranked 11. We got the best quarterback and the best player in college football to me. And we was ranked the number 11 based off our record from last year. So I get that. But our record is at least going to be more than we're going to at least make it to a bowl game. We're not going to be that 4-17, 4-18 like last year. That's out. I don't see that happening with the quality team.
From what
Okay.
you're saying, right? You got to take into account the reason why we are where we are, and those two reasons are leaving.
That's not the only two
but the
reasons. No,
record
it's
is
not.
based on
No,
the
that's
year
not.
before.
You're wrong about that because you have to play in the fact that our defense is playing a lot better. A whole lot better. Our
We're not
defense kept us.
4-2.
Our defense kept us in games that we shouldn't. Our offense was slow. Our defense kept us in games.
We don't beat Baylor. Without Shador, we don't beat UCF.
No. Without the defensive play of that defense, we probably would have the running back if Simon Craig didn't hit that guy before he got into the before Travis hit the stop that run. I mean, yeah, I mean, all those things, them players came to play. We got some players that's outside of Travis. Now, yeah, Travis and Shador is an anomaly. I give you that.
Right.
But you gotta understand, other players been
What y'all
stepping
be
up.
watching. I don't know what football y'all be watching. I promise
Oh man, see,
without
okay.
Shador on that other side of the football, even though the defense plays well, without Shador, you put in a Ryan Stubb or anybody else without Shador.
You can't say that because we don't know that because Shador hasn't been going out. So we never
know
had to
that.
play a second. We never had to
know
play
that.
another
Everybody
quarterback.
in the world knows that, but y'all.
Yeah, but Harry,
Wait a
we lost
minute.
that game by
What
3
Everybody in the world knows that
what
without
other
Shador.
quarterback on any other program had a secondary quarterback come in and win the game for you?
What?
That rarely happens, Harry.
Rarely. So whoever's your first, if you're gonna go down, if you're gonna win, you're gonna go down with your starting quarterback.
Right, but are you making my point for me? I'm saying Next year we're losing Shador. The number one reason
Okay.
why we are where we are is because of Shador. And one of the biggest reasons why our defense is good this year is because of the guys that are leaving.
No, that's not. That's not true. You have other players
Nakahil
that
Green is not
contribute to
leaving.
the defense. I can name a
Nakahil Green is
few.
not leaving. Bentley's not leaving.
So McCoy, is he leaving? No. Is
No.
Arden Walker?
I'm telling you about the biggest reasons. Let me tell you the biggest reasons. I'm just saying the biggest reasons why. Okay.
But let me say one thing.
No, not yet.
Okay,
Let me say this. Black Bully's leaving.
Okay.
Nakahil Green is leaving.
2.
Bentley is leaving.
3.
We got red shirts that are going to be stepping up if they stay. If the big ifs they stay. All right.
The coaches in the room said what about that?
BJ Green is leaving.
Okay.
These are the biggest reasons why Colorado is where we are today. Shador and those guys.
But
and
this
then
is
Travis
Green
Travis
first
Hunter. And then Travis Hunter is leaving. We
fine.
lose that core.
That's fine.
That big reason. And Colorado is not the same team.
And Silman Craig is leaving too.
Oh, and Silman Craig. And Shiloh is leaving.
Shiloh never counted, so keep going.
And Shiloh is leaving. We're counting Shiloh.
Counted. Keep going.
So we lose that. And you don't, for some reason, don't believe that we got to rebuild?
But this is the thing, Harry.
You think the next man up is that good?
Yeah, but didn't the coaches tell you that? The coaches said it's just a matter of the next man up and they could play. And then when people went down, even with the line,
I didn't say we couldn't win. Don't mistake me. I'm just saying we're gonna rebuild. Like I'm saying we're gonna rebuild. I'm not saying Colorado's not gonna win any games. I never put wins and losses to that. I just said we gotta rebuild because we're losing the core of what's making us good this year.
And all our pushback is not as dire as you're making it seem.
How is it dire? What am I making? What am I saying that sounds dire?
You're making it sound like
we're gonna rebuild because we're losing our team, we're losing our core. Why does that sound like dire to you?
Because y'all were questioning the ability of them to recruit and people to come because Shador, Travis, and the wide receiver. You said they need the quarterback, right, to be a part of the recruiting because the coaches don't count anymore. So I'm reciting what you said.
I think somebody said that your quarterback helps you to recruit receivers.
You did that. You said that.
Okay. So I don't know. I don't want to credit me because that's the truth. I don't think I said that, so I don't want to take the credit.
Well, I know you was repeating it from the chat or something, but you said it.
Okay, so I'll take the credit. But you need your quarterback to recruit wide receivers.
So I'm not disputing that. I don't even think Warren Dree is disputing that. But we are telling you in the room today, Ponder is a good QB. In the room today.
Who is Ponders?
That's the problem. You don't know the room.
And there's a reason why I don't know the room because they're not on the depth chart.
But this is what you don't understand about football in general. When people go in, it takes them 2 years to go in. Got lucky.
I don't understand about football. What?
This is what I'm saying. Colorado is spoiled. Colorado fan base is spoiled. You all just think that
Miami loses Cam Ward. Who's up next?
What's that?
Miami loses Cam Ward. Who's up next?
I'm focused on CU. I don't know.
I'm just trying to let you know. Miami loses Cam Ward. You gotta listen. I know the pom-poms are hot. I get it. I'm just trying to let you know that it's not like the team that we know today is going to change next year.
We're not disputing that.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you feel like I'm saying.
Sound like, oh my God.
I'm not trying to say Colorado
sound
sucks.
The alarm.
I don't know what.
Are you saying sound the alarm?
I said that makes y'all get defensive.
Are you saying sound the alarm? They not there to bring new recruits, or you are saying that expect a new team to be clear?
Okay, so I think this is what's happening here. Let me articulate this. I think CU fans, when they hear anything controversial, the defensive gates go up. You guys just automatically, somebody says anything that sounds a little controversial, And all of a sudden, you start defending, as if somebody is saying something bad about Colorado. I ain't said nothing bad. All I said was the team that we know this year is not going to be the same team next year. And Colorado is going to have to regroup because we are losing our core.
But that's
Can I step
I
in
mean,
here,
that's
Harry?
every time you have to do some, you're gonna have to regroup. That's any team that loses a quarterback that's been there, that's been with them
So then
for
why are you getting
years.
defensive then? So
No,
then
no, 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 no,
because it's
no.
not
You
just
know,
the
wait a minute, hold
quarterback
on,
getting
wait a
the
minute.
people
Let
call.
me make a statement.
I
Let me
think it's
make
how
this
you
statement.
explain it the first time.
Let me make a statement because you went to mentioning the receiver core, you went to mention the defense core, and I'm telling you, we have a strong set. We have a solid. We have a what's the word I'm trying to use for
We don't have a second. We
our
don't have a second string.
and our
We don't
defense.
have a second string that's solid.
Yes, we do. Yes,
We
we
don't.
do.
We
Yes,
don't.
we do.
We
I
don't.
can pull you up some players. So Arden Walker. Did he not make plays the last 2 games? DJ McCoy, he's a defense end. Did he not get 3? He totaled 3 sacks in 2 games. And then
He's balling.
you got Samuel Okanala. I can't pronounce his name, forgive me. He's still gonna be there. You got Jalen Wester, that's a linebacker that's making plays. He's still going to be there. You got BJ that's making that red shirted. He's going to be there. You got other players that's behind these guys that's not getting, that you don't see on the field. It's because they developing these players. They got players already in house that's ready to step up.
I
That's all I'm
understand what
saying.
you're
Let
saying,
me
but
add this to
it's
the
not
chat. Can
going
I
to
step
be
in
at
here?
the level of the play that we got currently that's actually helping us
That's
to
not
win
true.
games.
That's not true.
You can't say that ahead of time like that. For
That's not
example,
true.
Okay,
just
you know
like
why I
Warren
can
G
say
said,
that? Because look at what's the 2 red shirts? Jeremiah Brown.
Harry, pull up the roster while you do that. While you're talking, pull up the roster.
I don't have the energy.
Oh.
Jeremiah Brown, right? Jeremiah Brown played at Jackson State. It took guys that we got out of the transfer portal to come in here and play. But Jeremiah Brown he's been developing under prom since Jackson State, right? Trevor Woods have been at CU. He's an OG or whatever they call them. He's been playing, right? But guess what? He's redshirting because of those guys out of the transfer portal. We are going to have to shop back in the transfer portal to bring new starters. The guys that we have, you think they're going to fill in and become starters because of the next man up?
So Jalen Wester. The reason why they're redshirted was because everybody that they have already that's there in-house now have shown that they're much better playing time. And then JB did it for a business move. It's because he wants to give himself an opportunity to put something better on tape and get that opportunity to play.
If he was
Yeah.
like that, they'd keep him in the game. So you making business move or
Well,
not?
well,
That's business move for you.
But he's not going to
But
start
you
over.
said that about Carmani. You use that same example about Carmani. So
What?
you can't flip and flop it. You
Which
said
means?
if he was that good, he should have been starting, and you were mad that Coach Prime wasn't playing him the first year. I'm an original bandwagon buff now, so you can't switch it up. What we
What
are
am I
saying
switching up?
is
I don't know what you mean.
you are just making the comparison that they weren't good enough, right? To start or take a starter slot, right?
No, because they started. Because they were playing. Those guys that I'm talking about were the starters. They maybe not the starters, but they got heavy playing time.
They contributed.
And we saw they were playing. But guess what? Nakai Hill Green stepped up, Bentley stepped up, and they became a better core, right? They were better. They were a better core, and they were playing. So, what we saw from the second string, the second string was not up to par with where the team was going in the Big 12. So we needed our guys, the guys that stepped up. Once we saw that they were playing much better, once we put them in the game, we
But
pulled
Green
Trevor
didn't
Woods.
start.
We took out Trevor Woods and we took out T. Brown, Jay Brown. We took them out and we leaned more on the guys that were playing better. Now the thing about it is, you're saying that these core that start that are on the second string, for some odd reason, they're going to come in and they're just going to be all of a sudden at the level of a BJ Green. They're going to be at the level of a Nakai Hill Green, and we're going to be fine. And I'm trying to tell you that you're being delusional.
So
They're not.
let me ask you this question, Harry.
Okay.
If you feel that people already at a program, right, don't go through development to get better, why are you all upset that Prime is not going to high school to recruit? Because it makes no sense. Because if he can't get
I
them
never
to
said
start
Prime.
on
I'm
day
not
one,
upset. What are you
I'm
talking
just
about?
using your analogy, right? If
But
you
why
are
are you saying
saying
y'all upset? What do you mean, y'all?
don't hop on the word, Harry. Don't do that. You, my homegirl, do that. Don't do that.
No,
What I'm
but you're
saying,
putting me in a category that I'm not in. So when you say y'all, I feel like you're saying y'all.
the fan base, does that suffice?
I would say, why are some people upset? I wouldn't say y'all because I'm not part of y'all.
Harry is a figure of speech. Okay. Some
But don't
people
say y'all because then that puts me in it.
Harry is still harping on.
Go ahead.
Some people
Okay.
is upset that Prime is in high school heavy, right?
Okay.
But if you are using the analogy that people who are currently on the program, they wouldn't be the same thing to step up over the starters. What is the point of going heavy into high school to go to the development stage? So your analogy wouldn't work when it comes to high school players. When it comes to college football, people develop at different pace.
High school players
And then
are
the
not ready
second
in their
aspect of
second
it
year.
is,
For the most part, they're not ready by their second year. High school players are usually ready by their junior year, not
that is the
second year.
point I'm making. So he's saying currently, if you look at coaches and then when they go and they say, man, these guys are ready and they want it before the culture of CU is starting now, meaning that the players have a better mindset. The players that we left off with, they didn't have a hunger to play the game. So we are going to a development stage. This is only year 2. Take a deep breath. In order to build,
I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what you mean. So, okay, let me ask you this question. Let's simplify it. Do you have confidence in the guys that are second string or third string to hold the team down and have the same quality of production that we have in this year?
Yes.
We've been doing it.
Yes. Because if
outside the quarterback, we've
I
been
don't
doing
believe
it.
that, but okay.
Outside of the quarterback and Travis Hunter, we will never get that again.
I'm not as confident.
We will never get Travis Hunter and Shador again, ever.
Okay, so the last game when we was off, so the Baylor game when we was off track, who you think turned that game around for us?
Shador?
No. Oh, Shador was having a bad game too.
Shador.
But what
It
about
started with
what
Shador. Amari Miller.
Omari Miller, who's going to be there next year?
You hope he's gonna be there next
was
year.
the game changer for that.
Why are you
The
so
other
confident
players,
that he's going to
let me
be there
mention
next
some
year?
other players now. Let me mention some other players.
Why are you so confident that Omari Miller is going to be there?
Why not?
What if he's not?
What? I have no indication that he's leaving.
But what if he's not? Because we
Okay,
said this
then
thing about Dylan
it's the
Edwards.
next man.
What if he's not?
So my guy proved he proved his point. You proving my guy's point about. You're proving my guy's point by the fact that he said that the way things are nowadays, players gonna leave for whatever reason they need to leave. They're gonna leave anyway. I can't. I mean, the thing with players staying 4 years is just not realistic anymore. Let's keep that at 100. Now, yeah, you're gonna get some players there that stay 3 to 4 years, cool. But now the way things are going, we may only be able to keep a player 1 or 2 years.
Well,
I mean, with the
At
I
that
players
think
point,
that
y'all are
they
arguing
point,
Phil's point, not my point. My point is not Phil's point.
right? That's
I'm
what I'm
not
talking
heavy
about. Phil,
on
you're proving
trying to go
Phil's
to high
point.
school.
You just said how you know we're not gonna keep. How you know we're gonna be able to keep Omar Miller? For that fact, how you know we're gonna be able to keep any of the players? How do any team know
Then
that
that
they're
proves
gonna
my
keep
point.
any players?
That proves my point. My point is that this is going to be a different team. You
No,
guys are saying that we
very
have a
different.
secondary.
you're moving the bar. That's what you're doing.
How? How am I moving it?
We're talking about the team. We're talking about the team. So let me take the players that was there from last year are still here. Those players are good. Those players are playing. Tajay McCoy was not playing last year. He's playing this year.
One quick
Arden
question.
I don't know that
Arden
I'm
Walker,
saying
hold
that
on.
these guys are not good.
Arden Walker was a player last year. He's playing this year.
One quick question, Warren G. Harry, you joking or you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Go ahead, Warren G. I just wanted to make sure if you were joking or not.
I'm dead serious that your first team, your second team is not next
Carter.
man up good.
Carter was there last
Your
year.
second team is not next man up good. You're
Yes,
not.
they are. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Bruh. So Ryan Staub is next man up good at Shador?
You're
talking about one
overdoing it, Harry.
position. You're talking about one position,
You
and that's the
overdoing it now,
quarterback.
Harry.
Of course, once we lose, if we lose Shador, yes, that is a big loss. Don't get me wrong, Harry, but we do have a quarterback. And if you look up Ponders, you go look at Ponders' film and his stats.
All right.
You
Let me
say,
ask
wait
you
a
a
minute
question.
now. He may
Let's
not be no
simplify this.
Shador, but he definitely could play to the level of these other Big 12 quarterbacks that we playing against.
Name one.
I don't know.
Name one.
Oh man, you got K-State. He can play. He can contend
So
with
you think
K-State
our
quarterback. Yes, he
second
can.
string guy
Yes,
is
he
the
can.
same as the
Ponder can
same?
compete with K-State quarterback.
You
Ponder
think we
can
have a
compete with.
quarterback that's like Avery Johnson?
You asked me to name him, so let me name him. Let me get it
No,
up.
but then we're taking one at a time, with one step at a time. You
So
think our
K-State.
second string is like Avery?
I'm talking about Ponder. I'm talking about Ponder as a
Okay,
quarterback.
our third string.
Yeah,
You think
yeah,
our
yeah.
third string is the same?
Yes. As a matter of fact,
Harry, you don't know who he is, so you can't make that.
resembles Avery. He resembles Avery.
Oh God.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Yes,
Go ahead,
sir.
bro.
Ponder, that's the one that was with Ed Reed, right? The
Yes, that's
quarterback.
him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
that's
he
him.
he he's that dude for real, Harry. I give him that. He's that dude.
So
He's
he's
good.
like Avery. So why is
Yes.
Ryan Stubb number 2 then?
Because they probably just, no different than when they did Charlie number 2 until I say otherwise. It may sound good, but if Shador, God forbid, he went down, you better believe Ponder, once he get his chance to showcase his talent, he'll be number 1. And Stobbs, he'll be number 2. He's good, bro.
So he don't get to practice?
I don't know. I haven't been really
Harry,
keeping
do
up with
you
him like that.
Yeah,
understand how much
Ponder
teams they
practice.
go
Yeah,
through?
Ponder practice. Man, Ponder throwing darts, bro.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
Harry trolling,
Yeah,
yo.
bro. He
I'm
he
not
he is
Harry
trolling.
throwing
trolling.
Y'all,
darts.
I think
He's
y'all are
good.
delusional.
Harry, you trolling.
I'm just sitting back
You
because I've
trolling.
been right before. So I'm gonna sit back and enjoy this. I want y'all to swim in this. Y'all gonna swim in this. I'm trying to let you know that Colorado next year is gonna be different. I didn't say they're gonna lose every game. I said it's gonna be different. But
Oh
again,
yeah, I agree with you on that. They're gonna be very different.
right. So, and we're gonna have to rebuild. It's gonna be a rebuilding year because we're losing too much. We're losing too much firepower. So we're gonna have to. I don't know if y'all watch the Walking Dead, but if you watch the Walking Dead, when you lose your core, you're gonna have to rebuild without trusting with people who don't trust each other. That's called a rebuild. If you don't have a group of people that trust each other, you got to rebuild trust. So
I'm pushed back on that.
that's fine.
The reason why those receivers that are not starting, guess who the quarterback is? Ponder.
So Ryan Stubb is not getting second string.
Good practice. I'm talking about
Ryan Stubb is
practice.
not getting practice reps from second string.
No, Ponder's getting a little bit more reps, I think, than Stobbs is right now in
How?
practice. Based on the film, if you go watch the well off media, you'll see him
Yeah, I don't think
as a
Harry watching
quarterback.
well off. Harry
He's
not watching no
accurate,
well off.
bro. He's accurate. He has the size. He has the talent.
Didn't Well-Off get y'all in trouble before? Well-Off
Okay.
always get y'all in trouble. Y'all are some well-off people. I'm telling you.
Hey,
You
I
watch
mean,
Well-Off,
you tell
but then the
me.
rest of the
Well,
world is out there.
you tell me what other media outlet are you getting any other teams where you could see more than just the first
And
the
that's
first
right there
screen.
is the problem. That right
When
there
is
is
you
the
talking about
problem.
the problem? You
What
tell
are
me
you
about
comparing it
Alabama,
to?
who you don't even know who's gonna start from Miami. At least I have an idea who could start that's on the team. I don't know Miami like that. Reason why I don't know
Y'all always
if
get
they
into
don't
trouble
play
with
on
that because we
if
see
they don't play on Saturdays, I don't know
you'll
who's the
see a guy
secondary or
throwing
the
good
third string.
passes. You'll see a guy who's throwing good passes when there's no rush. You'll see a guy doing well on Well-Off, and y'all
Wait a minute,
start
hold on.
pounding
So
that
wait a
guy.
minute.
But then the next thing you
The
know, when they
second
get on that
screen is
field
going
and they
against
get
the first screen. The second screen is always going against the first screen in Colorado.
oh my gosh, this is the problem with y'all
Okay.
Well-Off people. This is
Okay.
what y'all don't take into consideration that practice tape is not game tape. The second your guy steps on the field and he gets rushed by those regular guys that's going to be rushing him, the guys on those other teams that are actually good at rushing, when they rush him, that's when they start making bad decisions. And then you're gonna realize that, oh shoot, then you'll turn back up and say that guy's trash. That's the first thing you'll say. He's trash.
hey, Harry.
He always looks good and Well-Off, but then he's trash in real game situation.
Hey, you know how you like Staub's game? I ain't gonna say you like his game better than Shador, but you like certain aspects about his game than the Shador. One of them is Staub's a step up in the pocket, and he'll take off and run, right?
Yep.
Okay. The the
And
guy that they
some
got
pass
listed. Hold on, Panda. The guy that they got at third string, Panda, he does the same thing, but he's faster and bigger. So when he was comparing to K State quarterback, yeah, you
Avery.
get that Avery. Yeah, you'll get that with him, man.
So
Square business.
he's basically Avery. So K-State. So K-State has an Avery that was able to will them into a win. So we
But
got
he
an
can
Avery.
spin it.
We got an Avery, but yet we're going after Juju.
He can spin it better than Avery to me.
So if we got an Avery, why are we so hype on Juju?
First of
you need depth.
all, we went for Juju. We got Ponder on the back end of going for Juju. Don't get it
Yeah.
twisted. We got
Juju
Ponder
ain't gonna
late.
start over him. Juju not gonna start over Ponder, bro.
So then we already got our heir apparent to Shador.
Pretty much, if we need
Yes.
to. But it ain't like
Okay,
it's not.
you're confident in that, right?
Wait a minute, but we leaving the door open. Don't wait a minute. See, you want to close the door on that? No, we leaving the door open for
Why
a
you leaving
better
the door open?
quarterback.
No, when
As
you leave the
always.
door open in The Walking Dead, the dead comes walking in and it bite you. So let's not do that.
No.
Well, I
We
was
not
giving
walking.
him.
We not letting dead come in. We letting competition come in.
But
So hold
Yeah.
up.
what Warren G was saying and
With
what y'all was talking about a little bit
you,
earlier,
you
Harry,
don't replace your heir apparent. That's the whole point of the heir apparent.
like Wester is coming. I think Wester's coming back for another year. I don't think he's leaving. And
You guys are
then
not confident.
yeah, and then but as far as which I was talking about how they're gonna look next year. I mean, when kids have the option to transfer out at any given time, I don't think CU is gonna look the same because I feel like if Omarion Miller wouldn't have got hurt and stayed healthy the remainder of the season, I was one of the first that said he gonna be leaving next year. Remember that, Harry? I said it. I said he's gonna be the one that's gonna leave because he's too good of a talent to be just. To me personally, I feel like he should be starting right now.
Harry is either trolling, foolish, or an undercover CU hater.
So let me say this. First of all, Omar Miller's been playing. Hold on. Omar Miller's been playing in every game. He just have not been the featured person getting the ball at the particular time. So Omar Miller's been getting some playing time. It's just that, look, we only can start so many wide receivers. Those guys are ahead of him. Don't mean that he ain't getting no playing time.
No, bro.
Next year, he's going to be the one because he got 2 more years left.
Jimmy
He's going
Horn
to be.
showed up one game this
No, he
season.
did. He's been in games. He's been in games.
I'm
not
not
saying
disputing that he haven't been in the game. What I'm disputing is he haven't
again.
showed up for the game.
Again, Omar Miller will get his debut next year where he's the number one and everything else is behind him. Right now, you got Travis ahead of him, you got Wester ahead of him, you got Jimmy ahead of him. And when those 3 guys or those 4 guys fall short, guess who's getting the ball?
Man, I start Mario Miller over Jimmy and Wester.
No,
He
no,
doesn't play.
no, no.
Omar Miller
100%.
doesn't
I
play
agree with you
slot.
on this, Tim.
He doesn't play slot. That's the point. He's a wide out.
But let me even say this, right? Sometimes there are some players that come in better than they start, bro. And I just feel like when Omarion come in, like he injects something into the team. So I think coaching them using him right. We just like when he show up and dominate so much that we want to say, "Oh my God, start him." And there are times that they started him and he didn't click. And you have to remember in football, man, it's just another person day, bro. Sometimes it's just another guy day because like we be expecting Weston to go crazy. He don't show up. Jimmy Horn show up. We expect the only person who have been consistent game by game has been Travis. But the
And
players,
there's no other Travis around. There's nothing like Travis. So we
it will
can't
never happen
compare
again.
any of those players to Travis at all.
Well, they're going to have to fix that because we don't know anything about Travis and we don't know he's going to be back next week.
Travis is gone. So y'all, okay. So y'all.
So you got the update? So he's done? He's done for the season?
What?
No.
Travis,
I said Travis is not gone for the season. I'm saying Travis is gone next year.
No. Oh yeah, he's gone. Oh, he's playing next week.
Okay,
Coach already said he's playing. Coach already said
in
that
that
Will
interview that we
Shepherd be
played,
back
Coach Brown
next
said
week.
Travis is playing. He said that Omarion Miller broke his ankle, so he's out for the season.
Right, and Terrell is out for the season.
Terrell is out. You said?
Yep.
What was his injury?
I'm not sure, but he got injured. He was in the boot.
But Jimmy's playing. He said Jimmy's playing.
He was in the boot. He was in the boot.
Okay, so but Jimmy's playing and Travis is playing. That's what he said.
And Will Shepherd.
And Shepard's playing, right. Shepard has his one big mistake every game. So we're used to that now. But we know that he also has his big plays. So it's just like Shador. We get used to them, and we'll be waiting for that one big mistake, but we're also going to be waiting for that one big thing that they do to redeem themselves. So we like that. But this whole talk of next year, I don't know that we're ready for this talk. I ain't gonna hold y'all, but I don't think y'all are ready. As a CU fan base, y'all not ready for that yet. So let's put a pin in that. We'll come back to that later. But you're not ready.
Harry, are you a CU fan? Just quantify.
Ben told y'all, like, let me.
The comments looking shaky, man. They're not too sure, bro.
When was the last time I cared about that? You should know. When was the last time I cared about what people think much? Because that's what they question every single time they come. What do they question the most? Some people be saying, "Oh, Harry's not a CU fan. Harry's not a CU fan."
I mean, Harry,
it always happens that way. The only reason why it happens that way is whenever you bring up real talk, stuff that CU fans need to start preparing for. The second you do that, they're going to they clamp up and they're going to defense mode.
You'll feel better once you recognize it versus having the blinders on
Right.
24/7.
Oh wait, Tim, you are saying the team is
when
gone
it
next year?
comes, when
Say,
it
bro,
comes,
I agree with what Harry's saying.
when it comes,
you
then
agree
you're
with
not
Harry,
shocked no
Tim?
more because I'll be the one that leads the conversation. Listen, Panda, you weren't here for like 3 or 4 months.
True.
Stuff that I've said has literally happened, bruh.
In what context? Give me an example. Give me the main one.
Preparing this team for reality.
Yeah.
Preparing the team, preparing the fan base for the reality of certain things.
How are we 4-1?
I'm not talking about our
4-2.
record. I'm talking about things. I said on this channel that somebody big is gonna transfer.
Who big transferred out?
Are you serious?
Yes, let me out.
No, I'm not going there.
Over 40 players. Hey, Panda, let me ask you this.
Tim, go ahead.
If hold on. Okay, I know you got your Coach Prime shades on. That's fine. But come next season, you and Warren G. What if Marion Miller hits the transfer portal?
Okay.
What if Baby T.O. I'm not saying they are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using this as an example.
They don't like hypotheticals. It hurts their feelings because it makes you not a CU fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What if they hit the portal?
Okay.
And a couple of more guys
Okay.
hit the portal. Wester, the linebacker, he hits the portal. Then what are you gonna say about those guys?
And then what you are doing is starting with a hypothetical that every single team had to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Your hypothetical is not exclusive to CU.
Okay.
That is what I think me and Warren G is trying to tell you. Your hypothetical, the modern era of college football, every team is going to face that.
But now talk about how it affects CU.
Hold on. Hey, hold on, Harry. Hold on, Harry. Hey, Panda. I want you to go back and I want you to look at some of Harry's recordings. And you may have been out in those months. It was close to the end of the season. And Harry proposed a question. Who do y'all think is gonna leave next season? And the first person came out of my mouth was Dylan Edwards. And everybody was like, "You're crazy."
Don't say that.
But not I'm crazy, but like I can't see that.
Like, why would you? Yeah, why would you say that?
Why
Don't
would you say that?
cast negativity on this team.
Exactly. And guess what happened?
He left.
He hit the portal.
So Tim, let me ask you this, right? Were we running the ball effectively for Dylan Edwards?
See, you want to make an excuse for
you
every
need
single
something.
thing.
Yeah, you need something.
It's not a matter of excuses. We see
need something.
The replacement is not Dylan Edwards, but those two young guys are showing you that, hey, put some respect on my name. Welch and Augustine is showing you like, hey, I'm not Dylan Edwards, but I'm gonna make a name for myself.
Okay,
so
we
to
had
say
another
that,
running back.
Are you making a name for yourself with 10 runs?
That is up to the best thing that is going to happen for CU is when Shador leaves, because we have no choice but to run.
Hold on, say that again
The best
slowly.
thing that is going to happen for CU is when Shador leaves. And if that's what you're worrying about, CU will play its best football post Shador.
Don't get canceled by saying that.
CU will play. I'm doing it based on what's in the locker room. When Ponda gets on that field, babies, TU and all of them, I'm saying with what CU have on deck right now, I'm that confident.
Well, let me ask you this:
because we are losing to ranked teams by 3 and 7 points from a terrible team last year. Put some respect. I got my pom-poms out. What's up?
Hey,
I see them. They high in the air, but my thing is how can you have faith in who's going to be there next year when all the faith lies in the player's hand?
And that is the point me and
decision
Ward
making.
G's trying to tell you. If you use that line of reasoning, every single person in college football has the same thing to worry about. Player,
Hey,
coach, institution.
Exactly. That's our point.
hey, Tim, wait,
Everybody
Tim,
has.
I got him. Watch this.
Go ahead.
James Wilson. Everybody agreeing with Panda. Please lend me your ears. This is going to be important for y'all to get this. Do y'all know that Colorado has one of the worst O-lines in college football? Now, I'm going to say this slowly and very kind with y'all who just don't understand what's coming. Okay. Y'all prescription of Colorado is going to be a better team post Shador is so ludicrous and so delusional that you don't understand the gravitas of how this guy makes his team everything that it is. Without an O-line, you stand no chance in running the ball. And if you're primarily only running the ball, they're going to stop you from running the ball. And now you have nobody to throw like Shador. So where are you going to be at? If you cannot run the ball or throw the ball, where do you think that better team is coming from? And how are you going to be playing the best football of your life without the number one player on your team? How?
I am saying that in prospect of you all want a balanced offense, right? And you all are saying that he was playing daddy's ball, and you all were saying,
no, just answer my question. Forget about all of the narrative.
I'm just
How are you going to be the best team?
that is
How is this going to be the best team without the person that makes it the best team?
First of
and
all,
you
you
can't
being
run to begin with. So
Nobody's
even
saying they're
if
going
you
to be
start
the best
attempting
team.
to run, you can't run because you
asked me
don't
a
have an
question.
O-line.
I'll wait to answer.
Right. So if you cannot run the ball,
I'll wait to answer.
Right? That means you're going to have to either get a better O-line or the guys that are helping you to be decent this year have to return. And we know that Shador is a gunslinger. Without a gunslinger and that other quarterback that you think is so good comes in here and he has no protection, how in the world do you think Colorado is going to be a better team without Shador?
This is what I'm saying. Nobody, me and Warren G said this, and y'all are not listening. Y'all are choosing not to listen.
I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you to settle with what's coming.
I'll wait. When you finish, I'll wait. I'll wait. Let me know when I could talk. I'll wait.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's never going to be another Shador. Get it out of your mind. He's the best quarterback in college football. Get it out of your mind. The best two-way player ever in the history of college football is Travis Hunter. Get it out of your mind. He's not coming back. There will never be another him. Are we on the same page, Don?
I'm hoping that you're getting that in your mind too while you're speaking.
Now, knowing that, y'all are acting like Coach Prime and them is just sitting on their butt, waiting for the season to over to just magically just have a good team. Are you looking at Matt Chesney's podcast where he's having low hold, going out to look at the new O-line people, and you are listening when the coaches are saying they travel on the bye week? You see that what happens is
where do they have to be ranked for that to make sense?
Let me finish.
Where do they have to be ranked in recruiting for 2025?
I'll wait.
Yes, I want you to wait.
Okay.
Where do they have to be ranked for you to feel like that's being effective? Because right now they're ranked 83rd in the country for 2025 recruiting. So make that make sense to me.
So I'm not going off a ranking. I'm going to the acquisition of players and the players being able to play. Ranking don't mean nothing when you're rebuilding a team. You are going to a ranking system when the team is in second year of building. So you expect them to have a ranked recruiting cycle when they're coming from 1 and 11 in the
No, that's not what that means. That's not what that means. ranking means
The
the
ranking
quality
goes as
of
far as the
players. When it
5
comes to
stars that
recruit,
you get in the recruiting side.
when it comes to recruiting, it's the quality that you're bringing in.
That is the point I'm making. You are expecting them to have the ability to cast a net like Alabama and Georgia and the like. Y'all are not being realistic, and your assessment isn't fair. It's not fair based on who CU is and the ability to recruit. It's not a fair assessment. You all are expecting there's better teams that have been SEC teams that don't have these same access. So why are you all so critical on Coach Prime's ability to get 5 and 4 stars where there are people in better programs that can't even get them?
Hey, I'll put it to you like this,
It's
Panda.
mentally
Jordan
insane,
C.
bro.
I don't hear nobody talking about Jordan C.
Insane that y'all are looking at Colorado and seeing that 4 and 5 stars, that Georgia don't get all of them, Miami don't get all of them. I could go on and on with established programs.
Oh, hold on, Panda. Hold on. Panda, hold on. Let me take a screenshot.
So every time I'm about to cook, y'all do this. Every time I'm about to cook, y'all stop me. I'm gonna shut up because every time Panda cooking, y'all don't like my sauce. Y'all don't like my gravy. I'm gonna chill. Go ahead, Tim, because Panda can't cook. He's an island boy, but he
Go ahead, bro. I like that gravy.
Oh, you cooking? Let me take a screenshot to say I'm gonna save this screenshot so next year when you say this suck, I can remember to come back to this. Go ahead. Boy.
Hey, I just wanted to point this out real quick. Like, I mean, I'm more reality. You know what I mean? So, and I see things from a different lens. But what I am saying is also this: Harry just stated that CU are ranked. They offensive line is ranked 80 what?
Well, CU, no, just not the offensive line, but I'm talking about CU overall recruiting for 2025.
Right.
They're ranked 83rd in the nation.
Okay, they rank 83rd.
Colorado was able to get 5 stars in several. Seaton, Komani, like it doesn't even guarantee that a 5 star is going to pan out. Komani showed us that the 5-star ain't no guarantee to even pan out. So what you're doing is being extremely critical of the program that is not even at the level.
Players, that's all. Ain't nobody saying. We're not
you're not being fair
Yeah,
in your
but
assessment, bro.
you know what,
All I'm
Panda,
asking
it's
y'all to
funny.
do,
It's
let me finish the point. Y'all can respond because I've been waiting. All I'm saying is, if you're assessing Colorado, be fair of what Colorado entered the
But
conversation.
that is not going to happen, Panda. So you might as well get that out your head.
All right, Warren G. I'll kick back. You got a point.
Hey, no. This for you, Panda. This for you. Okay. You obtain a running back, Dylan Hayden, right? In the portal. He was 4th string from Ohio State. They put running backs in the NFL from their program. That's facts. You can go back and look at their history. But what I'm saying is he was 4th string and had over 600 yards rushing. Now, I don't even know if he got 100 yards rushing this season. That type of caliber running back, do you think that if it's boiled down to this, if Coach Prime don't bring in some portal linemen that's gonna run the ball, he will leave.
So he was nursing an injury. So we're doing factual information. He was nursing an injury, so he couldn't perform at top level. And one thing I respect about Coach Prime said, hey, I will quicker want the athletes to recover than to rush them to play. We saw a coach rush some people from Colorado State to play and injured that player worse. If I was that player, mom or dad, I would sue the school. So we're talking about a coach. Let me finish.
Except Shiloh.
You You missed the
Jim,
beginning.
can I
of
finish the point? I've been listening. I've been good boy today. Papa, I've been a good boy today.
You also been delusional today.
I'm fine with being delusional.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Hey, Ron Ted, I'm coming to you once Panda's finished.
Hey, Harry. So
No,
what I'm
hold
going to say.
on. Let Panda finish. He's been a good boy.
All I'm saying is when you are critiquing Colorado, critique it with facts based in the reality, right?
And that's the one that you don't want to agree with. You don't want to agree with
every
the
time
fact.
I'm trying to cook. Y'all can't. Are we
Panda.
exchanging places?
We're giving you facts,
you're
and
out
you don't
there
want to
in
agree
left
with the
field.
facts.
Hey, are y'all trying to be me today?
We're trying to
Are
give you
y'all
facts,
trying to
but you
be
keep
me today?
saying
Are we trading places?
you literally said if you're gonna critique Colorado, do it with facts. We're giving you facts, and you don't want to
I
agree with
want
the facts. But
all
anyway,
the pieces involved in the conclusion. We
Okay,
are
how many
a
running
1
backs? How
and
many
11 team.
How many running
in the
backs? How
section.
many running backs? How many running backs left?
Can I
Hold on.
finish
How many
speaking?
running backs left?
Can
You
I
want
finish
facts?
all of them left.
Okay,
Can I
bam.
finish
All of them
speaking?
left because of what?
Can I finish
Because
speaking?
we're not running the ball.
Can I
Okay.
finish speaking?
All right, Panda, hold on. Let me bring on Ron Tate because you're going too long. Let me get the.
I haven't even been able to get it out.
All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Panda, you've had the whole time.
I know you've been talking for a minute, bro.
And you keep interrupting. Go ahead. Wandry, you're right. I'm playing myself.
Go ahead, Panda. I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead. All right, Panda's upset. Ron Tate, please make some sense out of this. Bring us all back to reality. Ron Tate, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fine, Harry. Hey, hello, Panda, panel, and Panda. A couple of points I want to make. There's no way this team would be better with Shador gone next year.
Be careful when you said that.
No, it's 100% true because you're looking at the lack of running, and again, that's the coaching. They can be creative with running. They can do some things. Look at the type of plays that Kansas State, that Ohio State, that Ole Miss. Look at the type of running plays that they run. Everything is not a dive into the A and B gap. You know, they're different. I seen them pull guard and the tackle to the left and ran the ball to the right with the lead.
I want to make sure I keep receipts on you, buddy.
You know. My point is, you give the O-line an opportunity to fire off on someone, give them an opportunity to give some angles on someone, and be more creative. Then I think our running game, it's tough, but we have the talent that can make it work.
Ron, you are in a vacuum.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but go ahead.
How about now?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But as far as him saying that we will be able to run the ball better with Shador. No, I'm talking about what I just heard a couple minutes ago.
We only in game 6.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish, and then you can have it. My point is this: that someone said, Panda, I thought it was you, that the team would be better if Shador was not there.
Those were his words.
When Shador leaves next year, the team will be better. You can't. Maybe they will rely on you should say they will rely on the run more when Shador leaves.
Yeah, that's a better way to say it.
But the talent that
so
young
why
man.
You missed the words.
Let
You
me
knew
finish.
what he was talking about.
Let me
you
finish.
knew what he was talking about.
Let me
You just
finish.
made it clear that you knew what he meant.
Listen, you're not gonna run me off the panel. Listen, you're not
gonna got girlfriends. Because
listen,
for you all to
you're
sit
not.
up here and be
Hey, Panda,
and to pretend that you don't know what I meant,
Panda, let him finish.
Wild.
Come on, man. You know this jumping in and interrupting people, man. That's not how the panel works. When I finish my point,
they do it to Panda. They do it to Panda.
This is
well, that's what, because
All
Panda
right, guys,
talks for 15 minutes.
Hold on. Let me take control of this show. I need everybody to stop talking when somebody else is talking. Right now, we got Ron Tate talking. Please, nobody else talk. I'll control it. Go ahead, Ron Tate. Finish your thought.
Okay,
you got 30 seconds.
The end of my point is you can't equate the talent that Shador has by saying the lack of run. I put that on the coaches 100%.
All right, Panda, go ahead and respond.
I'm going to
No,
give my
I'll
time
respond to
Warren
it. No,
G.
I'm gonna respond to it.
I'm gonna
First of
give
all,
my
let me
time
say
to
I'm
this.
asking Panda to respond.
I'm gonna give my time to Warren G.
All right, Warren G, go ahead.
Yes, sir. That's what I like. Now, let me tell you something, brother. Listen, you know, and I both know that Shador, the ball is better in Shador's hands because of who he is. That's his makeup. No, you're not going to have a beast of a running game like you have from these other teams because we're a pass heavy team. What we use the run for is to create enough to throw the defense off. That's the bottom line. We're not looking to have a receiver that's going to gain 1,000 yards. If we do that, fine. It's only the 6th game. We still got 6 more games left. So you making a judge. In fact, as a matter of fact, you should have, if you are watching and paying attention, we are starting to run the ball a little bit more. But that's only to throw the defense off to keep Shador safe. That's the only reason why we really running the ball that way. Now, next year, we will be a different team because we do not have a Shador. I don't know any team that has a Shador other than Miami that's close to it with Cam Ward. If you could point to somebody else other than Miami that's like a Shador, you tell me because I don't see it.
I'm lost on what point you're trying to make. You lost me.
My point is, you guys are criticizing our running game as though we're not trying to run the ball. You got to understand that Shador is a passer first. Our offense is geared around Shador. Our offense is not geared around the running game. It's geared around Shador. Make a play for us.
You're
Period.
making our point. Our point is without
Yes.
Shador.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. We're saying
We're talking about this year. You guys are equating this year with something that's supposed to that we supposed to be. Hopefully, we'll be able to have it together next year. Of course, we're gonna look different next year because there is no gonna be unless we get a quarterback that's similar to Shador, which I don't see us getting. And if we get what's the name, if we get Juju, we're gonna hold him back for at least another year. So I don't see any other quarterback right now that's gonna be doing numbers that Shador is doing. Do anybody else see anything like that out there from any other
you're
team?
making our point. Okay, so let me tell you why. Let me tell you why we're saying this. Panda said this is going to be a great year when Shador's gone, right? Without Shador, Colorado's going to be playing the best football of his tenure, right? Without Shador. And I've been trying to tell you guys that Shador is the number one best player on our team, and he's the one that makes us who we are. Without him, this team is going to look different. That's all I've been saying. So I've been saying that, without Shador, it's going to be a different team. I never once says this is going to be a terrible team. I just said a different team. We're going to have to regroup because we're losing our core. But again, the pom-poms come out when you say stuff like this because for some odd reason, Coach Prime is the best thing since sliced bread and he can't do no wrong. Nothing can happen with Coach Prime. You can't do nothing. You can't say anything that sounds a little controversial at all.
It's the way you phrasing all of that, though.
I'm
You
not
know, you
phrasing
throwing
it anyway.
shots. No,
I'm
you
just saying
throwing
this is
shots,
going to be a
Harry. It's
different
okay,
team.
though. You throwing shots. It's okay.
What
I
shots am
understand
I
you throwing your
throwing?
shots, and it makes good for good content. I get it.
Tell me the shots I'm throwing
However, you're not
Since you're here,
you're not even looking at facts. No, because you didn't even know who Ponder was. Did you not know who
you're
Ponder
blaming
was?
me for not knowing who Ponder was? You're
Yeah,
blaming me for that?
because I mean that's just like me saying that Alabama gonna be trash after Merle. I don't know their team. I can't say that.
I know our team.
No, you
If
don't know Ponder.
Alabama, if Alabama they lose and get on the losing streak, They're gonna lose a lot of people. I can tell you that.
Well, that's with
you're
any
saying
team.
oh, you don't even know Ponders, but I'm
No,
not
you,
sitting.
you. But the fact that you just thought that we didn't have anything in house, you making it seem that we don't have nothing in house
I
that
never
can
said that. I
compete.
like Ryan Staub. Ask Tim. I think Ryan Staub is should be our next guy up.
We have a quarterback better than Brian Staubs now. He came in late in the in the summer.
Okay.
We got him. We looked up and got
All
him.
right, he's
It
late.
was
He's late like Kwamani. Okay, fine. He can sling it in practice. Okay, fine. That's great. I'm not saying okay. I ain't taking nothing away from him. But
he
at
got
this
some
point,
playing time
if he
now.
was
Don't
like
get it
that,
wrong. He competes. He can compete. You better go watch his games before he
that's
even
great.
got to see you.
That's great. Okay,
Okay.
that's great. I'll go look him up. I'll make a video if he's like that. Okay.
Okay, can
But
I make my
the
point?
question? No, wait. Let me finish. But it still stands. He is not a Shador. When Shador leaves this team, it's going to be a different team, and we're going to be regrouping. If Ponders
We
is like that,
understand that. Who's like a Shador? Where you gonna get another Shador from?
Nobody is discrediting that point,
okay,
Harry.
then why are we arguing for 3 hours about this?
Your rest of
No,
panel.
you making it seem like CU has to go all the way, because the way I got it, at least the way I received it, was that we're gonna have to go back and do this whole little thing all over again in the
That was
transfer
the point
portal.
they were making.
And
Warren
you
G, we're not
will.
crazy.
We will next year. We have
Warren
to.
G,
No,
we're
we
not
don't.
crazy.
No, we don't. No,
That's
we
the
don't.
point
And
that
that's
they
my
were making.
point.
That's where the delusion
And
is coming from.
that's where we
what they do. They
clashed
tryna
at,
play
Okay,
because we
fine.
don't.
That's okay.
Because you don't
So
know the
since-
players that's on the team, Harry. I'm
Awesome.
sorry,
Awesome.
bro.
I'm
No,
glad we're here.
I respect you,
So-
your show,
so
and
that's
everything.
where we at,
But
right?
if you take a look at the players on the team, that's the second and third string that you think is second and third string, they could be starters elsewhere, bro.
You were
Okay.
saying that
So
they
this
couldn't
is
make
where we are. We have finally defined where the argument is, because at some point I had no idea. I want to say thank you to
It's
Father of
been
Husband.
clear from the beginning.
Hold on. I want to say I just want to handle some business. Thank you for the super chat, Father. I think this is CU fan. He changed his name again. Father of two, husband of one. Panda and Warren G got the pom poms out. They're making no sense, using emotions over logic. Harry, keeping it okay. Well, I don't want to pit myself against anybody else. I just want us to realize what's going on. But the argument now is, this is the argument. We finally defined the argument. The argument is, you guys are bullish on our second team and the third team. We have the talent that we need in-house for Colorado to be able to compete at the same level that we are currently competing, and you guys are bullish on what we have in-house, and we are not going to have to go shopping in the transfer portal as heavily as we've done the past 2 years. Is that
We never
correct? That's
said
a yes or no question.
We
Is
never
that
said
correct?
that. We never said
That's my take on it. Now
Okay.
I know
Panda
it's
is
just the
saying
way
different. No, hold
you know
on.
what
Hold
it's the
on.
way it's the way you
Panda,
phrase it. It's the way you phrase the question. Like, we got Pete, like, this year we're gonna be as competitive as this year. You know what? We probably even be better next year as far as competitive, because there is nobody. Everybody's gonna have to step up. We don't have to worry about having a Travis or Shador.
so is that your
Because
stance? Is that we're going to be better next year? Is that where you stand?
I don't see why not. Why
Okay, good.
wouldn't we be?
Okay, keep it right there. So, Panda, you heard what I just described. We
All
now
right.
understand where you guys are being hurt. Your feelings are being hurt.
No, let me define my point. He
I just want to
defined
make
it.
sure I get you on tape for
Let
that.
me define mine.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Are you guys? So that's where Warren G stays. He said we're going to be better. Please go ahead and define. Now that we know what the argument is, go ahead and define it for me.
My point is, you are building. It would have been a scare if everybody left. My point is, from year one to year two, quality players stayed. That is how you judge the growth of a program, when you have things to build upon. What I'm saying, and me and Warren G agree on, there is enough on Colorado's roster today to build on. So we are not preparing for Shador next year. So most importantly, you will get the O-line to match what you have. So they are going to be first stream, second stream, and third stream in every football program in college football. So I'm saying we are going to high school. If you've been paying attention, they've been using the bye weeks to go and recruit if you've been paying attention. But what me and Warren G is saying, in-house, there is Ponder, which is a great quarterback that is not Shador. And we have to build around the new program. What you are saying is like, Shador's not there, Travis not there, we're leaving the seniors. Oh my God, the program is garbage again. That's how you phrased it before. So that's why me and Warren G was saying,
amen to that.
The program is garbage again. Who said that?
That's how you all presented it. So we are
that's how you heard it.
I,
because you're a pom-pom carrier. So that's how you're hearing things.
Harry.
No, I'm telling you,
Harry,
that's how you're hearing things because y'all are pom-pom carriers. So when you carry the pom-pom so hard,
Harry, what you are doing is
ain't nobody said anything about the program
what
being
you
garbage.
said and what your rest of panel coming on and saying.
Nope,
two
nope,
different
I won't let
things,
you do that.
And
Not
what
here.
the argument is going on in the
because
comments.
you are a heavy
Two
pom-pom
different
carrier. You
things.
hear things differently. I won't let you do that here on the show. You heard that the program is going to be garbage again because your earbuds
Harry,
are
you
too
are the
far up
only
in
one
your head
saying,
now.
I'm not going to say they are going to lose. You are the only one
Bruh,
saying that.
you not hearing this stuff
Harry,
correctly because you are a pom-pom carrier.
you're the only one was
Your Coach
saying that,
Pom
bro,
earbuds
not
are
the
too
others.
far in your ear. So you saying the program is going to be garbage again. That's something you're making up. Nobody
Harry,
ever
you were
said
the
that.
only one. Harry, we even went into the conversation that 45 players left and that the players are going to leave. And
Those
then
are facts that you don't like to hear.
But then you all start getting into hypotheticals that is not
Nobody
real.
ever said the
And
program
all
will be
me and
garbage
Warren
again. No,
G
let's
saying
deal with
the
that for a second.
hypotheticals
Let's
don't
stand
make
right
sense.
there. See, that's the thing I don't like about people who don't hear things correctly because they're too far with the CU defense mechanism. You don't hear things correctly. And nobody ever said, nobody on this CU fan, whoever was here, nobody says CU's going to be garbage after the leave. Nobody said that, but some odd reason you heard that. How did you hear that?
So
How in the world?
when you give the analogy,
You know what? You know, you good with words. You good with
when you
words. So I
give
know
the
you. I
analogy,
know you
right?
work with media and all of that, Harry
When you
B.
give an
And I
analogy,
know that the way you phrased everything, Harry, was to put it out there. And I'm on the level that panel. You're trolling.
I'm not
That's
trolling. I'm
all
telling
it
you
is.
that
It's
I'm not
trolling.
trolling.
It
I
makes
was very
sense for
specific in
content,
trying
though.
to tell you that
I
this
hear
team.
you. It's good for content.
I don't know why you keep
Hey,
saying
Harry,
that.
can I say something real
I
quick?
don't know why you keep saying it's good for content.
Hey.
Like I'm trying to say something controversial just so I can get views. Who cares about that? You know I don't care nothing about that. You've been around here
Hey,
long enough where you don't know that I don't care about that. So stop saying that. Go
Oh,
ahead.
so stop saying I'm a pom-pom
Hey,
carrier.
calling
If
us
you
pom-pom
if
and
you're
we
allowed to
laughing.
call me a pom-pom
People calling us
carrier, then
pom-poms
I'm
and we
allowed to say
laughing,
what I'm
and then you
saying.
getting
I'm not being disrespectful.
And the
I'm not
reason
out
why
of
I say you're a
pocket.
pom-pom carrier is because when y'all say, I said Panda is a pom-pom carrier because he heard something that I never said. He said that I
So are
said the
you
program
saying
is going to be
pom-pom as
trash
an
again.
insult? Are you
That's a
calling me a
pom-pom carrier
pom-pom as an
because y'all
insult?
like to hear things. You
Are
hear
you
things that
calling me
people are not saying. That's
pom-pom
why
as
y'all
an
call
insult?
everybody a hater. Y'all
Are
call
you
people around here
calling
a
me
hater when they
pom-pom as
speak
an
facts
insult?
and they speak truth. And then you always say, y'all need to speak facts and truth. The facts and the truth is that this team would not be the same without Shador. That's the facts, and
Did
that
I
is the
not
truth.
give you that credence? Did we not agree to that?
But that's what I'm saying. But that's all we said. We did not say that the team was going to be trash.
It's
But
very
the
clear
reason
you
why
all
you
don't
said the
listen to me.
team, we can't
Y'all
both
don't
speak at
listen to me either.
we can't speak at the same time. The reason why you came up with the conclusion and says you guys were implying that the team was going to be trash again is because you are a pom-pom carrier.
Are you using pom-pom as an insult?
Yes, I'm trying to insult you as much
So
as I can.
so it doesn't bother me because it rolls
You're a
off.
super fan. Because the super fans hear something differently. Whenever look, I had this channel for 2 years now, close to 2 years now, right? People who are prom defenders, whenever Whenever somebody makes a statement that has truth in it
Did I
about this,
define
No, yours
Panda,
was
let
based
him
on
finish.
you.
Why
I
won't
can't
y'all let
talk.
him finish?
All of y'all
Stop
are
yelling,
doing it.
man.
When
It's
I
okay.
do it,
Stop
it's
yelling. You're gonna be all right. Take your blood pressure medicine.
What are you talking about, bro? Just let him finish.
It's funny
All right, so
when
give
it's
me a second.
Panda is let everybody
Because
finish.
you get a pom pom for Harry B. That's why.
I'm just saying. Let me finish. And the pom pom thing is he brought up the pom pom thing, so that's why I'm using it. It's not a real insult. It's just his thing. Anyway, every time somebody comes on this channel and they try to say stuff about football that's football related, there's a lot of people that's out there in the CU universe that whenever like people came for Brian Howell and Adam Mustard Tiger because they said that CU was going to lose to K-State because of X, Y, and Z. They came for those guys. They said those guys were haters. Every time somebody makes a football analogy, Micah, can you please leave for a second? I'll be out there in a second. Every time somebody makes an analogy and they say this is what the team is, this is the makeup of the team, and these are the reasons why this is going to happen, this is how it's going to happen. The defenders of Colorado, they come out and then they hear things that are not being said. Nowhere in my analysis or anybody else's analysis that agreed with me said that this team is going to be trash. Nowhere in that was it ever stated. The only thing where we've been pushing hard and saying this team is what it is because of several players. Shador, Jimmy Horn, the receiving core, Travis Hunter, X, Y, and Z. And this team is going to look different. So we're going to have to do some recruiting.
Oh, now you just toned it down a little bit, though. Let's just keep it
I
a
have
buck,
not
brother.
changed my tone. I
No,
just
no,
yelling.
no.
I've just
You
stopped yelling, but it's the same
Why
thing.
you keep
I'm gonna tell
interrupting
you what
him?
you
Why
you
you
said.
keep interrupting
You
him?
said, man, shut up. I'm
Let him
talking to Harry
finish.
B, bro.
We can't do
Come
that.
on,
Bro,
now.
We're
that's
not
how
going
the
to do that
show
on the
flows,
I'm
show.
bro.
talking to Harry
Let him
B.
finish.
Listen,
Well, you can't tell a
Harry
grown
B,
man
you
to
did not
shut
say
up.
that. You
And let's
said
be
because
respectful
of
of each other. Rowan G, we cannot have disrespect on the show. You can't tell another grown man to shut up. Like, we just can't have that. I know that you're in your feelings right now, but we can't tell another grown man to
I'm
shut
in
up.
my feelings. I'm
won't
not
tell
in
you
my
to
feelings,
shut
man.
up,
I'm just trying to have I'm trying to have a conversation with you about
but I
what you
won't tell you
said.
to shut
What
up,
you
and I won't
said
allow
is
you to tell
totally
another
different
grown
from
man
what
to
you're
shut
saying
up.
now. You cleaning it up, Harry B. And I'm sorry that you feel like because
Well, let's
every time I
acknowledge the
try to
fact that
bring
you
in
just told a grown man to shut
in
up.
some
That's what the
facts,
show.
you shut us
All
down
right,
when
man.
we
Have
want
a
to
good
bring in
time, man.
facts.
Have a good day.
Oh.
Have a good day, man. I'm not going to allow that, man. That's just not going to happen. I mean, if you can recognize that we don't do that on this show, then go ahead and go to another show and have a good time. We're just not going to do that. I'm sorry. I don't do that often, but I can't have that. Now, I'm not changing my tone. I'm saying the same thing. And I'm strict on it. Colorado's not going to be the same team next year. Where am I changing that? When have I stated that is going to be a garbage team? I said that we're going to have to regroup. We're going to have to rebuild. It's going to be a rebuild because we're losing the core. That's nothing different than I've been saying. You can go back and you can watch the show. The show is being recorded. You can rewind and everything. I didn't say the team was going to be garbage. I'm just saying the team is going to look different. And we're going to have to regroup.
Harry, what you are saying, right? I have no opposition to, right? But when people were chiming in, they were chiming in and giving more perspective beyond what you were saying.
What people?
Harry, when people come on the panel,
Who are the people? We only have CU fan.
So
Tim is
every
on
time
here.
I'm explaining, you stop me. But then when we have the back and forth, then you shift it around and say that we cutting off.
So name the people. There's not that many people on the panel.
So this is what I'm saying. Every time it's coming to me breaking down, I say a word, you cut. And then we play this back and game of
You said people. I said
You're doing
what
it again,
people?
Harry. You're doing it again. You're literally doing it again. So every time I begin to talk, I get inserted, cut off, and then we got to go recycle it again. So, and then it comes to me saying a specific word. I am conceding that you didn't say that the team was going to be trash. so we could get off that perspective. I am conceding that. However, other people commenting in the channel, being specific, and people coming online were giving because we talking together and we watching the chat, right? So that is what is happening. So we are not only talking to you, we are also responding to what's being typed in the chat. So I want you to understand when we're responding, it ain't always directly at you. So we are taking a multi-perspective response to things we seeing and to things we dialoguing with. So you can have a better perspective of when we interact. So I'm conceding, but if you listen when I started, I said we will never have another Shador because he's the best quarterback in the country. I conceded Travis Hunter, and I listed all the people. But when I was beginning to explain to you that every program is going to face the same thing. So in saying that, the reason why I went out on a limb and said that CU will be a better program because of it, because now we don't have a quarterback that is running the theme, that we are dominating by the air. It forces us now, because of whatever quarterback comes in, it's going to be a better team because we will have a balanced offense, meaning that most likely these new quarterbacks that we're seeing, they are running better than Shador. None of them is going to ever throw like Shador. Never, 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 never. We are never, never, never going to see a Travis Hunter. So what we are saying is we can still look to what's on the roster and say, we got Omarion back. We can still look at the roster and say, okay, there are some players that are staying. What I was going into my explanation to tell you is when you mention we don't have people like Nebraska, I'm saying it's unfair to compare CU to Nebraska. So I want to break it down in detail so we have a clear perspective of how the conversation twists and turning and goes to these different dimensions. Everybody agrees that is not going to be the same thing. The only thing I was telling you was, if you want Coach Prime to go and focus on high school, there is no guarantee to retain them. Then if you want CU to perform at a better level, we are given the understanding that
Come on, Panda, you got to wrap this up, brother.
See, go ahead. I'm done.
I mean, but I like you can't.
No, because I got to clarify what the issues were. What happens is because all these things happen and all these intersections, and it makes it seem like the conversation is wild. I'm explaining to you how the flow of the conversation so you could understand what my point was. Oftentimes, all the interjections and all the cross things make it seem like I'm way off my rockers. Nobody's saying
you're delusional. What you're saying?
I am delusional by saying whatever the new quarterback is, they're going to have to build a team around him, regardless of who it is.
I'll tell you why you're delusional.
Regardless of who comes into CU program as the QB, they're going to have to build around him. We are never going to see another Travis Hunter. That's a generational talent. We are never going to see another Shador. We haven't seen it yet. So all I'm saying is, if we are getting a mobile quarterback, we have to adjust the O-line to mobility. If we are getting a quarterback that could stand in the pocket, we have to adjust. But going forward, we see that we have the players in the running room as long as we can get that going. And the only way to do it is to build a team around the quarterback. So if he's a mobile quarterback, if he could throw and run, it will be based on that. But we can't turn around and say, see, you're going to have to go back and do all these things that they did before. And people in the comments were saying the portal potty team. That's what was happening. All these comments was happening. So what I'm saying, when you're responding, we are answering you and answering all these things at the same time. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
Bruh, listen, English words matters, okay? Just in case, just like Black Lives Matter, English words matter. I don't care if you're responding to somebody in the chat. If you're doing that, then you have to say that. You cannot say the panel and then you say, oh, no, but I was just responding. Then when I ask you, name the panel member that said that, then you say, oh, no,
Tim
we are
came on and said that. See, you want me to be specific. So I'm calling names so we had clarity so it wouldn't be no. Tim came on with that energy. CU fan came on with that energy. And before Phil left with the question of that's how it went this way. So we had to remember what Phil said before he left. So I'm calling names so we can be accurate. And anybody who's been here for the full conversation, we will understand it started with what Phil said.
And yet nobody said that CU was going to be trash. It was just a basic.
And I conceded that because I realized
if you
that's
conceded
what
that, then
Warren
why are we
G
still
was the
talking
one
about
was
this?
saying that he felt that way. And I'm conceding that you were correct. Panda, is conceding that I do not agree with Warren G. I even said that's what Warren G said. This is what Panda is saying. I even clarified that. But you still now trying to say Mr. Pom Pom and all that stuff, bro. When I wasn't even the one saying that. Warren G was. I even clarified my position and you still give me the same energy.
Bruh, listen. Your words, and I'll tell you what your words were. You can go back when the show's finished because I gotta be ending this soon. I gotta take my son to football practice. Your words, CU will be a better team when Shador is gone because they're gonna be running the ball. If you want to say that was lighthearted, if you want to say that that is not how you meant it, if you want to change your words because we heard it different in your island accent, even though I have an African accent, if you want to do that, then that's you. That's fine. I'm responding to that. I'm telling you.
I said that, Harry.
I know you said that. That's what I'm responding to.
But that's happened after.
But regardless of what point it happened, I'm responding to that. And I'm telling you, that's what I'm responding to.
This is the point you're responding to now. Okay, go ahead.
That's what I was responding to when I said you're crazy if you think that
the conversation didn't start there, bro.
The conversation never started there, but as the conversation progressed and you started getting into your pom-pom bag and you started saying that when you screamed, this team is going to be way better because the Shador's gone and Daddy Ball's not going to be happening. Now they're going to be running the ball and blah, 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 blah. I wanted to say, I caution you to be careful to really understand the facts that we're talking about because the true hard facts are that Shador is what you think you're losing in Shador. If you think you're going to replace it with just running the ball, let me remind you that there's no O-line to make a hole for those guys to run in. And then that quarterback got to be able to throw once they stop the run because the O-line's not going to be any better unless they're going to be bringing some guys in from the transfer portal. So let's make sure that we're dealing with facts based on what's coming. And I
also told you that.
No, but I said that's where my argument was when I said
I explained that in my process. That just let me know you're not listening. I said on the bye week that Matt Chesney and them, if you looked at his show, you would see Loho going and getting the O-line because Matt Chesney was helping them. So it's very clear that you're not listening to the point I'm making because I clearly touched that point also. I was also saying that. And when I say run the ball, I'm being clear. I even broke it down and said that the new quarterbacks are not pocket quarterbacks like Shador. So I think you're
I don't care what you're trying to clear up. All I'm saying is you cannot tell me that you are delusional enough to think that if Colorado have no Shador, it's going to be a better team because now all of a sudden, because Daddy's great football throwing son is not here, that we're going to be able to run the ball. We're going to be a balanced team, and the team's going to be a better team. If that's not the level of delusion, if that's not a high level of delusion, Shador is literally making this team what it is. You lose him, I don't care how much you run the ball because you don't have the O-line.
Point, Harry.
All right, man.
You have to counteract. My point is, I am saying it over and over.
Bruh.
There's nobody like Shador in college football.
But then
Why
don't
are you
say that
arguing
without.
the Shador
But
point?
then don't come from that and go to.
I am saying that when
but
they
then don't come from that and go to. This is going to be a better team.
I said it's going to be a better
run the
team.
ball.
I said it's going to be a better team. I said the reason why it's going to be a better team because now they are approaching with a rebuild with people already on deck and they will be able to go in the transport portal and add from high school because I see that they are doing that work. When building a program, I also said we are coming from 1 and 11. Then now we are at 4. Now we already at 4 and 2 already. So I am looking at the overall picture of how the program are progressing. Then y'all start saying other programs. I'm like, it was unfair to compare them to bigger programs. They don't have the access. It is mad to send your child to Colorado if he's a 5-star. It's ludicrous. But what I'm saying is that based on what we have in house and the potential of us getting, and I was using visibility as the recruiting tool, that CU has progressed to
all right, man.
playing.
You've been dominating the conversation. So if Tim want to say something, if Ronte want to say something before we get up out of here. Tim, you want to add something before we go? We can't hear you, Tim, if you're talking. Tim, click off and click back on. Ronte, what about you? All right, Ronte is gone. So Panda, yeah, man, I think we're kind of recycling the same thing. If you feel like this is going to be a better team.
When I say better team,
I'm
Harry,
calling delusion. I'm just calling delusional.
Team. I'm not talking about
it's not an insult, but I'm calling you delusional.
I'm talking about a 4-year team should be like that. I'm looking upon Wild Dog. I respect your football acumen, but I'm think people are expecting Colorado to be a championship team in 3 years. It's ludicrous. My point is, I am thinking that Colorado is on point for their development stage for where they at 3 years coming from 1-11. I think there will be a better team by not having Shador and the mistakes Shador makes in what he does and stuff like that. Tim is back, so Tim could cook.
You're saying a mouthful there. Like the level of mistake that Shador makes does not equal to the good stuff that he does. So again,
I'm not saying that. So me and you
your
agree on that.
pom-poms are shaking, but then you're stepping on your own.
Don't do that, because me and you agree on that point. So don't try to shift the conversation.
But then why would you just say what you just said?
I am saying that there are things that we see.
If we get rid of the mistakes, then we'll be a better team.
That we are not talking about this season. The conversation is about next season. The conversation is about next season. So everything I'm saying is about the next season.
Panda,
so for people coming in late,
when you say the words, Panda, listen, I don't know how. Listen, Panda, when you say these words, we'll be a better team because we wouldn't have the same mistakes that Shador makes. How does that sound
from
to
that
you?
perspective. You all are orbiting on the wrong way. I'm explaining.
Why do you say things you don't want people to take the way that you said it?
3-year program that they are building on where they are, and then now they
answer this one question. Why do you say things if you don't want people to hear it the way you said it?
Now you trying to be dance that dance if you want to dance, bro, because we all can be misinterpreted.
That's what you've been doing all night. You said
all
something.
Can be misinterpreted, right? All I'm saying, for 3 years, I like Colorado,
and I call you out on it. Then you say, "What you're harboring on the
dancing
word."
on the word, not trying to understand what I'm trying to say. That's weird, as all males talking.
Hey,
I want you to get the concept of what I'm saying.
Panda, let Tim get his piece because I gotta go.
No, I was just gonna say, obviously, you losing 2 key components to your offense next season to the NFL.
Agreed.
Travis Hunter and Shador. And will they look the same as they did this season? Probably not.
Correct.
You may lose some guys to the transfer portal just because they're losing Shador. So if I'm a top wide receiver and I don't see the progression from this season with the quarterback that you may bring in, then I may want to take my chances somewhere else to play with a better caliber quarterback, just so my draft stock can go up if I have a desire to go into the NFL. Now,
so repeat what you just said for Harry, so you could understand what my pushback is.
But what? Hold on, Panda. But CU does not have those 5 stars and I mean high 5 stars and high 4 stars, like Alabama or Georgia gets each and every year. So therefore, those schools right there, kind of like what Phil and it was either Phil or DC was talking about one segment where they have a roster full of, or each position room may have a ton of 5 star and 4 stars. So therefore, when if they lose a bunch to the NFL, the ones that's up under them, they already been grooming them since freshman year, so they're ready to go the next season. So they still may not look the same as they looked the previous year, but they got top talent that didn't play with one another for a little while in practice. So they groom them to be ready when they time comes.
No
Not to say that
argument there.
not saying that CU is not doing that, but they just don't have the same amount of players as some of these major universities have. But with the transfer portal being there, the kids being able to leave whenever they want to, um, you never know what next season may look like. But based off of what we already seen, where they overhaul their roster, then it's kind of hard not to sit back and still keep your eyes open and not just shut it all off and say, well, we're going to be able to retain 90 or 95% of our roster when it has not been shown yet.
The only thing I was saying, Tim, I agree with every single thing you said.
Hey, Panda, let Ronte go because I gotta go.
All right.
I gotta take my son to practice. Ronte, you here?
Yes.
Go ahead. You got 30 seconds because I gotta go.
All right. Yeah, I agree with Tim. I agree with some of what Panda said and some of what Warren G said. We were one play away or one flag away from tying or winning the game. If that had happened, if. I think we have a shot against Arizona, and I look forward to that opportunity. I can't wait for that game. I love it. Go see you.
Yeah. Again, Panda, Warren G. Warren G, the only reason why I had to click the mic is because you're not recognizing that you told a grown man on the panel to shut up. We cannot, we as grown men, we cannot allow our emotions to get to the point where we start being disrespectful. And then we're not trying to acknowledge that. That part is, I can't allow that. As much as me and Panda can go back and forth, I'm not gonna tell Panda to shut up. Like, just, and then not acknowledge that I'm being disrespectful. And when I'm the whole pom thing, that's his thing.
For the record,
so
I think people are new to me. Like, this is actually joking. So I think
no, it's all good. It's all good,
Yeah,
Panda.
I
But I
really
just
think
wanted to
some
make sure
people
that
are new and not.
hold on, Panda. Hold on. I need to say this so I can get this out because I don't want people to feel like I don't want this show to get out of pocket. Like, for people to think like we just gonna be wilding. Like, because I've heard other shows are like that. This is a safe place for us to talk about ideas, for us to go at each other. Sometimes it gets very spirited and we go at each other, which is fine. But I don't want it to ever get to the point where we're telling each other to shut up and then we start cussing at each other. Then we no longer have the safe zone that everybody has, that everybody respects about this show. So I don't want that to happen. And for that saying, I want to say, I think that CU fan, thank you for becoming a member. For our father of two, husband of one, I want to say thank you for becoming a member. Salute to you. Welcome to the membership. So Micah, can you please go? I said I'm coming, right? I said I'm coming, right? All right. So I just want to say thank you to father of two, husband of one, becoming a member. And again, I don't believe that we're ready for the conversation that passes Shador and the Dion crew once they're gone. We will visit it. We will revisit it because what we do here, we do have the hard conversations, and how it's going to look. It's going to look like that. So I will see you guys on the next show. I believe we got a today's what? Today's Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday. All right, so we got a show coming up, and I'll see you guys on the next show. Then we'll talk more about what's coming up, which is going to be Arizona. All right, guys. So I
DC,
appreciate.
you know you got pom poms too, DC. Don't pretend you ain't got pom poms.
I think we all got pom poms to a certain extent, but some people just take it a little further than than others. So, anyways, all right, guys, y'all have a great evening, and I will see you guys on the next show.
All love, Ron. All love, Tim. Everybody.
All right.
All right, guys, take care, man. I'll see y'all next time.